Section 52 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Section 52, England from A.D. 954 to the death of Edward the Confessor, Part 1, by William John Corbett. Chapter 15, England from A.D. 954 to the death of Edward the Confessor. The task which Alfred's descendants had undertaken of creating an English nation was by no means accomplished in 954. The conquest of the Yorkshire Danes by Edred and the final expulsion of Eric in that year completed the territorial development of the kingdom, but there still remained the harder tasks of creating a national feeling and a common law, and even 100 years later only slight progress can be discerned in either of these important matters. For the moment, however, the inhabitants of England might fairly congratulate themselves on what had been achieved by the last 2 generations, and the prospects for the future seemed bright enough. War and the danger of war were over for at least a time. The country had become consolidated as never before, and the only trouble which seemed at all threatening was a certain want of robustness which was beginning to manifest itself in the royal house. Of this weakness, Edred, despite his energy, was an unmistakable example. By all accounts, he must have been, even from boyhood, a chronic invalid, and his health grew worse as he grew older. It was but little of a surprise, then, to his subjects that he lived to be only 31, dying at Frome in Somerset somewhat suddenly in 955 while still unmarried. Edred's premature death opened the succession to his nephew Eadwig, the son of Edmund, who had been passed over in 946 as too young to rule, and even now was little more than 15. From the very first, this youth seems to have had an aversion to most of the advisers who had surrounded his father and uncle, and to have been under the control of a party among the nobles of Wessex who resented the influence which had been exercised at court by Dunstan, the abbot of Glastonbury, and Eadgifu, the young king's grandmother. The result was that quarrels broke out even at the king's coronation, and within a year Dunstan was banished from England and driven to take refuge at Ghent in the Abbey of Blandinium. The treatment meted out to Dunstan, together with an unwise marriage made by the king, led to a revolt breaking out in 957, apparently organized by the leading men of the Midlands. These rebels at once recalled Dunstan and, supported by Athelstan Half-King, the great Duke of East Anglia, set up Edgar, Eadwig's younger brother, as a rival king. For a time it seemed as if the unity of England was once more in jeopardy. Eadwig retained the support of Odda, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and still controlled Wessex, but the boy Edgar was recognized as king north of the Thames, and in 958 found himself strong enough to secure the bishopric of Worcester for Dunstan, and a little later the bishopric of London as well. Most fortunately, however, open war was avoided, and in 959 Eadwig died, whereupon Odda abandoned his hostility, and Edgar, who was now 16, succeeded to the undivided sovereignty. Edgar's reign, though a period of almost profound peace and therefore dull from a narrative point of view, forms a notable epoch. It lasted some 16 years, 959 to 975, and is memorable not only for a considerable body of secular legislation, but as a period during which churchmen held the reins of power and used their influence over the king and the leading nobles to promote a much-needed ecclesiastical reform. This reform, whether they deliberately designed it or not, so increased the prestige and popularity of their order that by the end of the reign, the political power and landed endowments of the English Church were not far from doubled. Ever since the coming of the Vikings, notwithstanding Alfred's remarkable efforts to provide a remedy, the English clergy, both the regulars and the seculars, had remained sunk in a deplorable condition of ignorance and lack of discipline. Whatever statesmanship had manifested itself under Alfred's successors had come almost wholly from the warrior and princely classes. In spite of all their energy in securing the payment of tithes and church dues, few of the bishops or parish clergy had followed high ideals or set any worthy standard before their flocks. Lax conditions prevailed also among the regular clergy. Many monasteries had lost their endowments by lay encroachments and stood practically empty and ruined, while the majority of the foundations which had survived were no longer tenanted by monks living in strict isolation from the world, but by colleges of clerks living under customs which were of varying strictness, but all involving very little of the monk's rigorous discipline. Footnote: the English do not seem as yet to have adopted the continental term, quote, canonicus, unquote, to distinguish clerks living in communities from the ordinary clergy. Some term, however, was clearly needed, and canon gradually became current. Clause in Ethelred's laws, for example, issued circa 1008, prescribes specially for, quote, canonicas, unquote. End footnote. In monasteries such as these, the obligations of celibacy, poverty, and the common life prescribed by the rule of St. Benedict were by no means insisted on, and the clerks who enjoyed the endowments were as often as not married men living with their families in their own houses and dispensing hospitality to their friends with considerable display and luxury. No doubt there were some devout men among them, but in general their zeal in attending services in their minster churches left much to be desired, and it was difficult to get them even to reside continuously in the neighborhood of their duties, as they found hunting and traveling about far more to their taste than the solemn chanting of the, quote, canonical hours, unquote, for the public weal some 6 to 9 times a day. Before Edmund's reign, few protests had been raised in England over the practical disappearance of strict monasticism. St. Oswald's Abbey at Gloucester, founded by Duke Athelred and the Lady Athelfleda in 909, the new minster at Winchester, founded by Edward the Elder as Alfred's memorial, and Milton Abbey in Dorset, founded by Athelstan, had all been organized as a matter of course as colleges of clerks, while Edmund himself in 944 made a home at Bath for fugitive clerks from Flanders who had been expelled from St. Bernard's Abbey at Saint-Omer for refusing to accept reforms. Within the English Church, the first men to realize that reform was desirable seem to have been the Danish Archbishop Odda and Alfea, who occupied the See of Winchester from 934 to 951. Both these churchmen had relations with the continent, and through them became imbued with the stricter ideas as to clerical and monastic life, which in Athelstan's time had taken hold of western Frankland. These ideas in the first instance had emanated either from the famous Abbey of Cluny in Burgundy, whence they had spread to Fleury, Saint-Benoît-sur-Loire, regarded in the 10th century as the leading monastery in Neustria, or from Braun near Namur, whence came Saint Gerard, who between 939 and 944 reformed the monasteries of Flanders. Several incidents in Odda's career show that he favored the new ideas and wished to spread them in England. Footnote: the parts played by the chief leaders of the monastic reform in England have been much debated. The views here presented adopt in the main the conclusions reached by Dr. J. Armitage Robinson in his 2 valuable papers entitled The Saxon Bishops of Wells and St. Oswald and the Church of Worcester. End footnote. In 942, for instance, when appointed archbishop, he decided that he ought himself to become a monk and sent to Fleury to obtain the monastic habit. Nor was it long before he issued new constitutions for his province, and among them was one insisting that all ordained persons, whether men or women, should observe the rule of chastity. Again, a few years later, when his nephew Oswald decided to become a monk, Odda advised him to go and study at Fleury, as the best house in which to prepare himself for his vocation. Bishop Alfea's preference for strict monasticism can be traced back still earlier, for we find him already in Athelstan's reign persuading Dunstan, who was his kinsman, to abandon the idea of marriage and devote himself to a life of asceticism and study. The result was that Dunstan, on his appointment to be abbot of Glastonbury by Edmund, had at once set zealously to work to convert the clerks over whom he was called to rule, into a more disciplined society by making them share a common dormitory and refectory, and by refusing to admit any more married men to the community. Glastonbury thus led the way in reform in England, and became a school of piety and learning in which many men were trained who were to make their mark in the future. The most remarkable of these was Athelwold, a native of Winchester. He, like Dunstan, had come as a youth under the influence of Bishop Alfea. At Glastonbury he rose to be dean and Dunstan's right-hand man, and about 950, by the influence of Edgifu, the Queen Mother, he was selected by Edred to take charge of Abingdon in Berkshire, one of Inna's foundations, which had become almost desolate. Very enthusiastic by nature, Athelwold had hardly been satisfied with the amount of discipline enforced at Glastonbury. His first act accordingly, on reaching Abingdon, was to dispatch his friend Osger, another of Dunstan's pupils, to Fleury, so that he might be furnished with first-hand knowledge of what was being done on the continent, and then to make his abbey a model for England. Backed by Adred's patronage, Abingdon soon grew to be a large and well-endowed foundation, observing the rule of St. Benedict in its most stringent form. Nor was its progress hindered under Edwig, who went on showering benefactions on it notwithstanding Athelwold's connection with Dunstan and the curtailment of his own resources by the revolt of Mercia. The acceptance of Edgar by the West Saxons gave the advocates of reform a much freer hand, as the young king from the first relied on Dunstan as his principal adviser. In 960 he promoted him to the See of Canterbury, and shortly afterwards proclaimed himself definitely one of the reforming party by appointing Oswald, Odda's nephew, to the See of Worcester, and Athelwold to that of Winchester. Though all three prelates were equally pledged to reform, they set about it in different ways. Dunstan, though he had a hand in the reform of Westminster and Malmesbury, and perhaps of Bath, thought most of raising the tone of the laity and the parish priests, and consequently spent much of his energy in warring against drunkenness and immorality. Athelwold, on the other hand, holding that the state of the monasteries was the most crying evil, did little for the laity, and pressed on with a ruthless crusade throughout Wessex, beginning with Chertsey and the two minsters at Winchester, by which he hoped to set monks in the shoes of the collegiate clergy. He seems to have offered the clerks, whether married or not, only two alternatives: either complete acceptance of a most stringent monastic vow, or instant expulsion, and at the Old Minster, when argument proved of no avail, he actually resorted to violence, calling in lay assistants to expropriate his opponents from their property. In the Severn Valley, the course pursued by Oswald was more tactful. Relying on example, he left the clerks of Worcester and Gloucester undisturbed, and merely established a small house for monks near Bristol at Westbury-on-Trim. Meanwhile, the king started a movement in the Danelaw to refound some of the great abbeys which had been destroyed in the Danish wars, and which still lay in ruins. The chief of these were Ely, Meachamstead, and Thorney. Thanks to Athelwold, these were all re-established and filled with monks, Meachamstead taking the name of Peterborough. A new model abbey also arose at Ramsey in Huntingdonshire about 969. This was the joint work of Bishop Oswald and Duke Athelwyn of East Anglia, a son of Athelstan Half-King, and it was from Ramsey a few years later that Oswald brought monks first to Winchcombe and ultimately to his cathedral church at Worcester, establishing them in his, quote, familia, unquote, side by side with the clerks, whose life interests he respected. Finally, to set the seal on these activities, Athelwold, at Edgar's request, translated the rule of St. Benedict into English for the benefit of those who were weak in Latin. He also, with the object of introducing uniformity of practice into the daily life of the monasteries, composed a new rule for English monks, known as the, quote, Regularis Concordia Anglicae Nationis, unquote, founded partly on the custom of Fleury and Ghent, and partly on the, quote, Capitula, unquote, issued in 817 by Benedict of Aniane. Another side of the ecclesiastical awakening which characterized Edgar's reign is seen in the care with which the reforming prelates set about developing and managing the estates which the laity, encouraged by the king, on all sides pressed upon them. The best evidence of this is found at Worcester, where a number of records still survive showing how Bishop Oswald personally superintended the administration of the domains belonging to his church. Among them are some 70 deeds, in which the bishop is seen granting out portions of the episcopal lands to persons whom he describes as his thanes, knights, or milites, on condition of faithful service, and side by side with these is preserved a letter addressed by the bishop to King Edgar, in which he reports in explicit terms exactly what the nature of the bargain was, and what were the services which the tenants were to render for their holdings. For the most part, these leases, or, quote, land loans, end quote, as they are called, were for the period of 3 lives. That is to say, they were roughly tantamount to 99-year leases, the first tenant having the right to name 2 successors, after which the land was to revert to the church. But in the meantime, the tenants were to pay yearly church scots, at the rate of a horse-load of corn for each hide of land which they held, to pay toll to the bishop when they bought or sold, to render pannage for their pigs when feeding in the bishop's woods, and help their lord in his hunting, to ride on the lord's errands, and fulfill all the duties of a knight, or, as the letter expresses it, fulfill the, quote, lex equitandi quae ad equitas pertinet, end quote. What makes these curious records particularly interesting is the clear implication which they convey that already the estates of the great English ecclesiastics were taking very much the shape of baronies of a later day, and that we can discern in these, quote, knights, end quote, though they cannot yet be called military tenants, a class held by a tenure which was almost feudal, and which would easily become, quote, tenure in chivalry, end quote, as soon as the tactics of war changed and the time-honored method of fighting on foot was replaced by reliance on heavy cavalry. These documents, in fact, show us how in Edgar's day, side by side with the religious reform, there developed a further drift towards feudalism, an effect of the steady accumulation of land into greater and greater estates. They show also how prominent a part in this economic evolution may be assigned to the churchmen, for though no other records of estate management have survived, as detailed as those of Worcester, there are plenty of indications that all the ecclesiastical corporations were acting in these matters more or less on uniform lines. Though the social and religious movements are clearly the most important things that happened in Edgar's reign, it must not be thought that the king remained all his life a mere tool in the hands of the ecclesiastics and had no policy of his own. Like most of his immediate predecessors, he evidently, on coming to manhood, had closely at heart the due maintenance of order in all parts of his realm, and kept constantly amending and sharpening the machinery for enforcing the peace and dispensing justice. His laws no doubt show the influence of Dunstan in the minuteness with which they deal with tithe and the observance of fast and festivals, but they are also remarkable for their precise rules as to buying and selling and the pursuit of thieves, as to the maintenance of the suretyship system of frithbores, and as to the periods when the various courts were to be held. Specially famous is his ordinance as to the local courts, which contains the first clear proof of a regular division of the shires for judicial purposes into moderate-sized units called, quote, hundreds, end quote, each with its own tribunal sitting every 4 weeks. A further step of somewhat doubtful wisdom, as it tended to undermine the royal authority, was to place some of the hundreds, so far as the administration of justice was concerned, under the control of the reformed monasteries. Considerable districts thereby acquired the status of ecclesiastical franchises, in which the local courts were no longer held in the king's name, and in which the profits of justice went into the coffers of some minster church and not into the king's treasury. The first monastic houses to acquire these franchises, or, quote, soaks, end quote, as they were termed in the vernacular, from sokni, the Anglo-Saxon term for jurisdiction, were Peterborough and Ely, and there seems no reason to doubt the local traditions which tell us that they obtained them from Edgar on their first foundation at the instance of Bishop Athelwald. No formal Latin charters from the king have come down to us attesting these grants, but in either case there are some curious Anglo-Saxon records still existing which more or less explain their nature. From these we can see that Peterborough obtained judicial control over a block of 800s in Northamptonshire, having Oundle as their chief town. while Ely obtained similar control not only over the 200s lying round the monastery, which made up the Isle of Ely, but also over a district of 500s in East Suffolk known as, quote, Wichlawa, end quote, having Woodbridge on the Deben as its centre and also comprising Sudbourne with the port of Orford, an estate which Edgar had granted to Athelwold as a reward for translating the rule of Saint Benedict into English. In the soaks thus created, the essential novelty was not merely the transfer of the king's rights to the monks, but the fact that by the transfer great numbers of men, both small and great, who were in no way the tenants of the monks or under their patronage by commendation, nevertheless came thus to be subjected to them for police and judicial purposes, and had, if charged with any crime, to appear before officials appointed by them, and became liable to pay to the monks fines whenever they were unfortunate enough to be convicted. In other words, the creation of the soaks also created a new kind of lordship, so that the freemen of these districts for the future all had, as it were, 3 lords over them. First, their immediate personal lord to whom they were tied by commendation. Secondly, the lord of the 100 to whom they owed soak. And thirdly, the king or supreme lord to whom they owed military service, and to whom they could still appeal as a last resort in judicial matters if the lord of the 100 persistently refused to do them adequate justice. Here we see no small step taken, at the instance of the ecclesiastics, in the direction of feudalism, one, too, which was certain to be regarded by the lay magnates as a precedent justifying them in seeking similar franchises for themselves. As yet, however, we have no reason to suppose that Edgar had favored any layman in this way, and the only other notable franchise which we can ascribe to him is one which was set up in Worcestershire in favor of Oswald, but which differed from those granted to Athelwold's foundations in extending only to estates which were already in the bishop's ownership, and to men who were under his lordship as tenants of the See of Worcester. Here again we can produce no genuine Latin charter in witness of Edgar's grant, but nonetheless, we may accept as credible the traditions enshrined in the celebrated but suspect landbook known as Altaito Nantes, and vouched for in the main by the account of Worcestershire given in the Domesday Survey. These authorities, if read together, tell us that Oswald was given a seigneurial jurisdiction over about a third of the lands of his see, comprising 300 hides lying scattered in various parts in the valleys of the Severn and the Avon, and that he was further permitted to organize this special area into 3 new hundreds, which together came to be known as the Triple Hundred of, quote, Oswaldislau, end quote. The creation of this soak, though in extent of jurisdiction a much narrower one than those given to Peterborough or Ely, had a very disturbing effect on the local organization of Worcestershire, for the new hundreds had little geographical coherence and were in every case merely artificial aggregates of land, pieces of them lying interspersed among estates belonging to other lords, and pieces of them being even quite outside the proper bounds of the county and forming detached islands in Gloucestershire. The net result, therefore, was that the hundreds of Worcestershire became a sort of patchwork, and the respective jurisdictions of the king and the bishop remained ever afterwards most awkwardly intermixed. These administrative and legal changes, as well as the general character of his dooms, plainly show that Edgar was an active ruler, and there can be little doubt that he deserves to share with Dunstan the credit for the peacefulness and increase of civilization which marked his reign and made such an impression on his contemporaries. We cannot, however, altogether commend his policy in the matter of the soaks, which he created in favor of Athelwold and Oswald, for he thereby initiated a process which could not fail in the long run to diminish the effectiveness of the central government. End of section 52. Section 53 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. England from A.D. 954 to the death of Edward the Confessor, Part 2, by William John Corbett. Edgar died in 975, prematurely like so many of his race, being not yet 33, and was buried by Dunstan at Glastonbury. He was twice married and left 2 sons, Edward, a boy of 13, born of his first wife, and Athelred, aged 7, the child of his second wife, Alfthryth. Footnote: Alfthryth had been previously married to the eldest son of Athelstan Half-King. Edgar probably improved his territorial position in East Anglia by marrying her. This Devonshire lady, the sister of the founder of Tavistock Abbey, was filled with ambition for her family, and would not acquiesce in the kingdom passing hold to her stepson, and helped by a party among the Mercian nobility who still cherished a resentment for the hard treatment that had been meted out to the clerks, attempted to obtain recognition for Athelred. Dunstan, however, with the help of Oswald, who had become Archbishop of York in 971, though still retaining the See of Worcester, supported Edward and caused him to be elected by a witan and crowned at Kingston in Surrey. If the unity of England was to be maintained, this settlement was obviously a wise one, but it only drove the discontented party into more violent action, led by Altamira, the duke who had been placed in Edgar's day in control of the Severn Valley. Altamira probably was opposed to Dunstan's continued control of the king, but his particular grievances seem to have been against Oswald, who had handed over Winchcombe Abbey to Germanus, a monk from Ramsey, and had also tried to displace the clerks from Pershore, a foundation connected with Altamira's house. High-born canons, friends and kinsmen of Altamira, had thereby lost their incomes and were clamoring for restitution. In judging this movement, no reliance can be placed on the accounts of it which have survived, for they originate without exception from the side of the monks, and depict all sympathizers with the clerks as the blackest scoundrels. The only point that stands out clearly is that Altamira and his friends were strong enough to drive out the monks from Evesham and replace their rivals in several of the Worcestershire and Gloucestershire foundations. Meantime, a somewhat similar movement had developed in the Eastern Midlands in connection with the lands that had been acquired by Ramsey, Ely, and Peterborough. It was alleged that many of them had been taken unjustly from their former owners. Flushed by his successes in the West, Altamira came over to support the malcontents, but the Fenland abbeys had powerful defenders in Athelwyn, who had founded Ramsey, and in Britnoth, the Duke of the East Saxons, who had been a liberal benefactor to Ely. These nobles raised armed forces to defend the estates of the monasteries, and eventually Altamira and his partisans had to retire discomfited, Athelwyn being ever afterwards styled among the monks in gratitude for her services, quote, "the friend of God," end quote. These disputes exhibit Dunstan as no longer equal to the task of maintaining order, and were followed almost immediately by his downfall from power. This was brought about in 978 by the murder of the young Edward, a deed done in cold blood at Corfe in Dorset, apparently at the instigation of the ambitious Alfthryth. If Dunstan had still retained his earlier vigor, he would have promptly taken steps to punish the conspirators. But the murder went unavenged, and Athelred, though only 10 years old, commenced unchallenged a reign which was fated to last for 37 years, 978 to 1016, and bring England untold disasters. Athelred's minority was necessarily a long one, but so far as we know without any striking incidents. The leaders of Edgar's time were all aging, and one by one passing into the background. Dunstan lived till 988, but withdrew from court in 980 and spent the rest of his days in dignified retirement, busied with ecclesiastical duties. The rivalry between the monks and clerks cooled down with the deaths of Bishop Athelwald and Duke Altamira some 4 years later, nor did Oswald or Athelwyn again play parts of importance, although they survived till 992. The ecclesiastical fight ended in a drawn battle, for the canons retained possession of Canterbury and York, of London, Dorchester, and Lichfield, of Bury St. Edmunds, St. Albans, and Beverley, and even in Wessex kept some important churches such as Wells and Chichester. As to the king, we hear that he was involved in a dispute with Altamira's heir, but we do not even know who took charge of his education. His minority, in fact, would be almost a blank, were it not for some entries in the Chronicle which speak of renewed Viking incursions. These began in 980, when raiders made descents on Chester, Thanet, and Southampton. The first batch no doubt came from Ireland or Man, the others more probably from Scandinavia. But no one thought them dangerous, even though they were followed by further raids in 982 on Devon and Cornwall. In reality, they were the opening of another period of trial for England, and foreshadowed Danish and Norwegian attacks not less dangerous to the security and freedom of Englishmen than those captained by Ingvar and Guthrum in the 9th century. The position of England about the year 990, when Athelred attained his majority, might seem at first sight less vulnerable than in Alfred's day. The land was no longer split into rival kingdoms. It had fortresses and ships, and the confidence born of former victories. But this impression of unity and strength is misleading. In reality, the West Saxon dynasty had not succeeded in assimilating its conquests further north than the River Welland. In the, quote, 5 boroughs, end quote, and in Yorkshire, and still more beyond the Tees, it was from every point of view extremely weak. There is no evidence, for example, that Edgar, for all his popularity, ever showed his face in these parts, or that he had estates there bringing in any appreciable revenue, or that he appointed any reeves. Jarls of Danish descent ruled quite uncontrolled, the half-Danish population in accordance with Danish laws and customs, and only gave their allegiance to the king because they were left alone. Even the church had failed to reassert itself among the, quote, holds and sockmen, end quote. The sees of York, Lincoln, and Leicester were still, as it were, only appendages of Worcester and Dorchester, rarely visited by their bishops, badly endowed, and honeycombed with heathen practices only thinly veiled. Nor beyond the Welland had any attempt been made to found any monasteries of the Reformed pattern. Little reliance then could be placed on the patriotism of these regions, for should Danish invaders once more get a foothold in the country, the chief landowners would have much in common with the enemy and might easily be enticed into joining them. At the same time, it must be remembered that the Scandinavian lands had made in the last century even greater strides towards consolidation than England. Norway under Harold Fairhair, 850 to 933, and his descendants had ceased to be a mere collection of warring chieftaincies, while Denmark under Harold Bluetooth, 950 to 986, had grown into a fairly compact state and imposed its sway on its neighbors. As stated in the runic inscription on the Jellingstone, the famous monument in Jutland, which Harold erected in honor of his parents, Gorm and Thyra, he had, quote, won all Denmark and Norway and made the Danes Christians, end quote. He had made the, quote, Wick, end quote, and the south of Norway a component part of his realm. He had planted Danish outposts in Pomerania and Prussia. He had founded the great stronghold of Jomsborg in Wendland, and he had forced Hakon the Bad to hold northern Norway and the Throndlal as his vassal. More than this, by his successes he had awakened again the old Viking spirit, and set the dragon ships as of old sailing the seas in search of adventure. His closing years were not so successful as his prime. In 975 Hakon had revolted, and in 986 the old king was himself slain fighting against his own son Svein, who had thrown off Christianity. His death, however, did not make the Danish power less formidable. The undutiful Sweyn, Sweyn Forkbeard, as he was nicknamed, was as able as his father, and bent on reconquering Norway, or failing that, extending his realm elsewhere. He had sailed all the seas as a Viking and already had his eye on England. There were plenty of reasons then about 990 why Englishmen, had they been well informed about the outside world, should have had forebodings as to the future, and be wondering what manner of leader they had in the young Athelred. The first raid sufficiently serious to test Athelred's capacity began in 991, when Olaf Tryggvason, a famous Norwegian exile who had claims on the throne of Norway, burned Ipswich and defeated and slew Britanoth, the Duke of the East Saxons, at Malden. Instead of hastening with all speed to avenge this disaster, Athelred could think of no better counsel than to bribe the invaders to depart by an offer of £10,000. This was done with the advice of Sigeric, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and the other magnates, and precedents could be found for it in Alfred's reign. Nonetheless, it was a most unwise expedient, as it gave the raiders the impression that the king was a weakling and that Englishmen were afraid of fighting. 2 years later, Olaf went harrying along the coasts of Northumberland and Lindsey, and in 994 was joined by Svein, who for the moment had been driven from Denmark by Eric, the King of Sweden. Their design was to pillage London. The citizens, however, put up such a stout defense that the allied princes abandoned the enterprise and betook themselves to Sussex and Hampshire. There they obtained horses and ravaged far and wide. Again, Athelred and the Witan thought only of buying a respite, this time with £16,000 and an offer to supply provisions. Having accepted these terms, Olaf came to Andover on a visit to Athelred in order to be baptized a Christian, and soon afterwards sailed away to claim the throne of Norway. Successful in this adventure, he never afterwards had leisure to trouble England. Not so King Svein. He too sailed away to deal with the Swedes, and for some years was busied in securing his power in Denmark, but he still kept England in mind, and was only biding his opportunity. Meantime, lesser men continued to make yearly attacks on the coasts of Wessex, and always with such success owing to the quarrels and incompetence of the English leaders, that at last Athelred, in despair, determined to take some of the Vikings into his pay to keep off the remainder. The chief of these was Palig, a high-born Danish jarl who had married Svein's sister Gunhild. The immediate result, it would seem, was satisfactory, for we hear in the year 1000 of an expedition being led by Athelred against the Norsemen of Cumberland and the Isle of Man, who had for years been a menace to Yorkshire and the land betwixt the Mersey and the Ribble. The experiment, nevertheless, was a very risky one, and a year later proved quite ineffective to stop a fresh force of Vikings landing in Devon, which ultimately was only bought off with a promise of £24,000 after a triumphant march from Tainton and Exmouth through Somerset and Wiltshire to Southampton Water. Instead of fighting this force, Palig actually joined it with all the ships he could lay hold of, a piece of treachery which enraged Athelred to such a degree that he lost control of himself and planned a general massacre of the Danes in his service and even of their families. This utterly barbarous and unwise piece of retaliation was carried out on St. Brice's Day in 1002 to the shame of all chivalrous Englishmen, and among the victims was not only Palig and his son but his wife Gunhild, Svein's sister, whom Athelred was holding as a hostage. The tragedy of Gunhild's death marks the turning point in Athelred's reign, for it naturally bred in Svein a desire for vengeance, which was only to be satisfied after 10 long years of warfare ending in the conquest of England. Of this struggle the Chronicle gives a minute account, but often in such hysterical tones that it is difficult to make out what really happened, nor can space be given here to unravel its meaning. The bare outlines, however, are somewhat as follows. In 1003, Svein burnt Exeter, Wilton, and Salisbury. In 1004, he sacked Norwich and Thetford, and had some hard tussles with Ulfketel, the chief Danish jarl in East Anglia. In 1006, he ravaged East Kent, and next spring, after wintering in the Isle of Wight, plundered right and left through Hampshire and Berkshire. Athelred, meantime, had apparently done nothing but hide in Shropshire in the company of a West Country magnate, one Edric, nicknamed, quote, Streona, end quote, or, quote, the Grasper, end quote, an evil counselor of whom the Chronicle can hardly speak with patience. As ever, Athelred's one idea was to offer the enemy a ransom. He accordingly patched up a truce, and persuaded Svein to take his forces back to Denmark in return for a tribute of £36,000. At the same time, he placed Edric in possession of the great estates formerly possessed by Alfera in the Severn Valley, and made him Duke of Western Mercia. After this, there seems to have been a lull for 2 years, in which some efforts were made to organize a large naval force for the defense of the country by requiring ships to be furnished from every 300 hides of land. But when this fleet assembled at Sandwich in 1009, the quarrels between its leaders, Britric, a brother of Edric, and Wulfnoth the Child, a powerful Sussex magnate, completely wrecked its utility. In 1010 the Danish fleets were back again, this time led not by Svein in person, but by one of his great men, Thorkel the Tall, a famous jarl from Jomsburg. He attacked Ulfketil, and having defeated him at Ringmere near Thetford, harried all the southeast Midlands, penetrating westwards as far as Oxfordshire, and burning in turn Cambridge, Bedford, and Northampton. These inland districts, which had not before suffered from the raiders, seemed to have been utterly dazed. No leaders could be found to captain the local levies, and no shire would help another. The inhabitants simply clamored for peace on any terms. And so, in 1011, a witan advised Athelred to offer a still larger ransom, this time no less than £48,000. It proved difficult, however, to raise so great a tribute. The disappointed Vikings, therefore, went on ravaging, and a little later betook themselves to Kent, where they sacked Canterbury, owing to treachery on the part of the abbot of St. Augustine's, and captured the archbishop Alfea Alfege. For some months they held the primate to ransom, only to murder him in a drunken riot at Greenwich early in 1012. When at last the tribute was got together, the Danish forces broke up, and some went back to Denmark. But Thorkel himself, with a fleet of 45 ships, remained in England, and took service with Athelred. The plan of setting a thief to catch a thief was evidently to be tried again, but it met with no more success than in the case of Palig, for the news that Thorkel was obtaining power in England immediately brought his overlord Svein upon the scene, bent upon conquering the whole country and outshining his lieutenant. The plan of attack in 1013 was quite different to the methods hitherto adopted. Instead of raiding Wessex or East Anglia, Svein directed his fleet to the Humber, evidently counting on a friendly reception from the men of the Danelaw. Nor was he disappointed. As soon as he landed with his son Canute in Gainsborough on the Trent, Uhtred, a son of Waltheof of Bamborough, who had distinguished himself against the Scots and became Jarl of the Yorkshire Danes, offered him his allegiance, and shortly afterwards all the men of the 5 boroughs submitted and gave him hostages. A good base being thus secured where he could leave his ships in his son's guardianship, he next marched through Leicestershire across the Watling Street into Adric's dukedom, and so south to Oxford and Winchester. Both these boroughs submitted as soon as he appeared, and it was not till he turned eastward to London, where Athelred lay with Thorkel, that we hear of any resistance. There was a fight, it would seem, for the possession of London Bridge, in which Svein's men were unsuccessful. Checked for the moment in the east, and uncertain how best to deal with Thorkel, Svein next proceeded to Bath to secure control of western Wessex. 140 years before, this district had been the scene of Alfred's heroic defense, but its old spirit had long departed. In a few days it submitted, after which we are told, quote, all the people held Svein for full king. End quote. These sweeping desertions made Athelred realize that England as a whole was resolved not to fight for him, and that Thorkel's forces were hardly likely for long to save him from Svein's vengeance. He accordingly took ship and sought a refuge in Normandy at the court of Duke Richard the Good, the brother of his second wife Emma, whom he had married 11 years before on the very eve of the fateful massacre of 1002. Svein's triumph, complete as it seemed, was destined to be only momentary. He retired to his base on the Trent to keep the Yuletide feast with his son Canute, and had the satisfaction of receiving hostages from the Londoners, but died suddenly in February 1014 before he could be crowned King of England. His death threw the whole Scandinavian world into confusion. The fleet at Gainsborough chose the youthful Canute, though only 18, to be king. But he was not Svein's eldest son, and Denmark passed to his brother Harold, while the Norwegians favored the claims of Olaf the Stout, a cousin of Olaf Tryggvason's, who had been fighting in England with Thorkel to rule those parts of Norway which had acknowledged Svein's supremacy. In these circumstances, it is not surprising to hear that Athelred was called back to England, and that the jarls who stood round Canute advised a return of the fleet to Scandinavia to enable each man to look after his home interests. Canute, therefore, sailed away from the Humber, and for a year was occupied in Denmark, making terms with his brother. Meantime, a new force arose in England in Edmund, Athelred's eldest son by his first marriage. Athelred on his return gave his confidence again to Adric, and on his advice took steps to punish the men of the 5 boroughs for offering their allegiance to Svein. In pursuit of this object, he put to death Sigfirth and Morkera, 2 of the leading magnates north of the Welland, and added their estates to Adric's territories. This was just one of those outrages which gained Athelred the title of the, quote, reedless, end quote, or the, quote, badly counselled, end quote. All additions to the grasper's power were bitterly resented, and by none more than by Edmund, the heir to the throne. To check Adric became the fixed purpose of the young prince. He accordingly seized and married Sigfirth's widow, and then marched to the 5 boroughs as the avenger of the lady's wrongs, and made himself master of all the lands which Adric had coveted. This stroke was so popular in the Danelaw that Edmund at once became a power in the land, but only at the cost of earning the undying hatred of Adric. What this would entail was seen a few months later, when Canute once more appeared in the Channel with a large fleet partly furnished by his brother. This picked force, quote, which contained neither thrall nor freedman, unquote, landed at Wareham without opposition from Athelred, who was lying ill near Portsmouth, and ravaged at will through Dorset and Somerset. To meet it, Edmund and Adric both garnered forces, but when they came face to face with the enemy in Wiltshire, Adric promptly went over to Canute. Edmund therefore had to retire over the Thames without fighting, and the whole of Wessex submitted. In the spring of 1016, much the same happened in Mercia. Canute and Adric came leagued together into Warwickshire, and Edmund, in despair, was forced to abandon the defence of Middle Anglia. The most he could do was to appeal for assistance to Uhtred, who had his own grievance against Adric. This caused a momentary diversion, for Uhtred marched through Cheshire to attack Adred in Staffordshire and Shropshire. But Canute meantime overran the valley of the Ouse, then went unchecked all up the east side of England to the Humber, and eventually appeared before York. When Uhtred heard of this rapid advance, he turned back from Mercia to repeat the submission which he had formerly made to Svein. Canute, however, instigated by Adric, connived at his murder by some private enemies, and appointed his own brother-in-law Eric, who had been ruler of part of Norway, to be a Jarl of Yorkshire in his place. By April, the position of affairs was almost the same as it had been before Svein's death. Thanks to Adric's treachery, all England, save East Anglia, and the districts immediately round London, were in the hands of the invaders. It would seem also that Thorkil had gone over to his countrymen, and so Edmund and Ulfketil were the only important leaders with whom Canute had still to reckon. It was at this critical juncture that Athelred died, and Englishmen had to decide whether they would abandon the struggle or choose Edmund as their king, in the hope that he might prove a second Alfred and retrieve the national fortunes even at the 11th hour. The Londoners, to their credit, decided for Edmund, and soon the courage of many parts of England began to revive, for Edmund at once showed his countrymen that he meant to take the offensive. For this purpose he realized that he could not do better than begin where Alfred had set the example. He therefore hurried down to Somerset, leaving London to stand a siege at the hands of the fleet which Canute had brought round from Southampton to Greenwich. His appearance in the west soon brought men to his standard, and in a week or 2 he was strong enough to advance eastward to Shurston near Malmesbury and attack Thorkil and Adric, who had been detached by Canute to intercept him. The fight proved indecisive, but Edmund must have had the advantage, as the Danes retreated on London and left him free to march into the Chiltern country and raise larger forces. With these he relieved London, and after forcing a passage over the Thames at Brentford, had the satisfaction of seeing the Danish fleet retire to the Orwell in search of supplies. Their land forces meanwhile went into Kent, but again Edmund followed, and having defeated them at Otford, drove them into Sheppey and thence into Essex. This series of successes seemed to show that the luck was turning, and led Adric to pretend at any rate that he wished to change sides. Unluckily, Edmund believed him, and allowed him to join his army with a body of men from Herefordshire. The two then moved together into Essex and threw their forces on the Danes at Ashington near Shoebury. By this time Edmund had far the larger and more confident army, and should have won again, But in the middle of the fight, Adric played the traitor once more and gave Canute a hard-won victory. The list of the slain, including the gallant old Ufcatel of East Anglia, and many of the leading men of eastern Mercia. So costly a defeat forced Edmund once more to fall back westwards. He was, however, by no means beaten, and Canute was by this time convinced that he had better come to terms with him. A meeting was accordingly proposed between the two young kings. This took place under Adric's auspices at Olney in Gloucestershire, and there it was arranged that the realm should be divided, Edmund taking his ancestral inheritance of Wessex, while Canute obtained all Mercia and the Danelaw, on the condition that he forewent all vengeance on the Londoners and gave them his peace. Canute's object in consenting to this treaty was, no doubt, to obtain a breathing space and allow time for reinforcements to reach him from Scandinavia. It might, however, quite well have opened the way for Edmund to play over again the part of Edward the Elder, now that he had restored the prestige of his house and won for himself the name of, quote, Ironside, end quote, by his audacity and doggedness in an almost desperate situation. Englishmen, at any rate, now had a rallying point and a leader. Fate, however, willed it otherwise. Only a few weeks after the treaty, Edmund died at Oxford unexpectedly, if not by foul play, when still only 22. His loss at once destroyed the reviving spirit of the West Saxons. They might perhaps have turned to Eadwig, Edmund's brother, the sole surviving male of Athelred's first family, but their dread of the Danes was too great, and so Canute was hailed king of all England early in 1017 without further opposition. End of section 53. Section number 54 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. England from A.D. 954 to the Death of Edward the Confessor, Part 3, by William John Corbett. Canute ruled England for 18 years, 1017 to 1035. Through his mother, half a Pole, he was at his accession about 22 years old, and already had 2 sons by an English wife called Alfgefu of Northampton. His first act, however, was to repudiate this lady and take to wife Emma of Normandy, Ethelred's widow, who was 13 years his senior. This stroke of policy freed him from all fear of the young Alfred and Edward, her children by Ethelred, who were left at Rouen to be educated as Frenchmen under the charge of their uncle Duke Richard. To his new subjects, Canute must have seemed the typical Viking raider. He proved, however, altogether different as a king to what men expected. From the very outset, he put off the barbarian and did his utmost to make his subjects forget that he was their conqueror. He had, of course, to take some steps of a drastic kind to secure himself against possible risings and treachery, but when once his power was fully established, he developed into a most humane and conciliatory ruler and gave England peace and justice such as it had not enjoyed since the death of Edgar. King at first only of England, in 1018 he acquired Denmark as well by the death of his brother, and ultimately a considerable Scandinavian empire, but he ever considered England his first care and made it his chief residence. A rapid recovery of prosperity therefore followed his accession, and Englishmen had little cause to regret the change of dynasty. Canute's first task, after sending Edmund's infant sons out of the realm and hunting down their uncle Eadwig, was to appoint a trusty band of dukes or, quote, earls, end quote, as they now had come to be called, using the Danish term, to help him in controlling the various provinces of the kingdom. Full details for all England are not available, but the list of witnesses to his land books, coupled with entries in the chronicles, show that his scheme was somewhat as follows. South of the Thames, he kept the bulk of the country in his own hands, leaving, however, an Englishman called Ethelwerd in charge of part of western Wessex. In East Anglia and Yorkshire, he relied on Scandinavians, giving the former to Thorkel the Tall and the latter, as already noted, to his Norse brother-in-law Eric, said to be the most chivalrous of the Vikings. In Bernicia, he left the native line of high reeves of Banborough undisturbed, and even put his confidence eventually in the murdered Uhtred's son, Ealdred. In western Mercia, he could hardly do otherwise at first than recognize Adric, but it was impossible to trust such a dangerous turncoat, and so it is not surprising to find that within a year Canute charged him with treachery and allowed Earl Eric to put him to death. In his place, Canute set up as Earl of Mercia another Englishman called Leofwin, whose family had great possessions around Lichfield and Coventry, but he apparently did not give him Adric's great estates in Gloucestershire or along the Middle Severn, for shortly afterwards both Worcestershire and Herefordshire appear as separate earldoms. Over these he set Scandinavians, the former district going to his nephew Hakon, the son of Eric, and the latter to Eglaf, son of Thorgils Sprakeleg, whose elder brother Ulf was married to Estrith, Canute's half-sister. What was done in the case of the London districts and the 5 boroughs is not recorded. The names of the above earls, however, sufficiently indicate Canute's general idea, which was to employ English magnates as far as he could, but simultaneously to give sufficient rewards to his more important kinsmen, whether Danish or Norse, so that they in their turn might be able to reward their military followers. As a result, a very considerable sprinkling of new Scandinavian families settled in different parts of England, but at the same time there was no systematic forfeiture of lands, and in particular very little ousting of English peasantry to make way for fresh Scandinavian freedmen. Having once begun a conciliatory policy, Canute adhered to it steadily. In 1018 he held a great Gemot at Oxford in which he declared his intention of governing in accordance with the law of Edgar, and the same year he paid off the bulk of his Scandinavian forces and sent them back to Denmark, retaining only 40 ships in his service, whose crews afterwards came to form a kind of royal bodyguard known as the Huscarls. The next year he was abroad, securing his hold on Denmark, but signalized his return in 1020 by 2 acts which showed still further his trust in his English subjects. The first was the appointment of a Sussex magnate called Godwin to be Earl of Wessex, and the second, the issue of a remarkable proclamation declaring that he meant in future to carry on his government in strict conformity with the wishes of the English bishops. Here, in fact, we have the keynote of his internal policy for the rest of his life. Like Edgar, he became a devout son of the Church, a liberal ecclesiastical benefactor, and a patron of the monastic or reforming party. More and more he allowed himself to be guided by ecclesiastical advisers, men like Athelnoth, whom he made Archbishop of Canterbury, and Liffing, whom he promoted to be Abbot of Tavistock and later Bishop of Crediton. The most notable of his works of piety are perhaps the rebuilding of the minster of Bury St. Edmunds and its conversion from a college of canons into a house of monks, the foundation of the monastery of San Benet at Holme in Norfolk, and the presentation of the port of Sandwich and other gifts to Canterbury to atone for the murder of Archbishop Alfea. There were few minsters, in fact, which Canute did not enrich, for he wished to pose as the great Christian king and civilizer of his people, and he firmly believed that the Church was the only instrument which could effect his purpose. Meantime, across the North Sea, Canute was gradually extending his influence. In 1022 we hear of an expedition to Whitland in Esthonia, and a little later of demands on Olaf the Stout that he should hold Norway as Canute's vassal and pay a tribute. This led to an alliance between Olaf and Anund Jacob, the king of Sweden, who together in 1026 invaded the Danish realm, taking advantage of a dispute which had arisen between Canute and his brother-in-law Ulf. The danger brought Canute over to Denmark. He found the allied kings ravaging Scania, but so damaged their fleets in a fight at the mouth of the Helge River that they had to give up their enterprise. He next had Ulf put to death, whether justly or in a fit of passion it is difficult to say, and then in 1028, after a pilgrimage to Rome to witness the coronation of the Emperor Conrad II, invaded Norway with a considerable force, including an English contingent. The result was that Olaf was driven out, his constant efforts since 1015 to Christianize his subjects having rendered him unpopular. From this time onwards, Canute could call himself King of England, Denmark, Scania, Jutland, and Norway. Olaf, however, returned in 1030, but only to be defeated and slain at Stiklestad, near Trondheim, after which Knut placed his eldest son Svein in charge of Norway under the guardianship of his mother Ælfgifu of Northampton. The remainder of Knut's reign need not detain us. The king lived constantly in England and busied himself energetically with legislation designed to reinforce Edgar's laws and stamp out any remains of heathenism which still lurked in the country. It would seem, too, that he received some kind of homage from Malcolm II of Scotland, who in 1018 had driven the Bernician earls out of Lothian by a decisive victory at Carham. Knut's interference, however, did not really retrieve that disaster or prevent the River Tweed becoming henceforth the permanent northern limit of England. Knut died at Shaftesbury in 1035 when still under 40, and was buried in the Old Minster at Winchester. At once his newly formed empire fell to pieces. He had apparently intended that England and Denmark should remain united under Harthacnut, his son by Emma of Normandy, even if Svein, his son by Ælfgifu, obtained Norway. But the choice of Harthacnut, who was at the moment his representative in Denmark, did not commend itself either to the core of the Huscarls, or the Mercians, or the men of Yorkshire or East Anglia. Godwin, the Earl of Wessex, now the most important man in England, alone championed his cause strongly. Nor were the men of Norway willing to bow to Svein. Knut's arrangements, therefore, fell to the ground, except in Denmark, and the upshot was that the English Witan at Oxford, led by Leofric, the son of Earl Leofwin, who had now become Earl of Mercia, declared for Harold Harefoot, the younger son of Ælfgifu of Northampton, who was in England, while the Norwegians set up Magnus, the son of their old national champion Olaf the Stout, and recovered their independence. This settlement of the succession persisted so far as it affected England for 5 years, despite Harold's worthlessness and the strong opposition of Queen Emma and Archbishop Athelnath. For Harthacnut remained in Denmark, fully occupied in beating off attacks from Magnus, and Godwin with his partisans, disappointed at his non-appearance in England, deserted his cause. There is nothing, however, to record concerning Harold's reign, 1035 to 1040, except a number of acts of cruelty, the most notable being the murder of Alfred, Queen Emma's eldest son, by her first husband, King Athelred, who with his younger brother Edward had been living peaceably in Normandy during the 17 years of Knut's rule. This young prince landed in England in 1035 with a small following, perhaps to make a bid for the throne, but was seized by Godwin at Guildford and then handed over to Harold, who had him blinded with such barbarity that he died. For this act Godwin got nearly all the blame. Meantime, Queen Emma took refuge at Bruges with the Count of Flanders, and it was only in the autumn of 1039 that she at last succeeded in stirring up her son Harthacnut to collect a fleet of some 60 ships for an attack on his half-brother. Before he could reach England, Harold died, whereupon Harthacnut was offered the crown peaceably. He landed at Sandwich in June 1040, but soon showed himself a bloodthirsty tyrant. He began by imposing a heavy tribute on his new subjects to pay the crews of his fleet. This led shortly afterwards to the harrying of Worcestershire for impeding the king's huscarls in the collection of the tax. A little later he slew Adolf, the Earl of Northumberland, by treachery, and gave his earldom to Siward, the Earl of Yorkshire. He also took to selling vacant bishoprics. Luckily, his reign lasted less than 2 years, terminating with his sudden death in June 1042 at a wedding banquet, quote, as he stood at his drink, end quote. Once more, the English magnates had an opportunity of selecting a king, uninfluenced by pressure from an invading army. The choice lay between a Danish or an English succession. If the Danish line was to be maintained, the most promising heir was Knut's nephew Svein, the son of his sister Estrith and the murdered Ulf, whom Harthacnut had left as viceroy in Denmark to contend with Magnus. But if the English line was to be restored, the only possible candidate was Edward, the surviving son of Emma and Athelred, whom Harthacnut had allowed to return to England. As Earl Godwin was married to Githa, Ulf's sister, and had been concerned in the death of Edward's brother Alfred only a few years before, the West Saxon leader might well have given his support to Svein. He did not, however, do so, for Svein at the moment was making no headway in Denmark. Accordingly, after a short period of indecision, Edward was chosen king by the voice of all the folk of England and crowned 9 months later on Easter Day, 1043. The restoration of Ethelred's line in the person of Edward, known to later generations as Edward the Confessor, freed England from one set of foreign influences only to introduce another. For Edward, in spite of his direct male descent from Alfred, was half a Norman in blood and almost wholly a Norman in training. When, in 1041, he returned to England after an exile of more than a quarter of a century, he was already approaching his 40th year, and he was a man whose habits and ways of thinking had long been fixed. By all who knew him, he was accounted a mild-mannered, conscientious person, and a confirmed bachelor. He loved hunting but not fighting. In France, a great deal of his life had been spent at Jumièges and other monasteries under the influence of Norman ecclesiastics, and among these surroundings he had acquired a taste for a comparatively cultured life and a tendency to lean on clerics for guidance. He probably thought in French and disliked speaking English, and he was at little pains to conceal the fact that he found the manners of his countrymen uncongenial and their ideas boorish and behind the times. When the English magnates decided to accept him as their king, they probably thought that they had gauged his character and reckoned that with his ignorance of English ways he would be unable to direct affairs, and that all real power would consequently slip by degrees into their hands. Such a forecast, however, was not realized quite in the way the magnates expected, for Edward was no sooner seated on the throne than he began to fill his court with sundry Normans, Flemings, and Bretons, who looked for honors and careers in England, and were by no means prepared to play the part of mere courtiers. Their numbers, too, year by year increased, and Edward never hesitated to show that he preferred their cleverer and more polished society to the ruder ways of English and Danes, however high-born or wealthy. Just at first, of course, he had to rely for support on the native nobles and churchmen who had favored his accession, and especially on Earl Godwin, who was by far the most powerful territorial magnate in southern England, and who had been chiefly responsible, with Bishop Liffing of Crediton, for making him king. Edward, however, was astute enough to perceive that Godwin's predominance was much resented in the Midlands and in the north, and that in every district the great landowners were exceedingly bitter in their jealousies and rivalries, and might easily be pitted one against the other in such a manner that the king might, after all, more or less get his own way if he played his cards skillfully. We find Edward, accordingly, before long, turning for support to Earl Leofric of Mercia and Earl Siward of Northumbria, whenever he felt himself too much in the grip of Earl Godwin. At the same time, he went to work systematically to contrive openings for placing his foreign friends in positions of influence. Being a man without much energy, Edward planned no sudden coup d'etat, nor did he achieve any dramatic success in asserting himself, but he did enough by persistently adhering to the same tactics to make his reign a period of continual struggle between rival aspirants for ascendancy in his councils, and he managed so to manipulate events that a French-speaking element in a few years gained a firm foothold in the ranks of the nobility and in the church, and gradually acquired considerable territorial influence in many parts of central and southern England. It is, of course, easy to arraign this policy as unpatriotic, and as it ultimately led to the conquest of England by the Normans, Edward had sometimes been denounced as the most worthless of the Old English kings. The introduction from abroad of more civilized manners and ideas was in itself, however, no bad thing, and Edward ought rather to be praised for it. It must be remembered, too, that at the outset of his reign, England had clearly fallen behind the continent in many ways and required to be reawakened. It seems, then, rather beside the mark to charge Edward with want of patriotism, because he attempted to supply new educative influences in the only way open to him, and altogether inaccurate to picture him, as has sometimes been done, as a saintly non-entity entirely at the beck and call of foreign ecclesiastics, and without any policy of his own. The truer picture seems to be that he was neither unpatriotic nor over-saintly, in spite of the grotesque stories handed down about him by monkish biographers of the next generation. He was rather a well-intentioned man of mediocre talent, thrust late in life and unexpectedly into an extremely difficult position, and unfortunately not strong enough to play the king's part with credit to himself or advantage to his subjects. It is not surprising, then, to find that nothing was done in his long reign of 23.5 years, 1042 to 1066, to weld England together into a more compact state or to retard the growth of feudalizing tendencies, and that when he died, leaving no direct heir, the quarrelsome magnates, who had tried unceasingly to overshadow him during his lifetime, held hopelessly divergent views about replacing him. The outstanding feature of Edward's reign during his earlier years is undoubtedly the constant growth of Godwin's territorial power, and the persistency with which the Earl sought to aggrandize himself and his family, not only in his own province of Wessex, but also in Mercia and East Anglia. Godwin's first great success was obtained in 1045, when he induced Edward, in spite of his known preference for celibacy, to marry his daughter Edith and endow her with important estates in many parts of England. As the king's father-in-law, Godwin thus acquired precedence over the other earls. His ambition, however, was by no means satisfied with this advancement, and we next find him working for the advancement of his sons. Again, Edward proved compliant, and Godwin secured, in quick succession, an earldom in the Severn Valley for his eldest son Svein, who had hitherto been content with a subordinate earldom under his father in Somerset and Dorset, another in East Anglia for his second son Harold, and a third in the Midlands for his nephew Bjorn. By what means sufficient lands were at the king's disposal to make these promotions possible, we do not know. Presumably, Edward must have got into his hands most of the estates which Canute had formerly bestowed on his Danish jarls Eglif, Hakon, and Thorkel the Tall. Some evidence also exists that considerable property was surrendered at this time under pressure by Emma, the Queen Mother, and also some by the king himself. For later, Harold is found in possession of at least 20 manors in Essex and Hertfordshire, which have all the characteristics of crown land, while the king is returned as owning hardly any property in those counties. Meantime, Edward was active, as occasion offered, in introducing his own particular friends into lay and ecclesiastical posts, to act as checks on Godwin's increasing power. The leading clerical examples were Robert, Abbot of Jumièges, one of his closest friends in Normandy, whom he made Bishop of London in 1044, and another Norman called Ulf, who became Bishop of the wide-spreading Diocese of Dorchester. These ecclesiastical appointments passed unresented, and they were set off by others which went to Godwin's party, such as the coadjutorship of Canterbury to Seward, Abbot of Abingdon, who died in October 1048, and the bishopric of Winchester to Stigand, a wealthy landowner in Norfolk and Suffolk, who had been an important king's chaplain in Canute's day and was high in favor with Queen Emma. Less satisfactory to Godwin was the promotion of the king's nephew Ralph to a position of influence. This young Frenchman, who was the son of Goda, Edward's sister, by her marriage with Drogo of Mantes, Count of the Vexin, was given an earldom in Herefordshire, which acted as a counterpoise to Svein's earldom. And at the same time 2 Breton lords, Robert the son of Wimerc and Ralph of Guadet near Rennes, were endowed with considerable fiefs in Essex and East Anglia to act as checks on Harold. To distinguish him from Ralph of Mantes, this second Ralph is usually styled Ralph the Staller, from the important quasi-military office of constable in the royal household, which Edward also bestowed on him. Godwin must have realized from these measures that his hold over Edward was precarious, and soon afterward it was almost destroyed owing to the misdeeds of his son Svein, who first offended the church by abducting the abbess of Leominster, and then alienated the nobles by murdering his cousin Earl Bjorn. Godwin, with great stupidity, condoned these outrages, but his attempts to shield his son so damaged his influence, even in his own earldom of Wessex, that Edward plucked up courage in 1050, when Eadsiga of Canterbury died, to set aside Godwin's kinsman, the elected Aelfric, and promote Robert of Jumièges to be primate of the English Church. Nor could Godwin obtain the bishopric of London, thus vacated, for his friend Spirafolk of Abingdon, as Robert of Jumièges maintained that his elevation was forbidden by the Pope, and backed the king in appointing another Norman cleric named William in his stead. A definite breach thus arose between Edward and his father-in-law, leading a year later to a serious crisis. This developed out of a visit which Eustace, the Count of Boulogne, paid to Edward in 1051. Eustace had recently married the king's sister Goda, the widowed mother of the Earl of Hereford, and he seems to have come to England on an ordinary family visit, or perhaps to look after his wife's English lands. His stay with his brother-in-law at the English court went off quietly enough, but on his return journey his retinue provoked a riot at Dover which resulted in some of the count's men being killed, as well as some of the townsmen. Count Eustace regarded this broil as the fault of the burghers and immediately demanded reparation for the insult, whereupon Edward called upon Godwin in his capacity of Earl of the district to punish the men of Dover. Godwin, however, refused. This gave Edward an opportunity of asserting his authority. He accordingly summoned Godwin to appear before a court at Gloucester to defend his action. At the same time, Robert of Jumièges advised Edward to rake up against Godwin the old charge that 15 years before he had been accessory to, if not the prime mover in, the death of Alfred, the king's brother. Godwin, suspecting that the plan was to involve him in a blood feud, replied by summoning a large force of his own thanes to a rendezvous at Berkeley within easy reach of Gloucester, and by calling upon his sons Svein and Harold also to come with their forces to his help. As a set-off to the attack of the Kentish men on the French count, he also preferred charges against Ralph of Hereford, alleging that Ralph's French followers had been guilty of many acts of cruelty and oppression towards Englishmen, and further, that following the French fashion, he had erected a private castle in his earldom, which was a danger to English liberties, such a building being quite unexampled on English soil, where the only fortifications hitherto built were the national boroughs maintained in the king's name for defense against the Danes. When it became known that Godwin had appealed to arms, Earl Leofric of Mercia and Earl Siward of Northumbria also gathered their forces and came south to the support of the king. The upshot was that Godwin found himself outmatched and, fearing defeat, agreed to disband his forces, whereupon the king summoned another Witan to meet at London, which boldly decreed outlawry for Godwin and all his sons. In these circumstances, the earl thought it safest to take refuge with his friend Baldwin of Lille, the Count of Flanders, and wait for time to break up the king's party. He accordingly sailed for Bruges, taking his sons Svein and Tostig with him, the latter of whom had married Baldwin's daughter, while his sons Harold and Leofwin rode for Bristol and took ship to Ireland. The direction of affairs in southern England after Godwin's departure seems to have fallen largely into the hands of the king's foreign friends. Greedy to obtain a share of Godwin's lands and honors, fresh troops of Normans and Bretons soon came flocking to England, and the king's wife Edith was deprived of her estates and sent in disgrace to the nunnery of Werwell. Earl Leofric, however, was by no means backward in pushing his own interests, and used the crisis to consolidate his position in Mercia by obtaining a grant of Bjorn's estates for himself, while his son Alfgar stepped into Harold's shoes as Earl of East Anglia. As for Svein's estates in Somerset, Dorset, Devon, and the Severn Valley, they seem to have passed to a new earl, Odda, whose patrimony lay chiefly in the neighborhood of Pershore and Deerhurst. The fall of Godwin's house was thus for the moment pretty complete. His exile, however, lasted but a short time, as a reaction set in when the English thanes realized that Normans and Bretons were the chief gainers by Godwin's absence, and it quickly gathered strength when the news went round that a yet more powerful foreigner than any who had hitherto come was to visit Edward's court. This was Edward's kinsman William, the young Duke of Normandy. This prince made little secret of the fact that he regarded himself as a possible claimant to the English throne, should Edward die childless, and those who knew what the Normans were now doing in southern Italy naturally regarded him as coming to England to spy out the nakedness of the land, and shook their heads over his advent. His visit, as a matter of fact, was quite uneventful, but Edward had none the less blundered, so that in 1052 Godwin found himself in a position to return and claim back his lost possessions. Landing at Southwark without having met with any effective opposition in the Thames from the king's ships under Earl Ralph and Earl Odda, he found the Londoners actively on his side, as were also the prelates of English birth, led by Stigand, who aimed at obtaining the Archbishopric of Canterbury. Neither Leofric nor Siward would now help Edward, and without them he could offer practically little resistance. The result was a panic among his foreign followers, many of whom, headed by Robert the Archbishop and Ulf of Dorchester, fled from London to a castle in Essex, which Robert the son of Wimar was then building, and thence by way of the Naze to the continent. Others fled westward into Herefordshire, hoping to find security in another castle, which Osborne Pentecost, one of Earl Ralph's men, was erecting on the Welsh border, probably at Ueas. These hurried flights made it clear to everyone that Edward's attempt at independence had failed. A fresh witan accordingly was assembled, which formally outlawed many of the foreigners and restored Godwin and his family to their former possessions. Edith also came back to court from Werwell, while Stigand obtained the See of Canterbury in the place of the fugitive Robert, and proceeded to hold it in plurality with Winchester, not to mention many other preferments, such as canonries, all over his province. End of section 54.
Section 55 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. England from A.D. 954 to the death of Edward the Confessor, Part 4, by William John Corbett. For the rest of his life, Edward was never able to shake himself free from the domination of the House of Godwin. The great Earl, it is true, did not himself long enjoy his restoration to power. He died in 1053, quite suddenly, while attending a banquet at Winchester. His honors and estates thereupon passed to his second son, Harold, his ill-fated eldest son, Svein, having died a few months earlier at Constantinople, while making a pilgrimage to Jerusalem to atone for his crimes. The character of the reign changes sensibly after Godwin's death. The king still continued fitfully to play the magnates off against each other, reappointing Elfgar, for example, to the earldom of East Anglia after Harold's transfer to Wessex. But Edward was fast becoming elderly, and as his energy declined, he centered his attention more and more on sport and church matters to the neglect of politics. Harold, on the other hand, though full of ambition and energy, being little over 30, was more cautious and better liked than his father, and was always careful to keep on terms with Earl Leofric and the Mercians. There was for a time, therefore, a quiet interval, the only incident of note in 1054 being a Northumbrian expedition beyond the Forth undertaken by Earl Siward in the interests of his Scotch grandson Malcolm Canmore. This young prince on the paternal side was great-grandson of Malcolm II, the victor of Carham, and was being kept out of his patrimony by Macbeth, the famous Mormaer, or Earl of Moray, immortalized by Shakespeare. Some years before, Macbeth had slain Malcolm's father, Duncan I, and then usurped the crown. For a number of years, Malcolm had lived in Siward's household, becoming quite a Northumbrian in speech and education, but by 1054 he was grown up and eager to regain his crown. The expedition was well managed by Earl Siward, who obtained a notable victory at Dunsinane near Perth, but it was not till 3 years later that Macbeth was killed and Malcolm III, 1057 to 1093, finally set upon the throne. Siward's intervention beyond the Tweed was of great moment for Scotland, as Malcolm's restoration inevitably brought a great access of power to the Anglo-Danish element in the kingdom, and transferred the center of the realm from the Celtic districts beyond the Forth to the English-speaking province of Lothian. And this in its turn was of great importance to England, for it turned the ambitions of the Scotch kings more definitely southwards and led them to covet the Tees for their frontier instead of the Tweed. Siward died in 1055, the year following the fight at Dunsinane. As he had lost his eldest son in that battle, and as his younger son, Waltheof, was still a child, a difficulty arose as to the succession to Northumbrian earldom. The natural course would have been to select some member of the House of Bamborough for the office, or at any rate some Anglo-Dane possessing territorial influence north of the Humber. Harold, however, considered the appointment an opportunity too good to be lost for extending the influence of his own family. He therefore advised Edward to appoint his brother Tostig to the earldom, in spite of the obvious risk of placing a West Saxon over the Northerners. Edward acquiesced in this plan, partly because he had a real liking for Tostig, and partly because he hoped to pit the brothers against each other, and so free himself to some extent from Harold's tutelage. Beyond the Humber, Tostig's elevation was accepted at first with sullen indifference, but further south it led at once to trouble, being much resented by Earl Elfgar, who regarded it as a menace to the Mercian house. Elfgar's opposition went so far that Harold was able to represent his conduct as treasonable, and in the upshot obtained the consent of a Witan to his outlawry. Thereupon Elfgar, as Harold had done in similar circumstances, withdrew to Ireland, where he soon recruited a fleet manned by adventurous Irish and Danes, and then, eager for revenge, offered his services to the Welsh for an attack on those who had driven him out of England. The ally to whom Earl Elfgar turned was Griffith ap Llewellyn, Prince of North Wales, a remarkable man who had ascended the throne of Gwynedd in 1039 and gradually extended his sway over Deheubarth and the rest of the Welsh principalities. His power had long been a menace to the men of Herefordshire. In 1052 he had led a raid against Earl Rolf and defeated his forces near Leominster. Having just compassed the death of a dangerous South Welsh rival, Gruffudd was now ready to attack again and was delighted to join forces with Elfgar. The pair accordingly marched upon Hereford in the autumn of 1055, and having driven off Ralph's levies, who were mounted, we are told in the French fashion, sacked the borough and burnt the newly built minster, at the same time killing several of the canons. The alarm caused in the Severn Valley by this exploit was so great that Earl Harold himself had to hurry to the west with assistance. He was unable, however, to punish the invaders, and had to patch up a peace at Billingsley in Archenfeld, by which Elfgar regained his position as Earl of East Anglia. 2 years later, in 1057, Leofric, the old Earl of Mercia, died, and also Earl Rolf. Elfgar thereupon succeeded to Mercia, but only on the understanding that East Anglia should pass to Harold's brother, Gurth, that sundry Mercian districts near London, such as Hertfordshire and Buckinghamshire, should be formed into a new earldom for Leofwin, another of his brothers, and that Herefordshire should fall to Harold himself. As Somerset and Dorset had been reunited to Wessex upon Auda's death in 1056, these territorial rearrangements meant that the sons of Godwin held the earldoms throughout England, with the exception of the curtailed earldom of Mercia, and men began to speculate whether even this exception would be long maintained. The central earldom still formed a good-sized jurisdiction, stretching across the northern Midlands from the Welsh borders to the North Sea, but few could doubt that Harold was aiming at its dismemberment, so that whenever Edward should die, there might be no power left in England sufficiently strong to compete with him if he decided to be a candidate for the throne. This ultimate object, it is true, was not yet avowed, but the thorny question of the succession was beginning to be discussed, as Edward was well over 50, and his only near kinsman was the baby grandson of Edmund Ironside, known to history as Edgar the Atheling. According to the accepted traditions of the English, this child would for many years be far too young to be elected king, and further, he had no support in the country, for his father had been exiled by Canute in infancy, and having spent almost his whole life in Hungary, had never acquired any territorial position in England. As events turned out, no convenient opportunity for dismembering Mercia occurred, for Elfgar, to protect his family's interests, gave his daughter Ealdgyth to Grufrid in marriage, and so could count on the support of sturdy Welsh allies. Harold, therefore, left him unmolested till his death in 1062, when the Mercian earldom passed to his son Edwin. Meanwhile, King Grufrid, presuming on his Mercian connection, kept on harassing Harold's Herefordshire lands. As a counterblow, early in 1063, Harold made a raid into North Wales and attacked Rhuddlan, hoping to find Grufrid unprepared. The Welsh king got away by sea, but was not fated to enjoy his good fortune much longer, for Harold was determined to crush him, and so deprive the young Edwin of the outside support that his father had relied on. To this end, Harold summoned Tostig to join him with a Northumbrian levy, and then both brothers pushed into Wales beyond Rhuddlan and chased the Welsh prince from one hill fortress to another. In this extremity, Grufrid was deserted not only by the Mercians, but also by his own men, and was shortly afterwards assassinated. His fall, accompanied as it was by the restoration of considerable tracts along the marches to English rule, brought Harold undoubted prestige, but it must not be supposed that the Welsh were in any sense conquered. Their unity was once more broken up. Within their own borders, however, various Welsh chieftains remained as independent as ever. During the course of the next year, an untoward mishap befell Harold. For some reason or other, he had occasion to take a sea trip in the Channel, and as he was sailing from his paternal seat at Bossum in Sussex towards Dover, a storm caught him and drove his ship ashore on the coast of Ponthieu in France. Guy, the Count of the district, when he heard of the wreck, gave orders for Harold's arrest, and being a vassal of William, the Duke of Normandy, handed him over to his overlord at Rouen as a captive. Harold thus became an unwilling guest at the Norman court. As such, he accompanied the Duke on a campaign into Brittany, but though he was outwardly treated with honor, he was informed that he would not be allowed to return to England unless he would become the Duke's man and take an oath to assist William in the future, should he make a claim to the English throne on Edward's death. Seeing no other way of regaining his liberty, Harold had perforce to take the oath demanded of him, whereupon he was permitted to sail for England. On his return, he made as little as possible of the misadventure, and no doubt regarded the oath extracted from him by force as of no validity, but he had nonetheless placed himself in a very false position, considering his own aspirations to be Edward's successor. Harold came back to find a very disturbed state of affairs in the north of England. For 9 years his brother Tostig had been Earl of Northumbria, but he had ruled harshly, and had especially provoked discontent by treacherously causing the deaths of Gamel, son of Orm, and Ulf, son of Dolphin, 2 members of the old Bamborough house, and appropriating their estates. The result was that the kinsmen of the murdered men started an intrigue with the young Edwin of Mercia, and in 1065 broke into open insurrection. A little later they seized York and declared Tostig outlawed. They then elected Morkier, Edwin's younger brother, to be Earl in Tostig's place, and putting him at the head of the Northumbrian forces, advanced into Mercia, where they were joined by Earl Edwin and his thanes, and also by a body of Welshmen. Marching further south, the combined armies overran in succession Northamptonshire and Oxfordshire, until at last they were met by Harold in the Thames Valley. All this time Tostig had remained well out of the way, hunting in Clarendon Forest in Edward's company. Harold intervened, it appears, with insufficient forces to risk a battle, and being reduced to negotiate, had to accept the conditions demanded by Edwin and his Yorkshire allies. As a result, Morkere was officially recognized by King Edward as Earl north of the Humber, whereupon Tostig retired in high dudgeon to Flanders to seek assistance from his father-in-law, Count Baldwin V, 1036 to 1067. As part of the resettlement, the youthful Rothwell, the son of Earl Seward, was made Earl of Northamptonshire and Huntingdonshire as some compensation for the fact that his hereditary claims to Northumberland were a second time ignored. Harold's share in these transactions has sometimes been represented as an act of justice to the Northerners, done at the expense of his family's interests without any real necessity. Be that as it may, Tostig never forgave him for not rendering more effective support, and from this time forward became his bitterest enemy. It certainly looks as if Harold was thinking more of his own interest than Tostig's, and saw in Tostig's fall an opportunity of making the House of Mercia more friendly to himself in the future and less inclined to oppose him, should he make a bid for the crown. For now it was hardly concealed that Harold and his friends, in the event of the king's death, would seek to set aside the direct line of the House of Alfred and would propose that the House of Godwin should be put in its place. If, however, this was to be effected by general consent without an appeal to force, it could only be by the action of the National Assembly, in which Edwin and Morkere and their supporters would have a very influential vote. Harold, therefore, had very good reasons for making terms with them, as it clearly would be more advantageous to him to win the crown by consent than by force. Questions as to Harold's motives are, however, a problem so complex as to defy our best efforts to unravel them, and all that can be said with certainty is that events were soon to show that, in abandoning Tostig's cause and favoring the Mercian aspirations, he had taken the most prudent course. For in the winter following Tostig's fall, Edward became seriously ill while superintending the building of the new abbey at Westminster, which he had recently founded. And here, in his manor house on the banks of the Thames, he died on 6 January 1066, leaving the succession an open question. To his own contemporaries, he was never the saintly person that later historians have depicted, but just a pious and often misguided ruler who had attempted to bring the English into closer connection with their continental neighbors than was desirable, and had rather willfully undermined the insularity of his dominions without knowing how to bring them peace and security. It was only by later generations, who venerated him as the last of the line of Cerdic and Alfred, that he came to be honored as a saint, and it was only in 1161 that the bull was issued by Pope Alexander III, which conferred on him the title of Confessor, which has become so familiar. In tracing the political developments under Ethelred, Canute, and Edward, little has been said about the economic or social side of English life, but it must not be thought that the period of 90 years from 975 to 1065 was a period devoid of social developments, or that materials are lacking for forming an estimate of the amount and character of the changes which were going on. On the contrary, did space permit, much might be said on such topics as the distribution of wealth and territorial power, the density of the population in different districts, the ranks and grades of society, the methods of tillage and industry, and the condition of the urban centers. Information as to some of these, if not very clear, is comparatively ample, for in addition to the laws and charters and a fair amount of literary evidence, we can use as the groundwork for our picture the very detailed description of England in 1065, which is preserved in the Domesday Survey. Primarily, of course, this Norman survey is concerned with the condition of the country 20 years later, but the local jurors who furnished the returns were also required to state how matters had stood on the day when King Edward was alive and dead, and there is no reason to doubt the general accuracy of their answers, even though some allowance has to be made for the recollection of the earlier period being somewhat blurred. The most important feature which stands out in all the sources alike is that there was just as little uniformity in England at the end of the Anglo-Saxon period in social and economic matters as in political conditions. In spite of the fact that the country had been nominally a single kingdom for over a century, each province in 1065 still retained its own traditions and customs in social matters, and there were not only fundamental differences between the English and Danish districts, but also between the Valley of the Thames and the Valley of the Severn, between Kent and Wessex, between Wessex and Mercia, and between the northern and the southern Danelaw. Any attempt, therefore, to give a picture of a typical village or a typical estate would be misleading, for everywhere there were startling variations. Even within the limits of a single shire, there were frequently several types of organization, not to speak of differences in nomenclature and differences in land measures and monetary units. There are, however, some generalizations which can be accepted confidently, and to these we must chiefly confine ourselves. The first, most obvious economic feature is that the density of the population decreased as one passed from east to west. In 1065, Lincolnshire, Norfolk, and Suffolk were by far the most thickly populated shires. Were the population of these three counties left out of account, we should be leaving out of account not much less than 1/6 of the whole English nation. The least thickly populated districts south of the Humber and the Ribble were apparently Shropshire, Staffordshire, and Cornwall, but men were also sparse in Devon and in all parts of the Severn Valley. Another clear feature is that the land was much more valuable in the east than in the west, partly, of course, because of geological differences and the variation of soils, but largely because the denser population of the east facilitated a more intensive working of the land and the maintenance of a far greater head of cattle and sheep. Yet another great contrast between the East and the West, of critical economic importance, arose from the fact that the East was the home of liberty. In the Danish districts, the peasantry, whether English or Danish by descent, were far less exploited in the interests of the upper classes than in the English districts. To begin with, there were far fewer actual slaves or theos in these parts than elsewhere. In East Anglia, the slaves formed only 4% of the population, whereas in the Midlands they formed 14 to 15%, on the Welsh border 17%, and in Cornwall 21%. But this is not the whole story. In the Danish districts, considerable sections of the inferior cultivating classes rendered far lighter dues for their holdings and performed far fewer services for their lords than in the Midlands or in Wessex. One reason for this was that the overlordship of the soil was far more divided and broken up in the Danelaw than in the south and west. In the Chiltern districts, in Kent, and in Wessex generally, it was fairly common for a village to have only one lord, but in the Danelaw, as often as not, 4 or 5 lords were concurrently interested in even quite small villages, and it is not impossible to point to instances in which a village was shared between as many as 9 or 10. At the same time, in the Danelaw, the tie between a lord and his men was far looser as regards a large section of the peasantry than in Mercia or Wessex, for considerable numbers of the classes described in the Domesday Survey as liberi homines and sociamani still had the right of choosing their lords and from time to time of transferring their allegiance from one lord to another. As the phrase runs in the Domesday Survey, they could recede from their lord without his license and go with their land where they would. The natural consequence followed that it was difficult for the lord, whose patronage they did acknowledge, to get any burdensome rents or services out of them. End of section 55. Section 56 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. England from A.D. 954 to the death of Edward the Confessor, Part 5, by William John Corbett. Let us now turn to consider what is known about the ranks of English society outside the Danelaw in the earlier years of the 11th century. One has to admit that this is an obscure subject, but some direct light is thrown on it by the Rectitudinus Singularum Personarum. This Anglo-Saxon tract is unfortunately undated, and nothing is known of its origin. But it seems to be a memorandum drawn up by the land agent of a monastic or episcopal estate, comprising in all probability several villages, in order to keep a record of the services due from the various grades of tenants who were under his management. It is thought to have been put together about 1025, and along with it is found a second tract which sets forth the duties of the land agent, calling him at one time a Girafa, or reeve, and at another a seerman. The occurrence of this second term has led some commentators to think that the writer of the tracts might have been a shire reeve, but seerman carries no such implication, being used indifferently of any official person. The author of the Rectitudinus begins his treatise by describing the services of the thane. By that term, he clearly did not mean a king's thane or man of much importance, nor did he mean the lord of the estate, who was probably some bishop or abbot, but only a lesser thane, the mediocris thanes of Knut's laws. In the Domesday returns relating to 1065, such lesser thanes are frequently mentioned. They occur most commonly on large ecclesiastical manors, their holdings being termed thanelands, and on them lay the burden of providing the military and other services due from the churches to the king. In the Rectitudinus, the thane's duties are similar, the main ones specified being Feerdfereld, Boerboot, and Breisgewerk, that is to say, the well-known Trinota Necessitas, together with all other burdens arising at the king's ban, such as the provision of ship service and coast guard service, and the building of deer hays for the king's use when he came into the district. Here, then, we seem for the first time in our sources to meet with a definite military tenure, but it differed from the later knight service in that the thane fought on foot and not on horseback, and performed his service on behalf of his lord's estate and not in respect of his own holding. As to the size of the thane's holding, the Rectitudinus are silent, but tell us that the thane was worthy of his book right. No doubt he was also, as his name implies, a Dearborn man with a vergeld of 1,200 shillings. We cannot, however, picture him as more than a petty squire, for in Domesday the assessment of the thane land, though sometimes 5 hides or more, is often no more than 1 hide. It was not, however, always a compact tenement, but might be made up of parcels lying in several villages. Having described the thane, the author of the Rectitudinus passes next to the Cyril class and sets before us 3 distinct grades, called respectively Geniatus, Geborus, and Kotsetlas. The differences between them were clearly in the main economic and not due to differences of legal status. In the eyes of the law, all alike were twy hindeman and had vergelds of 200 shillings. Even the Kotsetlas, who were the poorest, paid their hearth pennies on Holy Thursday, as every freeman should. What marked these grades off from one another was the nature of the dues which could be claimed from them by their lords. The Kotsetlas, or cottage tenants, having as a rule no plough oxen, may probably be regarded as the lowest of the 3 in the social scale. They worked every Monday throughout the year for the lord on his inland or domain portion of the estate, and 3 days a week at harvest time. They paid church scot at Martinmas, but did not normally pay landgefol or rent in money. Their holdings in the arable fields were usually 5 acres more or less. Next in order in the village hierarchy came the Gaboras, or Boers, whose name itself, used as it is in most Germanic tongues for a peasant of any kind, and still familiar to us in a disguised form in the term neighbor, seems to imply that they were the commonest and most widespread class. To these tenants our author devotes about a quarter of his treatise, admitting, however, that he cannot be very precise about their services, as they varied in details from place to place. Their holdings, described as Gesettesland, that is, land set to Gefall, as contrasted with the inland retained by the Lord for his own use, were known as yardlands or Gerde. Each of these comprised a farmsteading or toft with some 30 acres of arable, scattered in acre and half-acre strips in different parts of the village fields, together with a share in the hay meadows and pastures. In return for their yardlands, the services of the Gaboras to the Lord were far heavier than those of the Cosetlas, being 3 days' work a week on the inland from Candlemas, 2nd of February, to Easter, 3 days' work a week in harvest time, and 2 days' work a week at other seasons. Moreover, as a part of this wikwerk, they had specially to assist the Lord with their own oxen and labor in plowing his inland. They had also to pay diverse gafols or rents, some in money and some in kind. For example, they might have to feed the Lord's hounds or find bread for his swineherds, while some provided hens and lambs, and some paid honeygafol and some ale-gafol. Their beasts also had to lie at the Lord's fold from Martinmas to Easter. When first admitted or set to their holdings, they received an outfit of livestock and seed from the Lord, which had to be returned at their death, a custom which has survived together with the yardland in a modified form even to modern times under the name of the Heriot. Highest in the scale above the Gaboras came the Ganiatas. They were altogether freer men who, though they had to pay landgafol and other dues and had to reap and mow for the Lord at harvest time, had no fixed week work to do. The essential feature, in fact, about their tenure was that their services were occasional and not fixed to definite days. Their main duties were to ride on the Lord's errands far and near, to carry loads and do carting when called upon, to reap and mow at harvest time, to act as the Lord's bodyguard, to escort travelers coming to the Lord, and to maintain the walls and fences round the Lord's burg or dwelling house. Exceptional types of rent-paying ceorls are next described, such as the Bao ceorl in charge of the Lord's hives, and the Gafol swan in charge of his pigs. And then to complete the picture, we have the various sorts of predial slaves, the Theowan or Serve, and Theowan Wifman or Ancile. Of these unfree hinds, nearly a dozen types are mentioned, such as ox herds, shepherds, goat herds, cheesemakers, barn keepers, woodmen, hedgers, and so on. But not much is told about them individually, except details as to the cost of their maintenance. The remarkable fullness of the details furnished by the author of the Rectitudinous, and the great interest of his account as the earliest known picture of a large English landed estate, naturally lead us to speculate how far it is to be considered a valid picture for England generally. The answer seems to be that it had little application outside Wessex and Mercia, and even in those provinces it is difficult to make it altogether tally with the conditions found in the majority of the counties a generation or two later on, as depicted in the Domesday Survey. It fits best, in fact, when compared with Domesday, with the counties along the Welsh border from Gloucestershire to Cheshire, for there is an obvious parallel between these Geniatas of the Rectitudinous with their riding services and those Rodmani or Rodchanistres who were prominent in those counties in 1065, and who were clearly riding men after the style of the equites set up by Oswald on the estates of the Church of Worcester in Edgar's day. It agrees also remarkably well with an account we have of the labor customs in use at Tiddenham in the Fours of Dean, drawn up about 1060. This village lies in the triangle formed by the junction of the Wye with the Severn, and in Edward's reign belonged to the monks of Bath, who had sublet it to Archbishop Stigand for his life. It was an extensive estate, divided into several hamlets, and was assessed for taxation at 30 hides. 9 of these hides were inland, and 21 Gesetis land, divided into yard lands, occupied some by geniatas and some by goburas. The account speaks of these yardlands as gerda gafolandas, and then sets out the services of the 2 classes of tenantry, remarking that to Tiddenham belong many labor services. To Diddenham, Gebirid, Messiel work, Raden. As in the Rectitudinous, the geniat's chief duty was to act as an escort, take messages, and do carting, while the Gebur had not only many gefols to render, but owed heavy weak work and plowing services. It looks, then, as if the Rectitudinous must apply primarily to this part of Mercia, and as if the tract probably had its origin on one or other of the great church fiefs which dominated the valley of the Lower Severn. On the other hand, it is impossible to suppose that the main conditions on the larger ecclesiastical or lay estates in Wessex were not to some extent the same, for Geniat and Gebur, Yardland, and Gesetis land are all mentioned as West Saxon institutions in the laws of Ine, together with the Gefol Geldu, the lords Gerefa, and the taking up of land to work and to Gefol. We know, too, that King Alfred had his Geniatas, and the abbeys of Glastonbury and Abingdon had their Tain lands and Gebur lands in the 9th and 10th centuries, while yardlands, half-yardlands, and cotlands formed the basis of village organization in all the southern shires except Kent and Cornwall from the Norman conquest onwards until rendered obsolete by the enclosures in the 18th and 19th centuries. We must suppose, then, that, though rod chenistras are hardly alluded to at all in Wessex in the Doomsday Returns, they appear once in Berkshire and twice in Hampshire, they must nonetheless have existed there in the days of Canute and Edward, and we must account for the silence of Doomsday about them by the hypothesis that the jurors for the West Saxon hundreds in 1055 were not asked to distinguish between the 2 classes of Ciorlas, and therefore merged them together under the vaguer title of tunesmen, a term which occasionally appears in Anglo-Saxon documents and which Latin scribes rendered by the word villainous. We cannot, however, postulate more than a general similarity of system on the various estates, whether of Wessex or Mercia, for the leading characteristic of rural organization in England has ever been that each village has been free to regulate its own farming and develop its own special customs as to tenure and tillage. Provided this fundamental limitation is kept steadily in view, we may fairly take the sketch furnished by the Rectitudinous as an approximately valid picture of all the greater estate units south and west of Watling Street in the days of Canute and Edward. But at the same time, we must remember that the writer of the Rectitudinous was not attempting a description of the smaller estates of the ordinary thanes. His treatise is clearly restricted to lordly territories, where elaborate differentiation of classes and minute subdivision of services were both natural and feasible. It may well be, then, that the comparatively heavy rents and services recorded in the Rectitudinous were by no means characteristics of the ordinary thane's estate, and that it was only on the larger ecclesiastical estates, where the lords had power to bind men's souls as well as their bodies, that the exploitation of the tenantry had been carried to any extreme lengths. Enough evidence has now been presented to give a general idea of the economic and seigneurial relations existing between the landowning classes and the mass of the cultivators in the first half of the 11th century. One question, however, of considerable importance still remains to be considered, and that is, had the landlords as a class judicial authority over their tenants merely as landowners? In other words, could they set up petty courts on their estates, similar to the manorial courts of a later day, and compel their men to try their disputes in them, at any rate in matters of civil justice, provided the cases did not involve persons who were tenants under other lords? The evidence at our disposal is perhaps too fragmentary and too lacking in precision to enable us to say how matters stood in all parts of England, but two things at any rate seem clear. First, there certainly was a very considerable number of lords in Edward's day who were holding their own private courts or hallmotes, in competition with the national hundred-moots, and secondly, there was no general law or custom as yet recognized which entitled landlords to hold such courts, but in all cases where hallmoots had sprung up, the right to hold them rested on some special grant from the crown, and was in the nature of a franchise or special privilege. The conclusion that hallmoots had become fairly common institutions by 1050 is not really open to question, being based on the collective evidence of hundreds of passages scattered up and down the Doomsday Survey, which tell us that some church magnate or some fairly important layman had enjoyed the privilege of sake and soak, saka et soka, over this or that estate, or over this or that group of men in the days of King Edward. But this technical term, which stands for the Anglo-Saxon saka and sokni, is only a pleonastic phrase for soken, and as we have already seen, soken is the Anglo-Saxon term for jurisdiction and implies the right to do justice and, if need be, to hold a court for the purpose. As it is only possible here to give a few examples of these passages, we must content ourselves with observing that there are very few sections of the survey from which they are entirely lacking, though in different counties they assume different forms. It is clear, too, that they imply several different types of hallmoots, according as the jurisdiction granted had been extensive or restricted. The simplest but least instructive references to sake and soak are found in certain schedules, which merely record the names of persons who had been entitled to sake and soak under King Edward. For example, we have a list of 15 persons who had enjoyed the franchise in Kent, a list of 19 who had enjoyed it in Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, and a list of 35 who had enjoyed it in Lincolnshire. But we cannot from such lists infer with any certainty that these privileged persons had exercised the right over all their lands lying in these counties, and still less over their lands in other districts. Elsewhere, the information as to sake and soak is more often given in respect of particular places. We read, for example, under Essex, that Robert, son of Wymark, the king's staller, had sake and soak over the half-hundred of Clavering. Under Suffolk, that Olwyn of Headingham had sake and soak over his estates at Lavenham, Burgate, and Waldingfield, and under Warwickshire, that Eldred, the Bishop of Worcester, had sake and soak over 7.5 hides of land at Ulverston, near Stratford-on-Avon. Or again, we are told that the soak was restricted and only applied to some particular class of tenant. For example, at Reedham in Norfolk, the abbot of Holme had sake and soak, but only over those who were bound to use his sheepfold, super hos qui sequibantur faldum. At Buxall, in Suffolk, Leswin Crock had sake and soak, but only over his hall and his cottage tenants, super hallam et bordarios. In some cases, again, the soak is attributed not to the immediate landlord, but to his overlord. For example, Ugesall, near Dunwich, is entered as owned by Oscatel Presbyter, but the survey goes on to say, Rolf the Staller had sake and soak over this estate, and over all other estates owned by Oscatel. From these various examples, it is easy to see that sake and soak, though not a rare privilege, had not under Edward become a right common to all landowners, for it would be pointless to give lists of those who were exercising it if all landowners were free to do so. It is clear, on the contrary, from hundreds of other passages, that the wielding of soke was regarded as primarily a royal right, and the general rule of the land still enjoined that all men should attend the 100 moots, and that these should be held under the presidency of officials appointed by the king and the earl, who shared the profits of jurisdiction between them, the king taking 2/3 of the fines and the earl 1/3. Further, even where landowners had acquired some measure of soke over their estates, the resulting franchises were regarded primarily as subdivisions carved out of the hundreds by leave of the crown, and consequently men could still conceive of seigneurial justice as being merely a variant of the general scheme of national justice, and not as a distinct and rival type of jurisdiction to be feared by the crown and suppressed whenever there was an opportunity. There was, in fact, no idea at all as yet that these franchises constituted encroachments on the powers of the crown. If we inquire into their origin, we do not find that their existence can be put down chiefly to Edward's being a complacent ruler, inclined to placate his more ambitious subjects by offering them bribes in the form of judicial concessions. Doubtless, Edward was rather lavish with his grants of sake and soke, and many English writs have survived which testify to his activities in this direction, but there is plenty of evidence to show that he was no innovator and only followed the practice of his predecessors. For in this connection we have only to turn to Canute's laws to be convinced that private sokes were plentiful in his day, for if not, certain famous sections in them which declare that the king ought to have certain important pleas over all his subjects, unless he has expressly granted them away, would be meaningless. Nor does this conclusion depend solely on inferences, for a writ of Canute still survives, which was issued about 1020 in favor of the Archbishop of Canterbury, proclaiming to all the king's lieges that the archbishop was to be worthy throughout his lands of sake and soke, grithbrice, hamsoken, forsteel, infanganethif, and flymena firmouth, and these specially mentioned rights turn out to be just the very pleas that the laws say ought to be reserved to the king except in very exceptional circumstances. There is nothing about this writ to lead us to question its genuineness. On the contrary, it is quite on all fours with Canute's general policy of favoring the church, and fits in well with some other evidence which shows that this was not the only case in which he was willing to give away the reserved pleas. The evidence which can be quoted to prove this is not indeed contemporary, but seems perfectly trustworthy, and consists in certain later writs issued by Norman kings, which imply that Canute granted his wife Emma sake and soke over 8.5 hundreds in West Suffolk, and that the grant carried with it grethbrice, hamsoken, forsteel, aberethif, flitwhite, and fifthwhite. From some points of view, this grant to his wife is more novel and important than the grant to the archbishop, for it is the earliest clear instance on record of a wide stretch of territory passing into the hands of a lay subject, and shows that sokes had already ceased to be regarded as specially ecclesiastical privileges at least 20 years before Edward came to the throne. Nonetheless, this great franchise did ultimately come into the hands of the church, for Emma's estates were all confiscated in 1043, soon after her son's accession, and this gave Edward the opportunity to transfer the jurisdiction over the 8.5 hundreds to the monks of St. Edmund's Bury, who continued to enjoy the franchise right down to the Reformation. How much further back it would be possible to trace these franchises were documents of Aethelred's reign available, it is impossible to say, but there seems no reason for supposing that Canute was an innovator. Like all rulers, he more often than not followed precedents, and after all he had excellent precedents for such sokes as he created in the sokes which Edgar had set up in the 10th century. The really obscure problem is not so much the origin of the larger franchises granted to the magnates as the origin of the practice of allowing quite small men to exercise sake and soke over petty estates. As to these, we can never hope to attain any certainty, but it is interesting to note that the phrase sacca and sokne is even older than the reign of Edgar, being found in a charter issued by Eadwig in 958, which is apparently genuine and which relates to Southwell in Nottinghamshire. End of section 56.
Section 57 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Western Caliphate, Part 1, by Rafael, Altamira. After the successes of Musa and Abbot al-Aziz and the occupation of the Iberian Peninsula by her, the slight resistance of the Christians may be neglected, while we follow the victorious Muslims through Gaul up to the defeat of the Emir, Abbot al-Rahman, at Poitiers by Charles Martel, 732. From that date till the accession of Abdul ar-Rahman ibn Marwiyah, the whole history of Muslim Spain may be said to consist of internal dissensions between Yemenites and Kaisites, Syrians and Medinese. Abd al-Malik, an old Medinese chief, was appointed governor of Spain in October 732. He refused to provide some Syrians who were starving in Ceuta with the means of crossing over into Spain, but an insurrection among the Berbers in the peninsula compelled him to summon them to his aid. The ragged and starving Syrians fought so fiercely that they routed the Berbers, and then having no desire to return to Africa where they had fared so ill, they revolted and proclaimed Balj as their emir, 741. They sought to inspire terror. They crucified Abd al-Malik and defeated his sons at Aquaportura, August 742. The civil war ended with the appointment by the emir of Africa of Abd el-Qatar, the Caliphate, as governor. He pacified Spain and settled the Syrians along the southern fringe from Murcia to Oscanova, Algarve. But the conflict was promptly renewed between Kaisites, or Madites, and Yemenites, or Calbites. The rebels defeated the Calbites under Abu al-Qatar at the Battle of Quadaliti, 745. Their leader, the Waba, becoming emir. On his death, war between rival tribes lasted some 6 years longer. According to the oldest Arab and Christian chroniclers, Asturias was the only part where the Visigoths prolonged their resistance. Some nobles of the south and center of Spain had taken refuge there, with the remnants of their defeated armies. The death of Roderick at Seguela led them to elect Pelayo as their king, who took up Roderick's task of heroic resistance. Pelayo retired to the Picos de Europa. There in the valley of Covadonga, the Visigoths defeated 718 an expedition led against them by Alcana, who lost his life in the battle. This victory, all the more remarkable after signal defeats, has been taken as the turning point from which the reconquest of Spain has been dated. National legend has told that Pelayo was chosen king not before this success, but as the result of his victory, great if magnified in the telling. In the north of Aragon, and on the frontier of the Basque country, which was, for the most part, independent, a new center of resistance arose in 724 under the leadership of Garcia Jimenez, who defeated the Arabs and occupied the town of Enza, in the district called Sobarb. Another independent center of resistance connected with Sobarb must have been formed in Navarre, and its leader, according to the oldest record, seems to have been Inigo Arista. But all of this we have only confused and contradictory accounts. For a century, few victories were won over the invaders in the kingdom of Asturias. Its history may be said, according to Visigothic tradition, to have resolved itself into a struggle between king and nobles. The former aimed at an hereditary and absolute monarchy, while the latter strove to keep their voice in the king's election and their long-cherished independence. Alfonso I, a Catholic, Duke of Cantabria, and son-in-law of Pelayo, was the only one to take advantage of the internal conflicts among the Muslims. He made raids through Galicia, Cantabria, and Leon, and occupied or laid waste important territories like Lugo. At his death in 756, the Muslim frontier ran by Coimbra, Coria, Toledo, Guadalajara, Tudela, Pamplona, and the Christian frontier included Asturias, Santander, parts of Burgos, Leon, and Galicia. Between these two lines was an area continually in dispute. Such was the state of Spain on the arrival of Abd al-Rahman ibn Arawiya. He had escaped from the general massacre of the Umayyads, which had been ordered by the Abbasids, by swimming across the Euphrates, and had seen from the opposite bank the slaughter of his 13-year-old brother. His faithful freedman Bede and Salim, who had been in his sister's service, joined him in Palestine with money and precious stones, and thence he passed to Africa, where he might have lived in peaceful obscurity. But, according to Dozy, ambitious dreams haunted without ceasing the mind of this youth of 20. Tall, vigorous, and brave, he had been carefully educated and possessed talents out of the common. His instinct told him of his summons to a glorious destiny, and the prophecies of his uncle Maslama confirmed his belief that he would be the savior of the Umayyads. He believed that he was destined to sit upon a throne, but where would he find one? The East was lost. There remained Spain and Africa. In Africa, the government was in the hands of Ibn Habib, who had refused to recognize the Abbasids and aimed at an independent kingdom. Because of the prophecies favorable to Abd al-Rahman, he persecuted him. Indeed, he persecuted every member of the Umayyad dynasty, and had executed 2 sons of Caliph Walid II, with some indiscreet remarks which he had overheard. Wandering from tribe to tribe and from town to town, says Dozy, Abd al-Rahman passed from one end of Africa to the other. For some 5 years it is clear he had never thought of Spain. At length he turned his eyes towards Andalusia, of which his former servant Salim, who had been there, gave him some account. Bede went over to Spain, to the clients of the Umayyads, of whom some few hundreds were scattered among the Syrians of Damascus and Kinnisaren, in Elvira and Jain. He bore a letter to them in which Abd al-Rahman told his plight and set forth his claim to the emirate as grandson of the Caliph Hisham. At the same time, he asked their help and offered them important posts in the event of a victory. As soon as they had received this letter, the chiefs of the Syrians of Damascus, Ubad Allah and Ibn Khalid, joined with Yusuf ibn Buket, chief of the Syrians of Confessor. It was as much from a sense of their duty as vassals as from hope of office and self-interest that they decided to forward the undertaking. But what means had they at their disposal? They resolved to consult Sumail, the Kassite, a hero of the civil wars. He put off giving an answer in a matter of such importance, but entertained Bede and the other Umayyads. Afterwards he left for Cordova, where the Emir Yusuf was collecting forces to punish the Yemenites and Berbers, who had revolted at Saragossa. Yusuf bought the help of the Umayyads for the campaign. When Yusuf crossed the Guadalquivir, Ubad Allah and Ibn Khalid appeared before him and begged they might first be allowed to get in their crops and then they would join him at Toledo, a request which was granted. Thereupon they urged Abd al-Rahman's cause on Sumail, who had just risen from one of his frequent orgies. He was out of temper with Yusuf and gave way to their demands, and so the Umayyads started on their homeward journey well satisfied. However, as soon as Sumail reflected that it would end in the extinction of the independence of the tribal chiefs and of his own authority, he sent messengers to overtake the Umayyads, and informing that he could not support their master, advised them not to attempt any change of government. Seeing that all hope was lost of forming an alliance with Kazbek, the Umayyads threw themselves into the arms of the Yemenites, who were burning to shake off the yoke of the Kazbek. The answer to their call surpassed their expectations. As soon as the subject, Umayyads, felt sure of the support of the Yemenites and could count on Yusuf and Subal being engaged in the north, they sent to Taman in Africa money for the Berbers, who had refused to allow Abd ar-Rahman to lead them till the ransom was paid. Then Abd ar-Rahman left for Spain and reached Al-Makar in September 755. There, Ubad Allah and Ibn Khalid awaited him and put him in possession of the castle of Torox between Ishnajar and Loja. The receipt of this news made a deep impression on Yusuf. He had caused distrust by executing 3 rebel Khorassite chiefs at the instance of Sumail, and his resolution to attack the pretender immediately caused the desertion of almost the whole of his army, which was reluctant to undertake a fresh campaign in the depth of winter and in the mountainous district of Reggio, Malaga. Yusuf therefore opened negotiations with Abd ar-Rahman. His envoys had an interview with Abd ar-Rahman, whom they found surrounded by his little court, in which Ubad Allah held the first place, and they offered him on Yusuf's behalf a safe refuge in Cordova, the hand of Yusuf's daughter, as well as a large dowry, and the lands of Caliph Hisham. They showed him as evidence of good faith a letter from Yusuf, and promised him magnificent presents, left cautiously behind. These terms seemed satisfactory to the Umayyads. Ubad Allah was on the point of answering Yusuf's letter when the envoy Khalid, a renegade Spaniard, insolently told him that he was incapable of writing a letter like this. Ubad Allah's Arab pride was wounded by the Spaniard's reproach, and he gave orders for his arrest. The negotiations were broken off. As soon as winter was over, Abd ar-Rahman advanced to Archidona, where the Caliphate governor, Jidar, proclaimed him emir and entered Seville about the middle of March 756. He then marched out towards Cordova along the left bank of the Guadalquivir, while Yusuf advanced to Seville along the right bank. On sighting one another, the two armies continued their march towards Cordova, still separated by the river. As soon as they reached Musaro, Abd ar-Rahman resolved to give battle. By a cunning move, he managed to cross the river without any opposition from Yusuf, a maneuver which gave him provisions for his troops. On Friday, 14th May, a sacrificial feast, being the day of the Battle of Bajrat, which had given the crown to the Umayyads of the east, the combat opened. The cavalry of Abd ar-Rahman routed the right wing and center of the army commanded by Yusuf and Sumail, who each saw the death of his own son. The left wing alone sustained the attack all day until all the notable Kazites had fallen, including their chief Ubad. The victors began to pillage, but Abd ar-Rahman forbade it and showed magnanimity in his treatment of Yusuf's wife and sons. The Yemenites were offended by his generous behavior and formed a plot to kill him. However, he discovered this conspiracy, and no opposition was made to his offering as Imam the Friday prayers in the principal mosque of Cordova. Negotiations were begun, and finally Yusuf recognized Abd ar-Rahman as Emir of Spain in July 756. It was not long before Yusuf was slain in battle, and one morning Sumail himself was found dead, strangled by order of Abd ar-Rahman. In spite of his growing power, Abd ar-Rahman had to suppress other revolts, of which the most formidable was that of the Yemenites. In 764, Toledo made its submission. Its chiefs had to pass through Cordova clad in sackcloth, with their heads shaved and mounted on donkeys, but the Yemenites continued restless. Shortly after 764, the Berbers, who had hitherto kept quiet, rose in arms, headed by a schoolmaster named Shakia, half fanatic and half impostor, who gave himself out to be a descendant of Ali and Fatima. After 6 years of warfare, Abd ar-Rahman succeeded in sowing discord among them. He advanced against the rebels who retreated northwards. Meanwhile, the Yemenites and the Berbers of the east advanced towards Cordova. On the banks of the river Bembazar, the Yemenites were treacherously left to their fate by the Berbers, and 30,000 perished at the hands of Abd ar-Rahman's soldiers. The Berbers of the center were only subdued after 10 years fighting, when Shakia was murdered by one of his adherents. In 777, Araba, the Caliphate, governor of Barcelona, formed a league against Abd ar-Rahman and sent to Charlemagne for help. Charles, who reckoned on the complete pacification of the Saxons, crossed the Pyrenees with an army. Arabi was to support him north of the Ebro, where his sovereignty was to be recognized, while the African Berbers were to help in Murcia by raising the standard of the Abbasid Caliph, Charles's ally. But this coalition failed, just as Charlemagne had begun the siege of Saragossa. He was called home by the news that Wittekund had re-entered Saxony and pushed on to Cologne. On his return to Francia through Rosenfels, the rearguard of his army was attacked and annihilated by the Basques. There, the famous Roland, who was afterwards immortalized in the medieval epic, met his death. Abd ar-Rahman reaped the benefit of these successes, which were due to his rebel subjects at Saragossa, to the Basques and to a Saxon prince who did not even know of his existence. He advanced and took possession of Saragossa. He attacked the Basques and forced the Count of Sedan to become his tributary. These feats were the admiration of the world and evoked from the Abbasid Caliph Mansur the following speech concerning Abd ar-Rahman. Although he had no other support to rely on but his statesmanship and perseverance, he succeeded in humbling his haughty opponents, and killing off all insurgents and in securing his frontier against the attacks of the Christians. He founded a mighty empire, and united under his scepter extensive dominions which had hitherto been divided among a number of different chiefs. This judgment is an exact description of Abd ar-Rahman's life work. Detested by the Arab and Berber chiefs, deserted by his followers and betrayed by his own family, he summoned mercenary troops to his aid. Though his policy, which was both daring and treacherous, might alienate his people's affection, yet it was invariably clever and adapted to his circumstances. The very means which he used, violence and tyranny, were the same as those by which the kings of the 15th century were victorious in their struggle against feudalism. He had already traced the outlines of the military despotism, which his successors were to fill in. His successor, Hisham I, 786 to 796, was a model of virtue. In his reign, the sect of Malik ibn Anas was started in the east, and the emir, who had been commended by Malik, did his utmost to spread its doctrines, choosing from its members both judges and ecclesiastics. When Hisham died, the sect, to which most of his fakirs, professional theologians, belonged, was already powerful. It was headed in Spain by a clever young Berber, Yahya ibn Yahya, who had ambition, enterprise, and experience along with the impetuosity of a demagogue. Although the next emir, Hakam, was by no means irreligious, his easy disposition, his love of the chase and of wine, brought on him the hatred of the fakirs, which was intensified by his refusing them the influence they desired. They were not sparing in their attacks upon him and used as their tools the renegados, who were called mullahs, muwallad, or the adopted. The position of these renegades was uneasy. In religion, they were subject to Muslim law, which punished apostasy with death and counted any one born a Muslim to be a Muslim. Socially, they were reckoned as slaves and excluded from any share in the government. Nevertheless, they were able to help the fakirs in bringing about a revolution. The first rising took place in 805, but was put down by the emir's bodyguard. Then other conspirators offered the throne to Ibn Shammas, the emir's cousin, but he revealed the plot and 62 of his conspirators were put to death, while 2 of them fled to Toledo. When Hakam was reducing Merida, 806, the inhabitants of Cordova rose a second time, but he successfully crushed the revolt, beheading or crucifying the leaders. Hakam now showed himself even more cruel and treacherous than before. His cruelty at Cordova was followed by a massacre at Toledo. The Toledans were a people difficult to govern, and under the headship of the poet Garbib, a renegade by birth, they had already caused alarm to the emir. On the death of Garbib, he appointed as governor an ambitious renegade from Huesca, Amrus, a man subtle and dishonest, but a mere puppet in the hands of his master. He cleverly won over the Toledans, who was able to build a castle in the middle of the city, where the emir's troops were quartered. An army under the prince Abd ar-Rahman arrived, and the leading Toledans were invited to a banquet at the castle. Bidding them enter one by one, he had their heads cut off in the courtyard of the castle and flung into a ditch. It is impossible to fix the number of those slain on this day at the ditch, and estimates vary between 700 and 5,000. The impression made by this slaughter kept the people of Cordova quiet for 7 years. Moreover, the emir strengthened his bodyguard with slaves known as mutes, because they spoke no Arabic. Nevertheless, discontent steadily grew among the students and theologians of the quarter of Arabel del Sur. At length, a formidable revolution broke out. In the month of Ramadan, May 814, a soldier killed a polisher who refused to clean his sword, and this act was made the pretext for the revolt. A huge mob marched in spite of cavalry charges to the emir's palace, but Hakam, with the utmost calmness, ordered the execution of some imprisoned fakirs. Then, after his sacrilege, a body of his troops set fire to Arabel del Sur. The rebels, as he expected, rushed to the help of their families and, attacked on every side, suffered fearful slaughter at the hands of the terrible mutes. Thereupon Hakam ordered the expulsion within 3 days under pain of crucifixion of all the inhabitants of Arabel del Sur. On reaching the Mediterranean, one body consisting of 15,000 families went to the east, and there, after a struggle with the Bedouins, seized Alexandria and soon founded an independent kingdom under Abu Hafs Omar el-Baluti. Another body of 8,000 families settled at Fez in Morocco. Hakam now issued an amnesty to the fakirs and allowed them to settle anywhere in Spain, except Cordova and its neighborhood. Yahya even managed to secure his sovereign's favor. Hakam, relentless toward the Toledans and the artisans of Arabel del Sur, showed towards the Arabs and Berbers, who were of his own race, a clemency attributed by Arab historians to remorseful conscience. Some of his verses suggest that he followed the example of Abd ar-Rahman. Just as a tailor uses his needle to join different pieces of cloth, so I used my sword to unite my separate provinces. He maintained the throne of the Umayyads by a military despotism. At Cordova, his son and successor, Abd ar-Rahman II, 822 to 852, set a high standard of magnificence, a lover of poetry, mild even to weakness. He let himself be guided by a fakir, a musician, a woman, and a eunuch. The fakir was Yahya, the leader of the Arabel rebellion. He now dominated the emir, who had given into his hands his own ecclesiastical and judicial functions. The musician was the singer Ziryab of Baghdad, the pupil of Harun al-Rashid's famous singer Ishaq of Mosul, and out of jealousy compelled by him to leave the East. On his arrival in Spain, where Abd ar-Rahman II had just ascended the throne, he soon gained the friendship of the sovereign, thanks to his voice, his wit, and his wide knowledge of history, poetry, science, and art. He became the king of fashion in Cordova as well as the model of good taste, but he did not meddle in politics. They were the province of the Sultana Taroub, bound to be one much like herself, the cruel and treacherous eunuch Nasser. The son of a Spaniard, Nasser could speak no Arabic and hated the Christians with the rancor of an apostate. While they governed, the monarch devoted himself to beautifying his capital, which from its time became a center of art and of science for Western Europe. The country was disturbed. There was the 7 Years' War between the Madianites and Yemenites in Mercia. There were constant risings of Christians in Merida, a rebellion with all the characteristics of a real Germania. The latter, Hermandad, brotherhood, broke out in Toledo, lasting until the city was taken by storm in 837. Then came a new danger. In 844, the Northmen, who were called the Mages by the Arabs, appeared off the coast of Spain. They made a descent on the coast of Galicia and, being repulsed, moved on to Lisbon, Cadiz, and up to Seville. But the Emir's troops defeated them and drove them back across the Guadalquivir. In 858 or 859, they returned and sacked Algiers, carrying their raids along the east coast as far as the Rhone. But they left the coast of Spain as soon as the Muslims began building vessels of the same type as theirs. But the most formidable difficulty of all came from the Christians. The life of bandits or guerrilla warriors was now impossible for them, and in the cities the paths of martyrdom lay plain before them. They were headed by Eulogio and Alvaro. Eulogio belonged to a Cordovan family who detested the Muslims and was educated at the school of Abbot Spera in Dale, where he formed a friendship with Alvaro, a rich young noble of Cordova. As priest at St. Zoilo, his virtues made him everywhere beloved. He fell under the influence of Flora, the daughter of a Christian mother and so a Christian from birth. Flora was a bold and active champion of militant Christianity. Eulogio made her acquaintance when she escaped from prison and took refuge in the house of a Christian, after she had been accused by her brother and condemned by the Cadi, to the punishment of scourging. Her personality, along with their adventures, greatly affected the young priest. The fanatical hatred of the Muslims was strengthened by the punishment of the priest Prefecto, who was condemned for blasphemy and owing to the treachery of Nasser, executed on the feast after Ramadan, 18 April 850. He prophesied that Nasser would die within a year, and so it came to pass. But Tarub, who was eager to claim the succession of her son Abdallah to the exclusion of her stepson Muhammad, compromised Nasser in a plot to poison the emir. To this end, Nasser had the poison prepared by the famous Dr. Harani, but the latter told a woman of the harem, who warned Abd al-Rahman. Thereupon Nasser was ordered to drink the poison himself, and the mere fact of his death sufficed to canonize Perfecto. One Isaac, a monk of Japanos, appeared before the Cadi and blasphemed the prophet, which led naturally to his martyrdom on 3 June 851. He was followed by 11 martyrs in less than 12 months. This new kind of rebellion alarmed the government, which put out a decree forbidding Christians to seek martyrdom. A Christian synod was summoned by order of Abd al-Rahman II, who was represented at it by his secretary or Khatib, Gomez, who, while indifferent to religion, was determined not to confound all Christians with fanatics. The council pronounced against the martyrs despite the opposition of Saul, Bishop of Cordova, many members only assenting through fear of imprisonment. Eulogio fought hard against its decrees, and on this account was imprisoned with many others. In prison he again met Flora, who was there with another nun, named Maria, and had been threatened by the Cadi with prostitution. Concealing his love, or such might be termed his affection for Flora, Eulogio exhorted both of them to face their martyrdom. Whilst in prison he worked feverishly at his writing so as to forget his pain, until at length he came forth to practice what he had preached to the two women. Abd al-Rahman died on 22 September 852, and despite Tarub's intrigues, Muhammad I ascended the throne. A man of small intelligence, cold-blooded and selfish, he was despised generally for his avarice, but he was supported by the fakirs, who aimed at making him devout and inspired him with hatred of the Christians, whom he persecuted so terribly that, if you were to believe Eulogio, almost all abjured their faith. But the emir's intolerance caused the Toledans to revolt, and they advanced as far as Anjagar. Reinforced here by an army that Ordona I of Leon had sent, the rebels gave battle at Guadasaliti, but were terribly defeated. Muhammad continued the persecution, while Eloju and Alvaro persisted in exhorting the people. Though lukewarm in Cordova, the Christians were extremely excitable in Toledo, and secured the nomination of Eulogio to the archbishopric in defiance of the refusal of the emir to give his consent. Muhammad made one last attack on the Toledans and reduced them to submission. Eulogio was charged with concealing an accused Christian, Leocretius, and suffered on 11 March 859. With their death, this type of enthusiasm gradually died out, and this painful struggle came to an end. End of section 57. Section 58 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Western Caliphate, Part 2, by Rafael Altamira. To return to the Spanish side. After a struggle of 20 years, Toledo was placed under the protection of the King of Leon, and extorted a treaty from the emir, who agreed to respect its republican institutions. In Aragon, the Benicassi, the old Visigothic family, were lords of Saragossa, Tudela, Huesca, and the whole of the neighboring frontier. Throughout a reign of 20 years, their chief, Musa II, who took the title of Third King of Spain, held his own. In 862, the emir captured Saragossa and Tudela. But 10 years later, Musa's sons turned out his garrisons. At this time, Ibn Marwan founded an independent principality in Merida and later in Badajoz. In 879, an insurrection broke out in Reggio under Omar ibn Hafsun. After a mingled career of robbery and warfare, he became from 884 the leader of the Spanish people in the south, where his good qualities won him general affection. Meanwhile, Muhammad was succeeded 886 by his son Mundir, 886 to 888, who, however, was poisoned by his brother Abdallah. Abdallah ascended the throne at a disastrous time. Besides the revolts already begun, he had to deal with the attempts of the Arab aristocracy to recover their independence. In Elvira, Granada, where there were numerous renegades, the Spaniards, whether Muslims or Christians, were called and treated as low rabble by the Arabs. The result was a tremendous struggle between the two parties, who fought and massacred each other for many months. Meanwhile, greater events were happening at Seville. Their power was divided between the Spanish party in the town, represented by Beni Angelino, and the Arab party in the remoter country, led by Beni Hajjaj and the Beni Khaldoun. At the outset of Abdallah's reign, the leader of the Khaldoun was Corbett, a treacherous but able man and a wholehearted enemy of the monarchy. He formed a league to capture Seville and plunder the Spaniards. Under the guidance of Corbett, the Berbers of Merida and Medellin made a terrible raid on Seville. The most formidable of the bandits was a Buenos Berber of Carmona, who was named Tamasheka. Muhammad ibn Khalid, a gallant renegade from Asija, offered to make the road secure if he were allowed to build a fortress near Sieta Torres. He had begun his task when the Hajjaj and the Khaldoun attacked his castle. The Arabs promptly revolted, captured Carmona, and so filled Seville with alarm. To satisfy them, Abdallah resolved upon the treacherous execution of Ibn Khalid. As soon as the renegades knew of the death of Ibn Khalid, they rose to avenge him. The Prince Muhammad, then at Seville, begged for reinforcements from the Beni Angelina, who, with some hesitation, sent troops to hold the palace. Every moment the situation became more desperate, and it was only saved by the timely arrival of Jad, governor of Elvira. The Spanish party in Seville were afterwards almost all put to the sword by the Hajjaj and the Khaldoun. It was these tribes who reaped full advantage from the position of affairs, and not the emir, while Yad's successors were constantly threatened and even placed under constraint. Such was the position of affairs in Seville in 891. The rest of Muslim Spain was quite as independent. The lords of Mentisa, Medina Sidonia, Lucca and Saragossa only obeyed the emir when it suited them. The Berbers had reverted to a system of tribal government. The renegades, however, maintained their position in Oxanobo, in Beja and Bertolo, and in Priego. The nobles in the province of Jaen were all in alliance with Omar ibn Hafsun. Another independent chief, Dasib ibn Ishaq, was lord of almost the whole of Tadmir, Murcia. But the emir's most formidable enemy was still Omar ibn Hafsun. Although the emir made a truce, Ibn Hafsun broke it whenever he chose. When Ibn Mutasa of Priego, however, formed an alliance with some Arabs, Ibn Hafsun took the side of the emir. But as his supporters wearied of so temporizing a policy, he imprisoned the commander of the emir's army, and thus caused a complete rupture. Realizing that he was virtually master of Spain and imagining that the Arabs and Berbers would refuse to yield him obedience, Omar entered into negotiations for his appointment as emir by the Abbasid Caliph, and through him came into touch with Ibn al-Agab, the emir of Africa. As Cordova was now in desperate straits, and his own position even worse, the emir resolved to stake everything on a single cast, and with the approval of all his supporters attacked the enemy. On Thursday in Holy Week, 16 April 891, the battle began near the castle of Polay, now Aguilar. For the royalists, the fortunes of the Umayyads was at stake, and they fought desperately. They routed Ibn Hafsun, while Abdallah sat in his tent and hypocritically recited verses from the Quran, expressing his whole confidence in God. He then laid siege to Polay, and soon took it, pardoning the Muslims for slaying the Christians. The result of the Battle of Polay was the surrender of Esija, Archidona, Elvira, and Jane, and the restoration of the emir's authority. But their submission did not last long. In 892, Ibn Hafsun captured Archidona and Elvira, and to crown his success seized Jane. In 893, however, he lost Elvira again. In 895, the emir advanced against Seville, where Qarab il-Kadun successfully defended. Ibn Hajjaj, who became master of Seville, made his submission for a brief period and left his son, Abd al-Rahman, as a hostage in Cordova. Shortly after, he formed an alliance with Ibn Hafsun. Because he had become a Christian, Omar had been deserted by many of his Muslim subjects, and he therefore gladly made a new confederacy with the Beni Qasi of Zaragoza and the king of Leon. The emir's position was deplorable, though he succeeded in making peace with Ibn Hafsun, 901. In 902, he renewed the war which went against the allies. In hopes of detaching Ibn Hajjaj from the league, Abdallah handed over to him his son, Abd al-Rahman. Ibn Hajjaj was grateful and was reconciled with the emir. Abdallah advanced from one victory to another. He captured Jane and seemed to have greatly improved his position when he died on 15 October 912. When Abd al-Rahman III, Abdallah's grandson, ascended the throne of the Umayyads, he found Muslim Spain rent by civil war and menaced by two enemies from outside, the Kingdom of Leon and the Fatimite Caliphate in Africa. The latter had been founded by the Ismailites, who were one of the Shiite sects, and aimed at forcing their way into Spain through the preaching of the Mahdi, or secret imam, with the object of establishing a universal monarchy. One of the tools employed by the Fatimites seems to have been Ibn Masara, a philosopher at Cordova. But though he had made proselytes among the common people, he had failed to obtain a following among the fakirs, and his books were burnt as heretical. The Kingdom of Leon, although since Alfonso I, it had made no real advance, now took advantage of the revolts in the south to extend its frontier to the Dono and to capture the strongholds of Zamora, Semilacus, St. Augustin de Gormaz, and Osma, which together formed an almost unbreakable barrier against the Muslims. Leonese raids extended to the Tagus and even to the god Diana. In 901, Ahmad ibn Marwiyah proclaimed himself to the Berbers as the Mahdi. They collected an army and advanced against Zamora, which had been rebuilt by Alfonso III in 893. The Berber leaders, however, were jealous of the power of the Mahdi, who had been victorious in the first battle. They therefore deserted, with the result that Ahmad ibn Marwiyah's army perished and he himself was put to death by the Leonese. This victory, won with the help of Toledo and Sancho of Navarre, gave great impetus to progress in the latter kingdom, which had hitherto been chiefly engaged in combating the Franks. The courage of the Leonese was now raised to such a pitch that they felt strong enough to strike a blow at Muslim civilization. The life work of Abd ar-Rahman III was to defend that civilization from the dangers that threatened it on the north and south. But first of all, he had to bring his own subjects to obedience. In dealing with the Spanish party and the Arab aristocracy, he abandoned the torturous policy of Abdallah in favor of a bolder one, which soon won him success. In a few years, everything had changed. The chiefs who fought Abdallah were dead, and the aristocracy had no leaders. The Spanish party had lost its first vigor, and although the people were patriotic, they had grown tired of war. Omar, like the emir, began hiring mercenaries, and these troops were not too heroic, while the lords of the castles were thoroughly demoralized. The struggle had really lost its national character and was becoming a religious war. All these things told in favor of the emir, whom everyone regarded as the one hope of safety. He vigorously opened the campaign. Within 3 months he had captured Montalone and reduced almost all the fortresses of Jain and Elvira. On the death of Ibrahim ibn Hajjaj, Ahmad ibn Maslama was appointed governor of Seville, and he formed an alliance with Ibn Hassan. But the emir laid siege to Seville and defeated Ibn Hassan's army, while Seville surrendered 20 December 913. In another campaign against the mountain land of Reggio, Malaga, 914, Abd ar-Rahman treated the Christians equitably, and this policy was eminently effective, for the commanders of almost all the castles surrendered. That indomitable Spanish hero, Omar ibn Hafsun, died in 917. He had in the last 30 years often made the throne of the Umayyads' daughter, but he had failed to secure the freedom of his country or to found a new dynasty. He was, however, spared the sight of his party's ruin. The revolt in Reggio lasted another 10 years under the sons of Omar. At length, in 927, the emir laid siege to their stronghold, Bavastro, which surrendered on 21 January 928. Ibn Hassan's daughter, Argentia, who was a religious devotee, died a martyr, and this was the end of the family. Abd ar-Rahman III did not find so much difficulty in putting down the independent Arab and Berber nobles. Ibn Marwan was reduced in 930, and Toledo, the last stronghold of the revolt, followed suit in 932. Arabs, Spaniards, and Berbers all submitted to Abd ar-Rahman, who thus achieved his object, the fusion of all the Muslim races in Spain and the formation of a united nation. In 914, Ordono II, king of Leon, laid waste the district of Merida and captured the castle of Alange. Abd ar-Rahman III was eager to punish him. In 918, Ordono II, with his ally Sancho of Navarre, made an attack on Najera and Tudela. Sancho captured Valtierra, but Abd ar-Rahman's army, under the command of the Hajib Bede, twice defeated the Leonese at Motonia. On 920, Abd ar-Rahman took command of the army in person, By a clever move, he seized Osma and then took other places. Meanwhile, Sancho had retired, but after a junction with O'Donnell II, attacked Abd ar-Rahman, who found himself in a similar position to Charlemagne's rear guard at Roncesvalles. At Valder-Yucarvis, the Christians suffered a crushing defeat owing to the mistake they made in accepting battle in the plain. Abd ar-Rahman returned to Cordova triumphant, but the Christians did not despair. In 923, O'Donnell captured Najera, while Sancho seized Vergara. But in 924, Abd ar-Rahman replied by marching in triumph as far as Pamplona. On the death of O'Donnell II, which occurred before this campaign, a civil war broke out between his sons, Sancho and Alfonso IV, while Sancho of Navarre was so far humbled that Abd ar-Rahman had leisure to stamp out the rebellion in the south. As he had now attained the height of his ambition, he changed his title, and henceforth from 16 January 929, he styled himself Caliph, Amir al-Mu'minin, Commander of the Faithful, and An-Najir, Lidin Allah, Defender of the Faith. In Africa, he now began a more active policy in the Maghreb Berbers, after he had driven the Fatimites out of the central part of North Africa. Algiers and Oran acknowledged his suzerainty. In 931, Abd ar-Rahman occupied Ceuta, the key to Mauritania. In the north, the civil war left Ramiro II king in the end, 932. This warlike monarch marched to the rescue of Toledo, which stood alone in its resistance to the Caliph. He took Madrid on the way, but failed to save Toledo, which, as we have already mentioned, surrendered. In 933, he defeated a Muslim army at Osma, but the following year, Abd ar-Rahman revenged himself by a terrible raid as far as Burgos. Ramiro II formed an alliance with Muhammad ibn Mashim al-Tujiba, the disaffected governor of Saragossa. In 937, the Caliph advanced against the allies, capturing some 30 castles. He next turned his arms against Navarre and then against Saragossa, which surrendered. Ibn Hashim was pardoned owing to his great popularity. Theuda, the queen regent of Navarre, recognized the Caliph as suzerain, so that with the exception of Leon, part of Catalonia, the whole of Spain had submitted to Abd ar-Rahman III. From 939 onwards, the fortune of war turned somewhat against the Caliph. Carrying out his policy of humbling the great nobles, he had given all the highest civil and military posts to the slaves, who included Galicians, Franks, Lombards, Calabrians, and captives from the coast of the Black Sea. He had increased their number and compelled the Arab aristocracy to submit to them. In the campaign of 939, during which Nadda, the slave, was in command, the nobles had their revenge on Abd ar-Rahman. They allowed themselves to be beaten by Romena at Tota at Samarcas, and they also were responsible for a terrible defeat at Al-Hadega, in which Nadja was killed and Abd ar-Rahman himself narrowly escaped. The victory did not profit the Christians, however, since Castile, under its Count Ferdinand Gonzalez, the hero of the medieval epic, took advantage of the Caliph's inactivity to declare war on Ramiro II. During the period, Abu Yazid of the Berber tribe of Ifarin came forward to oppose the Fatimites in Africa. He declared himself a Khariji, or nonconformist, and united all the Berbers. He recognized Abd ar-Rahman, to whom he gave military help, as the spiritual suzerain of the dominions which he had wrested from the Fatimites. But when Abu Yazid discarded his ascetic sackcloth for more splendid silk and fell out with the Samites, Orthodox Muslims, he suffered defeat from the Fatimite Caliph Mansur, and the Fatimite dynasty recovered all the territory it had lost. The civil war in the north among the Christians ended favorably to Ramiro II. He took Ferdinand Gonzalez prisoner and only set him free on swearing fealty and obedience, and forced him further to give up his country and to marry his daughter Urraca, to Ordona, Ramiro's son. Ramiro thus lost the real loyalty of Castile, which henceforth was opposed to Leon. Ramiro II died in 951, and a war of succession broke out between his sons Ordona III and Sancho, supported by the Navarrese and his uncle Fernan Gonzalez, who preferred his nephew to his son-in-law. Ordona III, the final victor in the civil strife, sought peace with the Muslims, and Abd ar-Rahman was thus left free to fight the Fatimites, whose power was increasing every day. In 955, the fourth Fatimite caliph, Rhodes, was planning an invasion of Spain and sent a squadron to Altamira, which set fire to all the vessels it encountered and plundered the coast. In 959, Abd ar-Rahman replied by an expedition against Ifriqiya, Tunis, but gained no advantage. To leave himself free for Africa, he had made peace with Ordona III, but owing to Ordona's death in 957 and the accession of Sancho the Fat, the calm was broken. Sancho, who attempted to crush the nobles and to restore the absolute power of his predecessors, was deposed in 958 for reasons which included excessive corpulence through a conspiracy headed by Fernan Gonzalez. Ordona IV, the Bad, was elected king, while Sancho, who was supported by his grandmother, the aged and ambitious Tito of Navarre, sent ambassadors to ask the Caliph of Cordova for aid. The ambassador whom Abd ar-Rahman sent to Navarre was an excellent Jewish physician who cured Sancho, while by his diplomatic ability he brought to Cordova the rulers of Navarre. They were welcomed there with a splendor that dazzled them. Abd ar-Rahman had now at his feet not only the haughty Tota, whose valor had guided her armies to victory, but also the son of his enemy, Ramiro II, the other victor of Simancas and Altamira, to induce the Caliph to renew his attack on Leon. The unfortunate Sancho was obliged to hand over 10 fortresses. With the help of the Arabs, Sancho, who no longer could claim the name of Fat, took Zamora in 959 and Oviedo in 960. Afterwards he invaded Castile and took Count Fernan prisoner, while Ordona IV fled to Burgos. At this point, Abd ar-Rahman fell ill and died on 16 October 961, at the age of 70, after reigning for 49 years. End of section 58. Section 59 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Western Caliphate, Part 3, by Rafael Altamira. Abd ar-Rahman III was the greatest of the Umayyad princes. He saved Andalusia not only from the civil wars but also from the possible foreign domination in the north and south. He established order and prosperity at home and imposed respect and consideration abroad. He encouraged and developed agriculture, commerce, industry, art, and science. He beautified Cordova so that it bore comparison with Baghdad, and he built beside it the city of As-Sara, called after his favorite wife. Outside his realm, he contested the command of the Mediterranean with the Fatimites. The Eastern Emperor and the kings of Western Europe opened up a diplomatic friendship with him. To quote the very words of Dozy, our indispensable guide throughout. But when his glorious reign comes to be studied, it is the worker rather than the work that rouses our admiration. Nothing escaped that powerful comprehensive intellect, and its grasp of the smallest details proved to be as extraordinary as that of the loftiest conceptions. The sagacity and cleverness of this man, who by his centralizing policy firmly established the unity of the nation and the foundations of his own authority, who by his system of alliances set up a kind of balance of power, whose broad tolerance led him to summon to his council men of different religions. These characteristics are typical of the modern monarch, rather than of the medieval caliph. His successor, Hakam II, was pacific, but when Sancho and Garcia of Navarre failed to fulfill their treaties with his father, and Ferdinand Gonzalez began hostilities, he was forced to prepare for war. Meanwhile, Ordonez the Bad implored the Caliph to help him against his brother Sancho, and had a splendid reception at Cordova. As soon as Sancho saw that the Caliph's army was supporting Ordonez, he assured the Caliph that he would fulfill his obligations. Hakam therefore broke his promise to Ordonez, who soon died at Cordova. Sancho still refused to carry out the treaty, whereupon Hakam declared war on the Christians and compelled Ferdinand Gonzalez, Garcia of Navarre, and Sancho of Leon to sue for peace. The Catalan counts, Borel and Miron, followed their example at the same time. Hakam was content to leave the Christians to their internal strife. A civil war broke out, during which Sancho died of poison towards 966. He was succeeded by Ramiro III, to whom his aunt, the nun Elvira, was guardian. Under her, the kingdom split into pieces. Ferdinand Gonzalez died in 970, and thenceforth Hakam was able to devote himself to literature, his favorite pursuit. Under him, one commanding personality fills the scene of the Caliphate, Muhammad ibn Abd Amir, known to history as Al-Mansour, belonged to the noble family of the Beni Abi Amir, and from earliest youth he dreamt of becoming prime minister. Natural ability and audacity in action made his dream a reality. From a subordinate official of the Cadi of Cordova, he rose at the age of 26 to administer the property of Abd ar-Rahman, the son of Hakam. By his courtesy and wit he won the favor of the Sultana Aurora, became administrator of her property, and shortly after inspector of the mint, in which post he made many friends. Other offices, all of them lucrative, were heaped upon him. He lived in princely grandeur, and he soon became popular. The Fatimite danger had disappeared in 969, when Mu'izz moved from Africa in the new city of Cairo, but Hakam had still to fight the Idrisids in Morocco, and the war opened up a connection with the African princes and Berber tribes. Shortly afterwards, the Caliph fell ill, and on 1 October 976 he died. Next day, Hisham II took the oath, and his accession raised even higher the power of Ibn Abd Ramir, who was made vizier, while Mushafi, the ex-vizier, was appointed Hijab, or prime minister. The Christians in the north had renewed hostilities at the time of Hakam's illness. Ibn Abd Amir undertook the command of an army and returned to Cordova laden with plunder. This triumph made him still more popular in Cordova and brought about a friendship between him and the commanders of the army. Soon came the inevitable struggle between the two ministers. On 25 March 978, Mushafi was deposed and imprisoned on the charge of embezzlement. All his property was confiscated. After 5 years of the utmost destitution, he was executed. Ibn Abi Amir was appointed Hijab. His relations with the Sultana Aurora were much criticized in Cordova, and he had to face faction and conspiracy. On his chief enemies, the fakirs, asserted that he was given over to philosophy. He ordered all the books on that subject in the library of Hakam II to be burnt, and in this way he achieved a great reputation for orthodoxy. He had shut up the Caliph in his newly built palace of Zahira, adjoining Cordova, and determined to reform the army. But as he could not rely on the Arabs for this task, he brought Berbers from Ceuta in Morocco, where he loaded with wealth, and unpatriotic Christians from Leon, Castile, and Navarre, drawn by high pay. At the same time, he carried through the reorganization of the military system by abolishing the identity of tribes and regiments. Then, to show the superiority of the army he had created, he turned his arms against the Leonese. He invaded Leon, captured and sacked Zamora in 981. Ramiro III of Leon was joined by Garcia Fernandez, Count of Castile, but they were beaten at Rueda, to the east of Simancas. He then advanced against Leon, but although he reached its gates in triumph, he failed to take the city. On his return from this campaign, he took the title of Almansor Bila, the victorious by the help of God, whence his Spanish name of Almanzor is derived, and had royal honors paid him. Owing to the disastrous campaign of 981, the nobles of Leon proclaimed as their king Bermudo II, a cousin of Ramiro III, who was besieged in Astorga, sought the aid of Almanzor, but died soon after. Bermudo also asked his help in crushing the nobles, but after giving it, Almanzor allowed the Muslim troops to remain in the country. Thus Leon ended by becoming a tributary of Almanzor. He now advanced into Catalonia and took Barcelona by storm on 1 July 985. Almanzor's tyranny and cruelty at home, however, were making him hated. To make good his position, he resolved to enlarge the mosque at great expense. He even worked like an ordinary laborer among a crowd of Christian prisoners. Meanwhile, Bermuda II drove out of Leon the Muslim troops who had been left there, but in 987 Almanzor, in a terrible raid, seized Coimbra and routed all who opposed his march to Leon. He captured the city and only spared one tower to show posterity its grandeur. After he had also taken Zamora, his sovereignty was acknowledged by all the country, while Bermuda kept only the districts near the sea. Almanzor, already the real ruler, aimed at being even more. For this design he had no fear of the Caliph, who was his prisoner, nor of the army which yielded him blind obedience, but he feared the nation, for whom unreasoning devotion to the dynasty was its very life, and he also feared Aurora, whose affection for him had now turned to hatred. She succeeded in inspiring Hisham II with a semblance of will and energy. She sought the aid of Ziri ibn Atiyah, the viceroy of Morocco. Almanzor, however, managed to see Hisham, reimposed his will upon him, and persuaded the Caliph to issue a decree entrusting to him all affairs of state as formerly. Aurora acknowledged herself defeated and devoted herself to works of piety. Ziri's defeat at Ceuta in 998 brought about the end of his power and the transference of all his territory to the Andalusians. At the same time, Almanzor attacked Bermuda II for refusing to pay tribute. He penetrated as far as Santiago in Galicia, and after a victorious march returned to Cordova with a crowd of prisoners. These carried on their shoulders the gates of the city, which were placed in the mosque, while the bells of its church were used as braziers. In 1002, Almanzor went on his last expedition against Castile. Concerning it, the Muslim historians only mention that on his return march from the successful expedition, Almanzor's illness grew worse, that he died at Medinaceli in 1002 and was buried there. The Historia Compostolana and the Chromium Bergens give much the same account, the latter saying Almanzor died in the year 1002 and was buried in hell. But Don Rodrigo Jimenez de Rada, Archbishop of Toledo, 1247, and Lucas, Bishop of Toul, 1249, tell us that Bermuda II of Leon, Garcia of Navarre, and Garcia Fernandez, Count of Castile, formed a league in 998 and attacked Almanzor at Catanazor, where they inflicted a great defeat on him, and that he died afterwards at Mendicisali from the wounds he had received, and on the return of the Muslim army to Cordova, a shepherd miraculously appeared, singing the famous strain, in Catanzor, Al-Mansur lost his drum. The appearance in the Battle of Bermuda II and Garcia of Navarre, who were already dead, the tale of the shepherd, who was taken for the devil by Christian historians, and the fixing of the date of the battle as 998 induced Dozy to reject the story. But recently, Saavedra has attempted to prove the probable truth of the legend. He argues that possibly after the withdrawal of Al-Mansur, through his illness, his rearguard was attacked at Catanzor, that his not accepting battle and the pursuit by the Christians to the gates of Mendicisali may have been regarded by them as a victory. The anachronisms of the narratives may be due to their having been written 2 centuries after the event. They failed to be accurate in date and repeated some legendary details which had already gathered round the truth. But whether this battle was actually fought or no, Al-Mansur, the terrible foe of Christendom, was dead. He was endowed with energy and strength of character. He was idolized by his soldiers, whom he led to invariable victory. His love of letters was shown in a splendid generosity. At the same time, he watched over the material interests of the country and strictly executed justice. In all that he undertook, he shewed a clearness of vision which marked his genius. Of his greatness there can be no doubt. Muzaffar, Al-Mansur's son, who took his father's place, won great victories over the Christians and put down some risings, but great changes had occurred in Muslim Spain. Class feeling had taken the place of racial discord, and new sects appeared, advocating innovations in politics and religion. The people were profoundly attached to the Umayyad Caliphate and ardently desired the fall of the Anthromite house of Al-Mansur. Such was the position of affairs when Muzaffar died, 1008, and was succeeded by his brother Abd ar-Rahman, nicknamed Sanchuelo. He was unpopular with the fakirs and lacked the ability of his father or brother, but he succeeded in obtaining from Hisham II what they had never extorted, his nomination as heir apparent. This brought to a head discontent in Cordova, while Sanchuelo was away on a campaign against Alfonso V of Leon. A revolution placed Muhammad II, al-Mahdi, on the throne, whereupon Hisham II abdicated. Seeing himself deserted, Sanchuelo sued for pardon. But on his return to Cordova, he was slain, 4 March 1009. Mahdi, who was bloodthirsty and yet lacked courage, alienated both slaves and Berbers. When the Berbers proclaimed another Umayyad Hisham on Mahdi, passing off Hisham II as dead, he defeated and killed him. A chief, Zawi, however, rallied the Berbers, and the slain man's father, Suleiman al-Astad, was proclaimed Caliph. They formed an alliance with the Castilians. Mahdi was beaten at Cantage. Suleiman entered Cordova, where the Berbers and Castilians committed every kind of excess. Hisham II returned, only to abdicate in favor of Suleiman. Mahdi's party, on their side, made an alliance with the Catalan counts, Raymond of Barcelona and Armengol of Urgel, and defeated Suleiman at Abacat al-Bakar, near Cordova, which the Catalans plundered. The slaves now turned against Mahdi, murdered him, and for the 3rd time proclaimed Hisham II in 1010. Sancho of Castile used the opportunity to recover the fortresses captured by Al-Mansur. The Berber opposition continued. In 1012, they pitilessly sacked Cordova. Houses and palaces were destroyed, and Suleiman was once more proclaimed Caliph. It was a war of factions, and in 1016, the slaves entered Cordova. They sought in vain for Hisham II. Suleiman gave out that he was dead, but apparently he fled to Asia, where he ended his life in obscurity. The wealthy became more confused till in 1025, for 6 months, the government was in the hands of a council of state. In 1027, the slaves proclaimed the last of the Umayyads, Hisham III al-Mu'tad. He too failed to satisfy expectations. A revolution broke out in December 1031. Hisham was taken prisoner. The viziers announced the abolition of the Caliphate and declared the government devolved on the Council of State. Meanwhile, in the Christian kingdoms, a steady advance had been made. In 1020, Alfonso V of Leon summoned a council to his capital to reform the government, and there issued the Fuera of Leon and other general laws. His son Bermuda III succeeded in 1027, and through his marriage with the sister of Garcia, Count of Castile, whose other sister was married to Sancho the Great of Navarre, the relations between the rulers of the three kingdoms became far more intimate. Castile, despite the occasional intervention of Leon, had been independent since the days of Ferdinand Gonzalez. The happy understanding which prevailed among the Christian states was broken up through the murder of Garcia of Castile. Garcia's brother-in-law, Sancho of Navarre, seized the territories of Castile, and a dispute over the frontier led to war with Bermuda III of Leon, which was ended by the marriage of Bermuda's sister with Sancho's eldest son, Ferdinand, the future king of Castile. On the speedy renewal of the war, the Castilians and Navarrese conquered the whole of Leon, Bermuda only retaining Galicia. Navarre then became the dominant power from the frontier of Galicia to the county of Barcelona, and Sancho ruled over Leon, Castile, Navarre, Aragon, and all the Basque country. But shortly before his death, he divided the kingdom among his sons. He left Navarre and the Basque provinces to Garcia, Castile to Ferdinand, Aragon to Ramiro, and the lordship of Sobarb and Ribagorza to Gonzalo. Bermuda III continued to reign in Galicia, but after the death of Sancho, 1035, he was defeated at Tamaron by Ferdinand in 1037, who thus united under his scepter all Leon and Castile. The Counts of Barcelona, who succeeded Wilfrid I, had extended their dominions beyond the river Llobregat, and despite invasions by Almanzor 986 and his son Muzafir, they recovered their lost territory through their intervention in the civil wars of the Muslims after the fall of the Almanzors. The breakup of the Caliphate was taken advantage of by Count Raymond Berengar I, 1035 to 1076, to consolidate his power. End of section 59. Section 60 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Western Caliphate, Part 4, by Rafael Altamira. With the fall of the Caliphate, there began, for Spain, the great period of Christian conquest, when the leadership passed from the Caliphate to the Christian kingdoms. The Muslim supremacy had been due partly to higher military efficiency, which was never recovered after the collapse of the Caliphate, and even more to the brilliance of its civilization compared with the backward condition of the northern states. This Arab civilization claims a special notice. The great variety of races in the country hindered the immediate development of Muslim civilization, and despite the efforts at union of Abd ar-Rahman III, the conflict between the different peoples and tribes still persisted. The Arabs refused to regard the Persians, Berbers, and other conquered races as their countrymen, while even among the Arabs themselves, Syrians, Yemenites, and other tribes were in constant feud. Inside the tribes, there were freemen, divided into aristocracy and people, and slaves. Under Abd ar-Rahman III, the unbroken struggle with the emirs all but destroyed the Arab aristocracy. Its place was taken on the one hand by the middle classes, who had amassed much wealth through the great expansion of trade and industry, and on the other hand by a feudal aristocracy of military commanders. The working men remained under the thumb of the middle classes, and owing to their economic inferiority were stirred occasionally to class hatred. The grants of lands and slaves freely given by the emirs made the dominant aristocracy the wealthiest class, and enabled it to form independent or nearly independent domains. This process may account for the fact that the Arabs and Berbers preferred the country to the cities, whose inhabitants, as in the case of Toledo, Seville, and Elvira, were mainly renegades and Mozarabs. The unfree classes were divided into peasant serfs, whose status was better than under the Visigoths, and household or personal slaves. Among the latter, the eunuchs, who were set apart for the service of the harem, enjoyed a privileged position. Occasionally they held the highest appointments, and since they had followers as well as wealth, could intervene effectively in politics. The slaves, who were not only the soldiers but the serfs of the Caliph, held civil as well as military offices, and, as we have seen, on the fall of the Almanzors, their political influence was decisive. The Muladis, Muwallad, were in an intermediate position. They were mainly descendants of Visigothic serfs who had secured freedom by their profession of Islam. As we have seen, they were viewed with suspicion by Muslims of old standing, and this bitterness caused frequent revolts. From the reign of Abd ar-Rahman II, their numbers increased owing to the frequent conversions of Mozarabs or Spanish Christians, and their influence on Muslim civilization was considerable. The legal status of the Jews improved under the Arabs. The destructive policy of the Visigoths was succeeded by wide toleration and freedom, which was characteristic of the Muslim conquest. In particular, the commercial and industrial prosperity of Cordova, which dated from the independence of the Caliph, was due to this liberal policy. The Jew Haste ibn Shabrot, who was the treasurer and minister of Abd ar-Rahman III, and translated the works of Dioscorides, was famous as a diplomatist. Under his influence, many of his co-religionists came from the East. They started a Talmudic school, which eclipsed the schools of Mesopotamia. The Jews in Cordova adopted the dress, language, and customs of the Arabs, and were consistently protected by the caliphs. The Mozarabs still kept their government and administration in their own hands under special governors, counts, who were selected by the caliph. They still kept their defensor to represent them at the court of the caliph. It is not known whether the courier survived, but the acceptor, who is now a tax collector, survived, as did also the censor, who was a judge of first instance, while the Count Conde presided over the court of appeal. He still administered the code Fuero Jugo, while transgressions of the law of Islam came before the Muslim authorities. The Mozarabs lived in districts apart, and apparently there was no marked distinction between the Visigothic and Hispano-Roman elements, except for brief periods of persecution. They were treated tolerantly. Spain was at first a province of the Caliphate of Damascus, with an emir at its head. Abd ar-Rahman I put an end to this dependent position by breaking with the Caliphate of Baghdad, although it was not till 929 that the title of Caliph was assumed by Abd ar-Rahman III. The Caliph was a supreme temporal and spiritual head. Sometimes he was elected by the nobles, but usually it was a hereditary office. The hierarchy consisted of the Hajib or prime minister, of various viziers, or ministers, who were responsible for the various administrative departments, such as the Treasury and War Office, though they only communicated with the Caliph through the Hajib, and of the Kabibs, or secretaries. The administrative offices together formed the Divan, and there were as many offices as public services. The provinces, which were 6 in number apart from Cordova, were under a civil and military governor called a wali. In some important cities there was also walis at the head of affairs, and on the frontier there was a military commander. The Caliph administered justice in person, but as a rule this function was exercised by the Qadi, and in small villages by Hakims. At their head stood the Qadi or the Qadis, who was established at Cordova. A special judge, the Sahib Ash-Shutter, or Sahib el-Madina, Zal-Madina, heard criminal and police cases under procedures simpler than that of the Qadi. The Sabalakwan, or Hakim, carried out the sentences of the Qadi. The Mutasib, or Al-Mutasim, regulated police, trade, and markets, and intervened in questions of sales, gambling, weights, measures, and public dress. Cordova had a special judge, Sahib al-Mazalam, who was appointed by the emir to hear complaints of breach of privilege or of offenses committed by public officials. Ribera considers that the Justicia Mayor de Aragon was set up in imitation of this functionary. The usual punishments were fines, scourging, mutilation, and death. This last penalty applied to cases of blasphemy, heresy, and apostasy. Besides the taxes on personal and real property, quit rents paid by holders of khums, state lands, there was the azak, a tithe of agriculture, industry, and commerce, and also the customs, the head of which was called al-Mashrif, Al-Jarif. A census with statistics based on tribal organization was drawn up for the assessment of taxation, but this method of organization died out on the fall of the Arab aristocracy. The tribe was the unit of military organization. Each tribe rallied round its chief and its standard. The soldiers received pay at the end of the campaign at the rate of 5 to 10 gold pieces, and the Baladis, who were descended from Musa's Arabs, were never summoned except in case of need. Campaigns were generally conducted in the spring and had the character of an algaris or raid. The object was booty, and with that secured, the army invariably retired from any position conquered. The commander-in-chief was called Al-Khalid, Al-Qaid. The cavalry was mounted on mules and without stirrups. They used the sword, the pike, the lance, and the bow, while their defensive armor consisted of helmets, shields, cuirasses, and coats of mail. Their siege weapons were the same as those employed by the Byzantines. The army underwent many changes in organization as the caliphs became more dependent on foreign troops, and Al-Mansur completed this process. He substituted the regimental for the tribal division, and thus put an end to the power of the tribal chiefs. There were, moreover, foreign elements. First the slaves, and then the mercenary Christian troops from Leon, Navarre, and Castile, who became dangerous to the tranquility of the country while Al-Mansur's iron grasp relaxed. The navy under Abd ar-Rahman III, with Altamira at its chief harbor, became the most powerful in the Mediterranean. Their raids under commanders of a squadron called the Alcaides of the fleet extended to Galicia and Asturias, and also to Africa, where they attacked the Fatimites. In fact, Muslim piracy was the terror of the Mediterranean, and it was from Spain that the colonists of Fraxitum came. When at the end of the 10th century the Fatimite danger disappeared, the Arabs neglected their navy. The Muslim religion is based on the recognition of one God and of Muhammad as his prophet, and the Caliph is the supreme spiritual head. But among Arabs and Berbers alike grew up many heterodox sects. These made proselytes in Spain, but were not openly professed for fear of the populace. Among Orthodox Muslims in Spain, the Malachites were dominant. Fervent Muslims were inclined to asceticism and were called Zahids. There sprang up regular monasteries such as those of Ibn Masara at Montana and of Ibn Muhajid of Elvira at Cordova, where apparently they devoted their time to the study of philosophy and other forbidden branches of learning. The basis of Muslim law was the Quran and the tradition concerning the acts and sayings of the Prophet. These were known as Sunnah. The chief collection of them, so far as Spain was concerned, was called Al-Mawada, composed by Malik ibn Anas, and contained 1,700 cases to which additions were made later. They had no code, properly speaking, until much later than this period, but there were special compilations including very heterogeneous subjects such as prayer, purification, fasting, pilgrimages, sales, the division of inheritances, marriage, and so on. And under Malachite influence, these compilations were introduced into Spain. In the days of the caliphs, Muslim Spain became one of the wealthiest and most thickly populated countries in Europe. Cordova expanded till it contained 200,000 houses, and as we have seen, was greatly embellished in the reigns of Abd ar-Rahman II and III, who erected the palace of Az-Zahra, and under Al-Mazur, who built the palace of Zahira. Another wonderful building was the mosque, which was begun by Abd ar-Rahman I. Cordova was the meeting point of travelers from all over the world, who came to admire the splendor in which the caliphs lived. This magnificence was due to the extraordinary growth of industry and commerce. In agriculture, a distinct advance was made in the number of smallholders, who also stood socially higher than under the Visigoths. The Arabs rapidly assimilated such knowledge of farming as the Spaniards possessed, and added to it the agricultural experience of other Asiatic peoples. The greatest writers on agriculture were Mozarabs, but the Arabs soon learned the lesson taught them, and successfully cultivated the vine on a large scale despite the prohibition of wine. The Muslims introduced the cultivation of rice, pomegranates, cane sugar, and other oriental products. They started or completed a system of canals for the irrigation of gardens, especially in the provinces of Murcia, Valencia, and Granada, and they were devoted to cattle breeding. It is noteworthy that the laborers used the Roman and not the Arab calendar. Mining of gold, silver, and other metals was preeminent among industries, the mines of Jain, Bulj, Arosh, and Algarve being renowned, while the rubies of Bejar and Malaga were famous. The woolen and silk weaving in Cordova, Malaga, and Almeria was justly celebrated, and in Cordova alone there seems to have been 13,000 weavers. Paterna, Valencia, carried the ceramic art to great perfection, and Almeria produced glass as well as many kinds of bronze and iron vessels. At Jativa, the manufacture of writing paper out of thread was introduced by the Arabs. Arms for defense and offense were made at Cordova and elsewhere, while Toledo was famous for its swords and armor. Cordova was the home of all kinds of leather industry, and thence was derived the trade term Cordobanes, court-wainers. Ibn Furnias of Cordova, according to El-Akari, in the 9th century invented a method for manufacturing looking glasses, various kinds of chronometers, and also a flying machine. This industrial movement had far-reaching commercial results. Trade was mainly carried on by sea, and under Abd ar-Rahman III, the most important sources of revenue were the duties on imports and exports. The exports from Seville, which was one of the greatest river ports in Spain, were cotton, oil, olives, and other local produce. It was peopled, as we have seen, mainly by renegades, who by devotion to business had amassed large fortunes. During the emirate of Abdallah, when Ibn Hajjaj held the sovereignty in Seville, The port was filled with vessels laden with Egyptian cloth, slaves, and singing girls from every part of Europe and Asia. The most important exports from Jaen and Malaga were saffron, figs, wine, marble, and sugar. Spanish exports went to Africa, Egypt, and Constantinople, and thence they were forwarded to India and Central Asia. Trade was kept up not only with Constantinople, but with the East generally, especially Mecca, Baghdad, and Damascus. The caliphs organized a regular postal service for the government. The necessities of government and of commerce compelled the Arabs to issue a coinage, which, though at first copied from Oriental models, took on later a character of its own. The gold unit was the dinar, and they also used half dinars and 1/3 dinars. The silver unit was the dirham, and the copper the fowls, Latin follis. In time, however, these coins went down considerably in weight and value. The official language for the government service of Muslim Spain was classical Arabic, the language of the Koran, but the speech of everyday life was a vulgar Arabic dialect, which contained a mixture of various Latin or Romance tongues of the conquered races, and was scarcely understood in the East. Ribera, in his study of the songbook of Ibn Qasmun, has proved that even at the court of the caliphs in Cordova, a vulgar Romance dialect was spoken, which was understood by the cadis and other officials. He explains the existence of this Romance dialect by the probability that the Arabs who formed the backbone of the army must have married Spanish women. Ibn Bashkawal, Ibn al-Abar, and other Muslim biographers always praise highly scholars who know Arabic. Thus, among the Muslims, as among all the European peoples of that date, there was both a literary language and a language of daily speech. Just as the Mozarabs used Latin and Arabic, so the Spaniards of the north employed Latin in their documents and Romance dialects in their everyday life. There was no regular system of education, and it is only in 1065 that the first university appears at Baghdad. Up till the reign of Hakam, government interest in education, according to Ribera, was limited to maintaining freedom of instruction in opposition to the narrowness of the Malachite clergy who attempted to monopolize the teaching. Hakam II, who was unable to travel to the East, invited Oriental scholars to Cordova, where they gave lectures but received no official recognition. At the end of his life, he set aside legacies for the payment of professors in Cordova, with an eye to poor students, but this only applied to religious education. The authorities intervened to test the orthodoxy of the teaching, and at first a great impulse was given to the spread of Malachite doctrines. But later, the fakirs became exceedingly intolerant of all doctrine, which they suspected of heterodoxy. Primary education consisted, as in all Muslim countries, of writing and reading from the Koran, to which the Spanish professors added pieces of poetry and epistolary exercises and composition, and the pupils had to learn by heart the elements of Arabic grammar. Writing was taught at the same time as reading, and to learn writing was compulsory on all. Although education was purely a private matter, it was so widely diffused that most Spaniards knew how to read and write, a standard which, as Dozy observes, was still unknown in the rest of Europe. Higher education included, according to Ribera, translations, readings from the Koran, and the interpretation of the text, jurisprudence, practical instructions for notaries and judges, the law of succession, branches of religious knowledge, politics, scholastic and ascetic theology, Arabic philosophy, grammar and lexicography, literature including history, poetry, rhymed prose, stories and anecdotes, medicine, philosophy, astronomy, music, studied in an order which it is impossible to determine. Undoubtedly, poetry was the most popular branch of general culture among the Arabs even before the advent of Islam. Every tribe had a poet who sang the conflicts, the triumphs and defeats of his tribesmen, and, according to Gozahir, had some of the characteristics of the prophet or seer. A copious literature and verses come down to us from that period, which in its treatment of wars, horses, and the wilds has always been a model and a source of inspiration. The chiefs who settled in Spain brought their poets in their train. Emirs and caliphs composed verses, while improvisation was common in the streets and roads. Even the women shared the popular taste, and some of the caliphs' wives and slaves showed remarkable poetic skill. Moreover, the caliphs had their court poets, to whom they paid high salaries and showed the utmost consideration. From primitive themes, these writers went on to the love poem. Satire and epigram were also much in use. Besides poetry, the Spanish Arabs diligently studied history and geography, but although they cultivated the short story, the drama was unknown to them. Although philosophy was distrusted by the vulgar and its followers filled Orthodox theologians with alarm, the highest classes were much addicted to its study in private. Some schools of philosophy, indeed, resemble secret societies. It was certainly through this movement that philosophy found its way into Europe, where the Spanish scholars who traveled in the East had read the works of the commentators and translators of the Greek philosophers. Thus the Spaniards served as the channel of communication with the rest of Europe, and particularly influenced the development of scholastic philosophy. Astronomy, like philosophy, was viewed with suspicion by the public, and their efforts to prohibit its study were successful. Despite this fact, Muslim Spain produced famous astronomers. More freedom was allowed to the study of pure and applied mathematics, and in medicine, Spaniards surpassed the Oriental physicians who had learned their art from Persian Christians, and their influence on medieval medical science was profound. Natural science was another subject studied by their doctors, who were also chemists. The Jews followed attentively these systematic achievements of Arab learning, and more especially its progress in physical and natural science. They too influenced the rest of the West. Side by side with all this progress, there was a wide and enthusiastic demand for books. This was due to various causes, such as the cursive character of Arabic writing, which might be compared with the labor-saving device of shorthand, and the employment of linen paper from the earliest times, which was cheaper than papyrus or parchment. Moreover, the peculiarities of Muslim life, without political assemblies, theaters, or academies, which were the characteristic features of Greece and Rome, made books their sole means of instruction. In the early days of the conquest, the Mozarabs preserved their Latin traditions in a Latin form, but with the increase of educated people and the demand for men learned in Muslim law, there followed the gradual introduction of books, at first only on legal and theological subjects. The renegades took up the study of their newly adopted language and religion with enthusiasm, and their influence gave fresh impetus to the general appetite for reading. The movement was slow and indecisive at first, and only reached its height with the advent of Abd ar-Rahman III, thanks to his establishment of peace and order. Learned professors, students from every country, skilled copyists, rich dealers, and booksellers flocked to Cordova until it became the intellectual center of the West. The Royal Library was already in the reign of Muhammad I, one of the best in Cordova, and Abd ar-Rahman III added to it. His two sons, Muhammad and Hakam II, showed their dissatisfaction with their father's library by each forming a separate collection, and in the end Hakam II made the three libraries into one vast collection of 400,000 volumes. He employed a principal librarian who had instructions to draw up a catalog, as well as the best binders, draftsmen, and illuminators. The dispersal of this library at the fall of the Caliphate was a disaster to the West. Cordova had also celebrated private libraries. Among women, too, bibliomania became the fashion, and Aisha, who belonged to the highest society in Cordova, had a notable collection, while women of the lower classes devoted their time to copying the Quran or books of prayers. The Jews, the Mozarabs, and the renegades were carried away by the current, and eunuchs acquired considerable learning and even founded libraries. The period of these splendid achievements, declares Ribera, the best authority, was doubtless of short duration. After the rule of Almanzor, Cordova was in the throes of civil war, and the Berbers, who formed the majority of the royal army, inaugurated a period of barbarism, plundering and burning palaces and libraries. Wealthy families migrated to the provinces. Students and professors fled the capital. Then they formed teaching centers, and the enthusiasm for books spread among those populations, who afterwards formed the kingdom of the Taifas, provincial dynasties. Side by side with science and literature, the fine arts flourished, as we have already seen. Cordova had become the leading city in Spain. The splendor of her buildings and palaces vied even with the court of Baghdad. The architectural methods adopted by the Arabs differed greatly from those of the Romanized Spaniards. The beginnings of Arabic architecture are to be found even before Islam under the Samanids. From this source, the Arabs probably derived not only the gypsum arch embellished with honeycomb cells and pyramids suspended like stalactites, but also the stuccoed walls with their reliefs and decorations which adorn so effectively the interior of Muslim houses. Byzantine influences reinforced those from the Muslim East and affected both the architecture and the scheme of ornamentation, all of which the Spanish Arabs took over bodily, just as they gave Visigothic and classical influences free play in their artistic modeling. The horseshoe arch, later on so typically Muslim, being of Visigothic origin. The first period in the development of Hispano-Arabic architecture covers the era of the Caliphate from the 8th to the 10th century, and of it the Mosque of Cordova is the most important monument. It was begun in the reign of Abd ar-Rahman I, and the process of building went on from the 8th to the 10th century. The ground plan of a mosque is rectangular and comprises a courtyard surrounded by a portico and as a rule planted with trees, with a fountain for the ceremonial ablutions of the faithful. One or more lofty towers of graceful proportions called squama, but in Spanish known as almenares, minarets, which were used by the muezzin to give the call to prayer, and a covered part, coberita, completely surrounding the courtyard and extending much farther in the direction of the mihrab, or niche, which faces toward Mecca, while somewhat to the right of this stands the pulpit or minbar, from which the imam offers prayer. The architectural features of the building are the arches, mainly of the horseshoe form, though other forms such as the pointed and the lobe-shaped arch were also used, and the cupola resting on its square base, or the columns employed on the early Roman and Visigothic buildings, imitated the Corinthian or composite capital, which was afterwards superseded by the Cordovese capital, that flourished until the Nazarite or Grenadine style in the last period of Hispano-Muslim architecture. The walls were ornamented with bas-relief plaques in stone or gypsum, the scheme of decorations being sometimes floral and sometimes geometrical, on a background usually red or blue. The decoration showed traces of classical, Visigothic, Syro-Byzantine, and Mesopotamian influences. Painting and sculpture were encouraged by the Spanish Muslims without any restriction, save in regard to religion. There are some remarkable examples of representations of animals and persons, among them some glazed vessels at Elvira, on which are depicted painted human figures. In metallurgy and ceramics, great advances were made, but the glazed tiles or bricks belong to a later period. In bronze work, mention should be made of the mosque lamps, and the chest studded with silver plates of the period of Hakam II, which is preserved in the Cathedral of Girona. In furniture, immense luxury was displayed. Their carpets, silk curtains, divans, and cushions gave scope to many industries. With the growth of Muslim influence, buildings with public baths multiplied and at length came to be used even more than in the days of the Romans. The difference between their family life and that of the Christians was very marked. As is well known, Muslims might have even 4 lawful wives and as many concubines as they could support. Hence the caliphs and the wealthy had many wives, whom they kept in harems. The law gave the first wife the right to secure a promise from her husband that he would not contract a fresh marriage or take concubines. Within the house, the woman was subject to the man, but she could dispose of the greater part of his property and appear in the law courts without her husband's leave. She exercised the same authority as he did over the sons, so far as concerned their formal protection, and could obtain divorce for valid grounds. Further, the women enjoyed more liberty in their social relations than is generally supposed. They often walked through the streets with their heads uncovered, and attended men's meeting places like the schools. End of section 60. Section 61 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Western Caliphate, Part 5, by Rafael Altamira. The brilliant civilization of the Caliphate naturally influenced the Christians to the north. This influence was not only due to proximity, but also, contrary to the general view, to frequent community of interest between Christians and Muslims, and especially to Christian slaves who escaped to secure their freedom and on their return home nearly always kept their Arab names. Between Christians and Muslims, visits were frequently exchanged and mutual succor given in time of civil war. They traded together and intermarried not only in the lower but also in the higher classes, including royalty. Such marriages must have been very common since the Arabs arrived in Spain, not as tribes but as bands of warriors. Throughout the later years, the combatants on both sides were apparently a mixture of Muslims and Christians. When two people come into contact, the higher civilization invariably influences the other. Such indeed was the case of the Arabs in Spain and the Spaniards from the beginning of the 9th to the end of the 13th century, when Arab philosophy and science were at their height. In practical life, Arab influence was even greater, not only in political but also in legal and military organization. And this explains why the Christians, after the reconquest of the districts inhabited by Muslims, were compelled to respect existing institutions, while they set up analogous systems for the new settlers, as is proved by the charters, fueros, granted by the kings of Aragon and Castile to the conquered cities. The literary influence was not so strong. Arabic phrases were common in Leon, Castile, Navarre, and other parts. The Romance languages, which were then in the process of formation, took over a large part of Arabic terms, sometimes making up hybrid words and sometimes pronouncing the Latin words or their derivatives in the Arabic fashion. There were many Moors who understood Romance, particularly in the frontier districts, and they were called Latin Moors, Ladinos, just as many Christians with some knowledge of Arabic, Aragabaria, were called Christians who talked a jargon, Agavar Viadas. The Mozarabs naturally felt Arab influence even more throughout this period. The following passage occurs in the writing of Valvaro of Cordova, the companion of Eulogio, who exhorted the Cordovan martyrs. Many of my fellow Christians read Arab poetry and stories, and study the works of Mohammedan philosophers and theologians, not with the object of refuting them, but to learn to express themselves in Arabic with greater elegance and correctness. Alas, All our Christian youths, who are winning a name for themselves by their talents, know the language and literature of the Arabs alone. They read and study assiduously their books. At huge expense they form large libraries, and on every occasion they positively declare that this literature merits our admiration. The Muslim people in turn adopted something of Visigothic culture from the renegades and Mozarabs, particularly in language, administration, and the organization of the arts. The Mozarabs still kept up their old ecclesiastical schools where, under the direction of the abbots Samson, Spirit and Deo, and others, they carefully kept the Isidorian tradition. The Christian women who formed an ordinary part of Arab and Berber households must have added to the force of these influences, which, however, were never so powerful as those exercised by the Muslim or the Christian element. But despite the Muslim influence, Christian civilization with its Visigothic basis continued to grow along its own lines. The political unity of the Visigothic kingdom disappeared with the concentration of Christian resistance at a few isolated points, and in this period there cannot be said to be any national life. In fact, Spain has no real existence. We can only speak of Asturias, Leon, Galicia, Navarre, Castile, and Catalonia. This diversity of states, institutions, and nationalities is the characteristic feature of medieval Spain. So far as Asturias, Leon, and Castile are concerned, the distinction between slaves and freemen still continued, while the latter were subdivided into nobles and plebeians. The nobles were dependent on the king, who gave them grants of land, titles and offices, etc. From time to time a revolt broke out among these nobles, and this gave rise to a new class of nobles, the infanzones, more immediately dependent on the king. In this period, too, first appear the milites, caballeros, free men who receive certain privileges in return for military service, and also the infanzones de fuero, nobles of a peculiar kind chosen by the king from inhabitants of cities or boroughs. Some men, too, put themselves under the protection of nobles, giving personal services and payments in return for it. This protection was known as encomienda, or benefactoria. The serfs were divided, as in the Visigothic period, into those belonging to the state, fiscales, those owned by ecclesiastics, ecclesiasticos, and those who were the property of private individuals, particulares. According to their status, they might be either personal property, personae alias, or bound to the soil, colonos. The latter were indissolubly tied to the soil, gleba, so that they were regarded as part of the land like trees or buildings, and were therefore included in contracts for sale or purchase. The status of a serf might be acquired by birth, by debt, by captivity, or by voluntary assignment to a lord, abnoxiation. These last had a higher status and were called oblati. Freedom might be recovered by manumission, which was due to the influence of Christianity into economic necessities, by revolt or flight. Hence arose a class of freedmen, with special privileges and more advantages than the primitive serf. By the end of the 10th century, these freedmen formed the majority of the population and were known as juniores. They spoke of themselves as tenants-in-chief, de cabeza, though they were liable to personal service and were regarded as part and parcel of the inheritance, heredad, or ancestral domain, salarigios. Even when they worked elsewhere or lived away on an alien plot, they still paid tribute. Such was their condition as it appears in the Charter of Lyon at the beginning of the 11th century, but afterwards it steadily improved. The king was at the head of the government, but his power varied in different cases. He combined legislative and judicial functions, and claimed the sole prerogative of coining money as well as the right to summon his vassals to war, Fonsadero. There was, however, considerable variation in practice in the lands directly dependent on the king, Realangus. He had full jurisdiction over all orders and was himself their main lord. But the nobles sometimes exercised over their own lands an authority that practically superseded the king's. All the inhabitants of the domain were dependent on their feudal lord, some as serfs, others under his patronage. He collected tribute from them. He accepted their personal services. He compelled them to go out on military duty. In a sense, he dictated their laws and divided the functions of government between the judex, mayordomos, shellykess, and sagio, who presided over the concilium. He could not extend his privileges over lands newly acquired without the express leave of the king. The powers of the king over the lands of ecclesiastical vassals were also limited. While the ecclesiastics had the advantage of setting down their privileges in written documents, their duties as well as their rights were on the same footing as those of secular feudatories. The nobles, bishops, and abbots could often interfere in lands which were exempt from aristocratic or ecclesiastical control. They were members of the Palatine Office, Officio Palatino, as well as of the Royal Council and the other councils. They kept in their lands the government and administration of the districts, called commissa, mantiatones, tenentii, etc., and in their capacity of counts they were assisted by a vicar and the council of neighbors, conventus, publicus, vinsorum. Such powers intensified their turbulent spirit. They imposed their policy on the crown, interfered in the struggles for the succession, and consequently the monarchy found in them the strongest force in the country. But despite all this, there was no feudal hierarchy, as in France and Germany, since they exercised all their privileges by the favor of the king. In Leon and Castile, we can trace the rise of beliaries, or collective benefices, benefactorius collectivus, groups of freemen who sought the protection of a powerful lord. If they might freely choose their own lord, they were known as behetres de mar amar. But if their choice were restricted to one family, they were called de linga a linga. They were never very vigorous, owing to their dependence, but in the 10th century they gave rise to the chartered town, or consejo, which comprised the inhabitants who had been conquered by the king and were attached to the royal domain, as well as those who had recently settled there and were exempt from the jurisdiction of the counts. The reason for the establishment of consejos was the necessity of populating the frontier. Since no one would live there owing to its insecurity, the king had to attract inhabitants for chartered towns by granting them privileges. Sometimes all who entered them were declared freemen, even if they sprang from the lowest serfs. Sometimes they were exempted from services and contributions. Sometimes they were allowed some political independence and self-government. Sometimes the existing practices and customary exemptions were recognized. These privileges were definitely set forth in the Fuero, or Charter of the Inhabitants, Carta de Poblacion. Of those that have come down to us, the charters of Burgos, Castrojeros, etc., date from the 10th, and those of Najares, Sepulveda, and Leon from the beginning of the 11th century. As a rule, the organization of the chartered town depended on the formation of the concilium, consejo, or assembly of neighbors, which exercised judicial and administrative functions. The council appointed every year a judge, several assessors, clerks of the market, and inspectors who were entirely dependent on its goodwill. Such were the beginnings of municipal life. Its growth was marked by the gradual absorption by the concilium of the powers and prerogatives which had once belonged to the king and the count. but the king still kept the right to appoint judges who continued side by side with those elected by the council. There were usually distinctions between greater and lesser members of the Concilio, between nobles, infanzones, and citizens, between holders of office, honoratia, and simple neighbors, vicinzi, the villagers or townsmen. Legislation had other sources besides the fuero jurisco. Through the new charters granted by the king, the municipality exercised jurisdiction according to custom and tradition in cases which were not expressly included in their charter. Further, the fueros of the bishop and the lords contributed an element to the legislation of the period, just as did the municipal councils. The inhabitants of Leon and Castile lagged far behind the Muslims in point of material comfort. Agriculture, limited as yet by the bare necessities of life, was fostered by the Benedictine monks alone, and for the most part the population confined its energies to war. Industries, however, sprang up at Santiago de Compostela in Galicia. Round the shrine of St. James, and craftsmen began to organize guilds. The salt industry, too, was kept up in Galicia, but there was less freedom of trade than in the preceding period, and taxation generally took the form of duties imposed on the necessaries of life. Money was scarce, and Roman and Gothic types of coin were still current. The official language was Latin, but Romance was already a formed language, although there are no documents extant in the vulgar tongue till the end of the 11th or the beginning of the 12th century. Scarcely anything is known of Aragon and Navarre at this period. In Catalonia, a West Frankish fief, the Franks exercised a profound influence on the organization of society. Here the counts were landowners, who granted or leased out their lands, and this practice gave rise to the copyholders, concessionarios, the viscounts and other subordinates of the count. Later, the grant of lands by the king to soldiers, whether in the shape of allods or in that of beneficia, led to the formation of a fresh group of free owners. Thus the nobility of Catalonia acquired the full powers of French feudal seigneurs. The common law of all three realms was the fuero jurisco, to which Catalonia added the Frankish capitularies. There were also charters for towns in Aragon and Navarre, but their text does not come down to us, while the fuero of Sobrarbe is generally regarded as a forgery. In Catalonia there are extant the fuero of Montemel, the town charter of Cardona given by Wilfrid, and the privilege of Barcelona granted by Benegar Raymond I. The history of Spain so far traced is very different from that of other Western countries. No land is more marked out by its mere geography and local separations as the very home of rival kingdoms. It fronts towards the sea, and it looks towards Africa. If it borders upon modern France, it is yet separated from it by the almost impassable Pyrenees. It still bore the imperishable marks of Roman rule. It had been flooded by the Teutonic invaders when the empire fell, and it had been by them even more closely joined to Africa. Then it was again marked out from the rest of Europe by the Muslim conquest, and Spain gave a rival to the Eastern Caliphate, just as the Franks gave a rival to the Eastern Emperor. In itself, the Iberian Peninsula was split up by many mountain ranges and marked by startling variations in climate and soil. It had a unity compatible with the strongest local divergencies. Thus it was destined for a history strangely apart from other lands. If at times it drew to itself outside races and outside influences, these in their turn were molded into types among themselves both akin and separate. So, if splendid, it was always weak through its many divisions, and many contests between Berbers and Arabs, and of Arabs among themselves. The history of Arab civilization in Spain intertwines itself in many links with medieval learning, science, and thought. while the presence of a rival race and rival creed at its very doors gave a special tinge to Spanish fervor and Spanish faith. In the field of thought, even in constitutional experiments, Spanish history is thus from early times a significance far greater than that of its mere events. Even after its splendors had reached its height, the influence of the Moorish kingdom was not ended. Small Christian states, separated from each other by physical conditions, had been born in conflict with it, and were sometimes united in enmity against it, sometimes in strife and contest for its alliance. Thus the later Spanish kingdoms were growing up, but their day was yet to come. End of section 61. Section 62 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Church from Charlemagne till Sylvester II, Part 1, by Louis Halphen. The preceding volume came to an end with the picture of a vast empire, seemingly destined to absorb Europe itself. This volume, on the contrary, has offered little for our consideration save the spectacle of Europe fallen to fragments, of its kingdoms sundered from one another, and of disintegration steadily advancing. The alluring dream of Charles the Great has vanished. After his death, no temporal prince was found capable of carrying on his work, and it fell to ruins. Nevertheless, the root idea which had inspired him still persisted, the idea of the unity of the Christian world, bound together and grouped round a single head, ready to give battle to the infidel, and to undertake the conversion of the barbarians. But it was the Church which now appropriated the idea, and which alone, amidst the surrounding confusion, succeeded in maintaining itself as the principle of order and the power of cohesion. To shew in broad outline how and to what extent the Church succeeded in this design, during the disturbed period which preceded the great Church reform of the 11th century, is the object of these few pages, which will thus sum up the history. Under the ever-present influence of scriptural ideals, Charles the Great had really come to see in himself what he was so often called a new David or another Solomon, and at once priest and king, the master and overlord of the bishops of his realms. In reducing those bishops to the level of docile fellow laborers with him in the work of government, he had believed himself to be working for the consolidation of his own power. But in this manner, and as so many others, the results of his policy had not accorded with his wishes and expectations. The bishops, having been called upon to take part in the affairs of state, were consequently quite ready to busy themselves with them, even uninvited, while on the other hand, by the investment of the emperor with a semi-sacerdotal character, the clergy were encouraged to see in him one of themselves, and despite his superior position, to look upon him as amenable to their jurisdiction. This had been clearly perceived as early as the time of Louis the Pious, when on the morrow of Lothar's usurpation, 833, the bishops, alleging the obligation laid on them by their priestly office, had plainly asserted their right to examine and punish the conduct of a prince who had incurred guilt by refusing to obey, as the official record declares, the warnings of the clergy. For although Louis the Pious had already looked upon, as deposed at the time of the ceremony in St. Bernard's at Soissons, the course which the bishops had adopted without hesitation was in point of fact to bring him to trial for his conduct as a sovereign, imposing on him the most humiliating of penances, after which, as the record concludes, none can resume his post in the world's army. Louis the Pious, as already seen, did nevertheless return to the world's army, and was even reinstated in the imperial dignity. Yet this decisive action taken by the bishops in the crisis of 833 showed clearly that the parts had been inverted. Louis the Pious was the king of the priests, but no longer in the same sense as Charles the Great. He was at their mercy. The precedent thus set was not forgotten. During the fratricidal struggle which, on the morrow of the death of Louis the Pious, broke out amongst Lothar, Louis the German, and Charles the Bald, the bishops more than once took occasion to interfere and to make themselves masters of the situation. In March 842 in particular, when Charles the Bald and Louis the German had encamped in the palace of Aix-la-Chapelle, whence their brother had precipitously fled, at their approach the clergy as not guard. An eyewitness relates, reviewing Lothar's whole conduct, how he had stripped his father of power, how often by his cupidity he had driven Christian people to commit perjury, how often he had himself broken his engagements to his father and his brothers, how often he had attempted to despoil and ruin the latter since his father's death, how many adulteries, conflagrations, and acts of violence of every description his criminal ambition had inflicted on the church. Finally, considering his incapacity for government and the complete absence of good intentions in this matter shown by him, declare that it is with good reason and by a just judgment of the Almighty that he has been reduced to take flight, first from the field of battle and then from his own kingdom. Without a dissentient voice, the bishops proclaimed a deposition of Lothar, and after having demanded of Louis and Charles whether they were ready to govern according to the divine will, the states abandoned by their brother, received them, they bade them, and ruled them according to the will of God. We require it of you in his name. We beseech it of you, and we command it of you. In thus encroaching on the domain of politics, the bishops were persuaded that they were only acting in the interest of the higher concerns committed to their care. They had gradually accustomed themselves to the idea that the empire ought to be the realization upon the earth of the city of God, the ideal city planned by St. Augustine. The study of St. Augustine had been the mental food of bishops, learned clerks, and princes themselves, and in their complaints the clergy had always a source of inspiration in the complaints echoed 4 centuries earlier by St. Augustine and his followers. The empire was hastening to its ruin because religion was no longer honored, because every man was concerned only for his own interests and was careless of the higher interests of the church, because instead of brotherliness and concord, only cupidity and selfishness reigned unchecked. If the empire were to be saved, the first thing to be done was to recall every man to Christian sentiments and to the fear of God. Whatever work of the period we open, whether we go to the letters written at the time by the clergy, or whether we examine the considerations on which the demands made by their synods to the king are based, we shall find the same arguments upon the necessity of reverting to the Christian principles which had constituted the strength of the empire and had been the condition of its existence. For the deacon Florus, the decadence of the empire is merely one aspect of the decadence of the church. At the period when the empire flourished, the clergy used to meet frequently in councils to give holy laws to the people. Today, he goes on, there is nothing but conciliar bulla of men greedy of lands and benefices. The general interest is not regarded. Everyone is concerned about his own affairs. All things command attention except God. The conclusion of the whole matter is, he says, that all is over with the honor of the church, and that the majesty of the state is a prey to the worst of furies. The same reflections may be found in Pacius Robertus, biographer of the abbot Walla. The whole of the disorder in the state arises from the disappearance of religion. The imperial power has made shipwreck at the same time as the authority of the church. Walla's comment, as he made his appearance amidst the partisans of Lothar on the morrow of the penance at St. Medard's, is well known. It is all perfect, save that you have left naught to God of all that was due to him, to restore to the Church of God and to its ministers the honor that is their due, such as the sheet anchor which the episcopate offers to sovereigns. Over and over again during the years that followed the death of Louis the Pious and the partition of Verdun, the bishops press upon rulers the necessity of acting with charity, and in cases where any error has been committed, of doing penance, and as a document of 844 expresses it, asking the forgiveness of the Lord according to the exhortation and counsel of the priests. And these exhortations bear fruit. In April 845, while a synod was sitting at Beauvais, the King of France, Charles the Bald, after swearing on the hilt of his sword in the name of God and the saints to respect till death the privileges and laws of the Church, admits the right and even the duty of the prelates both to suspend the execution of any message he might take, which should be to the detriment of these privileges and laws, and also to address remonstrances to him, calling upon him to amend any decisions contrary to them. Strong in this pledge, the prelates of France, a few months later, June 845, ventured to put forward at the Synod of Rhodes a whole series of claims directed not less against their king than against the whole lay aristocracy, reproaching both alike with hindering the free exercise of religion. Their reproaches were expressed in the language of command, which on this occasion was carried to such a height that the king, with the support of the magnates, resisted. Nevertheless, the bishops remained masters of the situation. In the years that follow, making common cause now with the lay aristocracy, they succeed throughout the various kingdoms which sprang from Charles the Great's empire, in imposing their will upon the sovereigns. They are at once the leaders and the spokesmen of the turbulent vassals, ever ready to league themselves together to resist the king. In an assembly held in August 856 at Bonneuil, near Paris, with unprecedented violence, they accused Charles the Bald of having broken all his engagements. They warn him in charity that they are all priests and laymen of one mind in resolving to see them carried out, and they summon him in consequence to amend without delay all provisions to the contrary, concluding this singular request with the threatening quotation from the Psalms: "If a man will not turn, he will whet his sword. He hath bent his bow, and made it ready. He hath prepared for him the instruments of death." We have already seen how 2 years later this prediction was apparently realized. Louis the German, in response to the appeal of a portion of his brother Charles the Bald's subjects, invaded his dominions and succeeded in occupying a great part of them. Called upon to ratify his usurpation, a group of bishops from the ecclesiastical provinces of Reims and Rouen gathered together at Curzy-sur-Bois, following the suggestions of Archbishop Hinquar, carried matters with a high hand, after having recommended him to meditate upon the duties which a prince owes to the Church. They thought fit to bring to his notice these words from the Psalms: "Instead of thy fathers thou shalt have children," together with the interpretation, "Instead of the apostles I have ordained bishops, that they may govern and instruct thee." Kings working for the maintenance of peace under the aegis of the Church. Such was thenceforward the program of the episcopate, and by peace is intended the peace of Christendom, the peace of the Church. To disturb it is to infringe the laws of which the Church is the guardian, and to revolt against the Church itself. Thus, in a synod assembled at Metz on 28 May 859, the bishops of the kingdoms of West Francia and Lorraine do not hesitate to characterize the attempt of Louis the German to seize upon his brother's lands as a schism in the Holy Church and in Christendom, adding that he is bound to ask absolution for it. A month later, in an assembly held at Savoniers, 14 June 859, Charles the Bald himself appears to give official recognition to the claims of the clergy, in making a complaint against Ganelon, Archbishop of Sens, who had ventured to crown his brother Louis the German king in his place. He expresses astonishment that a claim should have been set up to depose him, without the case having been submitted to the judgment of the bishops, by whose ministry he had been consecrated king, and to whose fatherly admonitions and sentences he had been and ever was ready to submit himself. The episcopal theory was thus expanded to its utmost limits, as it was about to be stated even more rigorously, and with the greatest boldness by the illustrious Archbishop of Rheims, Hincmar, in numerous treatises and letters, or in the decrees of councils which on all hands are allowed to be his work. The theory, very simple in itself, may be brought under these few heads. The king is king because the bishops have been pleased to consecrate him. It is rather through the spiritual unction and benediction of the bishops than from any earthly power that you hold the royal dignity, writes Hincmar to Charles the Bald in 868. The bishops make kings by virtue of their right to consecrate, and so are superior to them, for they consecrate kings, but cannot be consecrated by them. Kings, then, are the creatures, the delegates of the bishops. The monarchy is a power which is preserved and maintained for the service of God and the Church. It is an instrument in the hands of the Church, which is superior to it, because she directs it towards its true end. Except for this special power which the king has at his disposal, and which lays upon him special duties, he is but a man like other men, his fellows and equals in the city of God. Like them, he is bound to live as a faithful Christian. The whole trend of this ecclesiastical reaction, thus traced in outline during the half-century which followed the death of Charlemagne, was to form a system logically invulnerable, by making the monarchy the slave of the clergy. To make head against the unbridled appetites of men, the Church claimed as its own the twofold task of maintaining union in concord, and of directing the monarchy in the paths of the Lord. Left, however, to their own resources, and compelled in addition to resist the claims and the violent attacks of the lay aristocracy, the bishops would have been in no position to translate their principles into action. Only a centralized church, gathered round in a single head, could enable them to give practical force to their views, and for this reason, the eyes of an important section of the bishops were very early detected towards Rome. This tendency is strikingly shown in the famous collection of the false decretals, which are still to a great extent an unsolved problem, despite endless discussion. They were composed within Charles the Bald's dominions about the year 850 by a Frankish clerk assuming the name of Isidorus Mercator, who, in order to contribute solid support to the prerogatives of the bishops, at once against the arbitrary control of the archbishops or metropolitans and the attacks of the civil power, did not hesitate to misattribute, to interpolate and rearrange, and thus practically to forge from beginning to end a whole series of pseudo-papal decisions. This collection clearly lays down as a principle the absolute and universal supremacy of the chair of Peter. It makes the Pope the sovereign lawgiver, without whose consent no council, not even that of a whole province, may meet or pronounce valid decrees. It makes him, at the same time, the supreme judge without whose intervention no bishop may be deposed, or in the last resort decides not only the causes of bishops but all major causes, whose decision constitutes law even before any other ecclesiastical tribunal has been previously invoked. In this manner, while the episcopate, freed from the civil authority, is the regulating power within the borders of every state, the Pope appears as the supreme head of the whole of Christendom. Such a theory harmonized too well with the aspirations of the popes not to find an echo at Rome. They had themselves been trying for some time on parallel lines to take advantage of the decline of the imperial power to strengthen their own authority, and to claim over the Christian world as a whole that office of supreme guardian of peace and concord, which the local episcopate had assumed for itself inside each of the Frankish kingdoms. The weakness of Louis the Pious and the conflict of interest and political aims which characterized his reign had been singularly favorable to this project. It has been shown in a preceding chapter how in 833, when the revolt in favor of Lothar broke out, Pope Gregory IV had allowed himself to be drawn into espousing the rebel cause, urged on by the whole of the higher Frankish clergy, who, though maintaining Lothar's claims on the ground of principle, were, nevertheless, well pleased to be able to shelter themselves behind the papal authority, and supporting themselves by various texts, pressed upon him the prerogatives of attaching to the chair of Peter. Gregory spoke as sovereign lord, in a letter couched in tart and trenchant language, in which the hand of Agobard, Archbishop of Lyon, may probably be traced. He resolutely put forward rights superior to those of any other power whatever, to those bishops and priests who, loyal to Louis the Pious, had pleaded his orders as a justification for not having hastened to present themselves when summoned by the Pope. Gregory does not hesitate to retort, "Why speak to me of the orders of the Emperor? Are not the orders of the Pope of equal weight? And is not the authority over souls which belongs to the Pope above the imperial rule which is of this world?" This letter of Gregory IV touched the vital point, since the most formidable obstacle to the centralization of the Church was the dependence of the body of the clergy in each kingdom upon the different princes among whom the secular rule over Christendom was divided. It was left for Nicholas I, 858 to 867, to make energetic resistance to this danger and to enable the papacy to attain that position of supreme headship over the Church, which his predecessors had often claimed with theories not hitherto wrought out in practice. At the outset, a series of sensational events involving nearly simultaneous struggles with the Carolingian sovereigns and with the Emperor of the East forced upon Nicholas the choice between a humiliating submission and the offensive in circumstances which, if mishandled, might lead to the gravest consequences. Between those two courses, a man of Nicholas I's type could not hesitate. He stood firmly on the rights of the Holy See, and shewed himself resolved on their triumphant vindication. The first question to be decided was whether in the important matter of the divorce of Lothar II, King of Lorraine, which has been already under discussion, the last word was to rest with the king, supported by a complacent clergy ready to grant him a divorce, or with the Pope to whom Thurberga, the discarded wife, had appealed. Lothar and the bishops of his party imagined that they could easily hoodwink the Pope, when Nicholas commissioned 2 Italian priests and legates to examine into the matter and instructed them to hold a council at Metz, to which the bishops of the German, French, and Provençal kingdoms were to be convoked, as well as the bishops of Lorraine. Lothar bought, over the legates, contrived to exclude the foreign bishops from the council, and easily secured the annulment of his first marriage, thanks to the connivance of Gunther, Archbishop of Cologne, and of Stuttgart, Archbishop of Treves, June 863. Nicholas I replied with a bold stroke when the 2 archbishops reached Rome to announce to the Pope the decisions arrived at. He brought them to trial before a synod composed only of Italian prelates, and declared them deposed, October 863, at the same time quashing the decisions of this new robber rout of Ephesus, as he called the synod held at Metz. That a pope should venture under such conditions to depose bishops or archbishops was a thing unheard of. It was in national or provincial councils that condemnation had been pronounced upon Theodulf, Bishop of Orleans, in 817, and upon the archbishops Ebo of Reims, Agobard of Lyon, Bernard of Vivienne, and Bartholomew of Narbonne in 835, when the reigning popes had not even been consulted. But Nicholas I had resolved not to be guided by these precedents. At the same synod in which he pronounced the deposition of the 2 archbishops in Lorraine, as if to shew his determination to deal once and for all with all unworthy prelates, he further declared to be deposed Hagano, Bishop of Bergamo, and John, Archbishop of Ravenna, the first being accused of having lent his help to Gunther and Thutgard, the second of having made common cause with the enemies of the Holy See, October 863. At the same time, he announced that a like penalty would be inflicted upon any bishop who did not immediately signify his adhesion to the sentence which he had pronounced. Finally, he threatened with anathema anyone who should contemn on any occasion whatsoever the measures taken by the Pope, the orders given, or the sentences pronounced by him. Thus, above the will of kings, the will of the Pope asserted itself haughtily and resolutely. Lothard's brother, the Emperor Louis II, appealed to by the deposed prelates to intervene, determined to vindicate the honor of kings, and marched straight upon Rome at the head of his army. But Nicholas I did not yield to the storm. Having ordered fasts and litanies, he shut himself up in the church of St. Peter and awaited in prayer the moment when Louis II should be overawed and brought to give way. The advantage remained with the Pope, and he even came forth from the struggle with a heightened conception of his own power. End of section 62. Section 63 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Church from Charlemagne to Sylvester II, Part 2, by Louis Halphen. The affair of the Patriarch Photius, to be dealt with more at length in the next volume, the controversies arising from which became, in the end, involved with the Lorraine question, had accentuated the triumphant mood of the Pope. The Patriarch Ignatius, having been banished by order of Bardas the regent, and Photius, an official of the imperial palace, having been put in his place, Nicholas I was requested to sanction what had been done in 860. Reports containing a distorted account of the facts were submitted to him, but he resolved that as the first step an inquiry should be held and dispatched 2 legates. This was inconvenient to Photius and to the court at Constantinople, for they had counted upon the Pope's unconditional acceptance. They succeeded in terrorizing the legates and inducing them to preside over a so-called General Council of Constantinople, which condemned Ignatius and confirmed his deposition, May 861. Nicholas I, from whom the details of the affair were sedulously concealed, limited himself for the time being to the disavowal of the decrees, the council having been summoned contrary to his orders. But he soon took a higher tone, being after long delay made aware of the facts and of the treachery of the legates. He sent out an urgent summons to a council to meet at Rome, pronounced sentence of deposition on Zachary, Bishop of Anagni, one of the legates, and on Gregory Asbestos, Archbishop of Syracuse, who had consecrated Photius, anathematized the latter, declared Ignatius sole legitimate patriarch, restored to their offices all the bishops and clergy deposed for their support of his cause, and declared the deposition of all who had been ordained by Photius, beginning of 863. This meant war. The Emperor Michael III, surnamed, not without reason, the Drunkard, as soon as he was informed of the measures which had been taken, replied from Constantinople by an abusive letter. Nicholas retorted by insisting before everything else on the immediate restoration of Ignatius, whether guilty or innocent, claiming for himself the sole right to judge him afterwards in the name of the authority belonging to the See of Rome, which confers upon the Pope judiciary power over the whole Church, without his being himself capable of being judged by anyone. He prohibited the Emperor from interfering with a matter which did not come within the province of the civil authority, for, he added, the day of king priests and emperor pontiffs is past. Christianity has separated the two functions, and Christian emperors have need of the Pope in view of their life eternal, whereas popes have no need of emperors except as regards temporal things. 865. Finally, after a few months in November 866, as the Emperor Michael refused to give way, Nicholas demanded of him the official retraction and the destruction of the insulting letter of 865, failing which he declared that he would convoke a general council of the bishops of the West, when anathema would be pronounced against the emperor and his abettors. Stimulated by the conflict, the Pope had thus reached the point through the logical development of the theories which we have already seen put forward by the bishops from their standpoint, of so conceiving of his power that he no longer saw in kings and emperors anything more than ordinary Christians, accountable to him for their actions, and as such amenable to his sovereign authority. With all alike he takes the tone of a master. To Charles the Bald he writes in 865 that it is for him to see that one of his, the Pope's, decisions is put in execution, adding that, were the king to offer him thousands of precious stones and the richest of jewels, nothing in his eyes could take the place of obedience. He does not fail to remind Charles, as well as Louis the German and Lothar, that the duty of kings is to work for the exaltation of the Church of Rome. For how think you, he writes to one of them, that we can on occasion support your government, your efforts in the churches of your kingdom, or offer you the protection of our buckler against your enemies, if, in so far as it depends on you, you allow that power to be in any degree weakened, to which your fathers had recourse, finding in it all the increase of their dignities and all their glory. Kings should, accordingly, show themselves docile to the admonitions of the Pope, as well in the matters of general policy, that is, in the maintenance of concord among princes, as in the concerns of religion. Otherwise the Pope will find himself constrained to launch his thunderbolts against them. He does not even admit of any discussion of his orders. In 865, Charles and his brother Louis the German, having put forward various pretexts for not sending bishops from their dominions to the council about to pronounce at Rome upon the incidents arising out of Lothar's divorce, Nicholas wrote them a stinging rebuke, expressing in particular his astonishment that they should have dared to question the necessity of sending bishops when he, the Pope, had demanded their presence, and when on one occasion Charles the Bald, who, be it said, was docility personified, shewed himself offended by certain rather ungentle reproofs, the Pope sharply replied that, even if his reprimands were undeserved, the king must needs bow to them as Job bowed beneath the chastenings of the Most High. It all was not accomplished when kings were restricted in their initiative and were turned into the agents of the papal will. The clergy, over whom they were deprived of control, had still to be made, in their turn, a docile instrument in his hands. In this way would the work of uniting Christendom be completed. It is, at first sight, surprising that it was in this quarter that Nicholas I met with the most rigorous resistance. It came in the main from the archbishops, at whose expense the work of ecclesiastical consolidation must necessarily be carried out. Yet even they were forced to yield to the iron will of the Pope. The case of Archbishop Hincbar of Reims is the most conclusive proof of this. In 861, at a synod held at Soissons, he had caused his suffragan, Rothwell, bishop of that city, whom he accused of insubordination, to be cut off from the communion of the bishops, threatened with deposition when another synod met at Petrus next year, 1 June 862. Rothwell had lost no time in lodging an appeal to Rome, and in spite of menaces, had refused to appear before the assembled bishops. Hincmar, proceeding, nevertheless, with the case, had procured sentence of deposition, and consigned Rothwell to a monastery. At once the Pope intervenes with a high hand, insisting before anything else that Hincmar and his suffragans shall reinstate the bishop within 30 days, whatever may be the merits of the controversy, and this under penalty of an interdict. Further, he declares that the cause is to be laid before his own court, and charges the archbishop to dispatch to Rome, also within 30 days, 2 accredited agents who, together with Rothwell, shall submit themselves to the judgment of the Holy See. For month after month, Hincmar, by various subterfuges, evaded compliance, but in January 865 the Pope decided on bringing the matter to an issue, and the tone adopted by him in announcing the reinstatements of the bishop is that of a master who will tolerate no discussion of his orders. In trenchant language, he censures the conduct of Hincmar, publicly reprobates his bad faith, prescribes to him submission pure and simple under pain of excommunication, and since Hincmar has declared that no appeal lay to Rome in Rothwell's case, Nicholas does not hesitate to assert that even had the bishop lodged no appeal, he could not have been deposed except by the Pope or with his consent. For in all grave matters, and notably those in which bishops are concerned, the Pope is the sole and sovereign judge. That which the Pope has decided is to be observed by all. These general principles, which were thus transforming the Church into a vast, highly centralized body, wholly in the hands of the Pope, were to be unceasingly proclaimed and defined by Nicholas. Every grade of the ecclesiastical hierarchy must yield to the pontifical authority. Archbishops owe their existence to the Pope in virtue of the pallium conferred on them by him. Bishops cannot be judged except by him or in virtue of the authority delegated by him. Councils derive their force and their validity from the power and the sanction of the Holy See. Nicholas I thus takes up the position of the false decretals, at the same time setting up in place of the system of Christendom, united around the Emperor, that of Christendom, united around the Pope. Footnote: it is, however, a much disputed question to what extent the papal doctrine was influenced by this famous collection in Études sur les fausses decretals, Revue d'Histoire Ecclésiastique, Tome 8, 1907, pages 18 et 6. Monsieur Paul Fournier estimates their influence at practically nothing. His arguments appear to prove his case. It is certain that the papal theory had been formulated in its main outlines before Nicholas had cognizance of the false decretals. End of footnote. But hardly was Nicholas I dead, 867, than his ideas seemed as obsolete as those of Charles the Great, and the papacy found itself obliged to abandon the ideal, which Nicholas himself had only very partially realized, of a confederation of princes exclusively occupied in carrying out his will. In the first place, the popes, being themselves temporal princes, throughout the patrimony of Peter, were obliged from the time of Hadrian II's pontificate, 867 to 872, to provide for the defense of the states of the Church against the terrible risks to which they were exposed by the Saracen invasions. This care, secular in its nature, soon became by force of circumstance their chief preoccupation. The pontificate of John VIII, 872 to 882, though he also was an energetic pope, consists to a large extent of a series of desperate attempts to organize the defense against the invader, while he makes every possible endeavor to set up an emperor capable of undertaking the leadership in this enterprise. And although John VIII still maintains the pretensions of the Holy See at a high level, although he goes so far as to claim the sole right of choosing the emperor himself, and on 2 occasions in 875 and in 881 succeeds in making his view prevail, crowning first Charles the Bald and then Charles the Fat, the horizon of the papacy nevertheless narrows perceptibly. It becomes less and less feasible for the Pope to exercise over kings as a body, a directing and moderating power. Anxiety for their own safety outweighs everything else. For Moses, 891 to 896, is even reduced in 893 to imploring the help of Arnulf, king of Germany, in order to repel the aggressions of the House of Spoleto, as in former days Stephen II had called upon Pepin for succor against the attacks of Aistulf, the Lombard. Taking this course, the papacy was speedily brought into subjection to those princes and kings over whom it had once claimed to reign. For some time the head of the House of Spoleto, the Emperor Lambert, was with his mother Angiltrude, the real ruler of Rome. Later, the papacy fell into the hands of the local aristocracy, and for more than half a century, a family of native origin, that of a noble named Theophylact, a chief official of the papal palace, contrived to seize upon the direction of affairs and to make and unmake popes at its pleasure. Then, when the influence of the direct line of Theophylact began to decline, the kings of Germany came into the field to dispute with him and with another branch of their family, the Counts of Tusculum, the power of electing the Pope. From 963, the date when Otto I caused a council, which he presided over to decree the deposition of Pope John XII. Up to the middle of the 11th century, the kings of Germany and the Counts of Tusculum, turn by turn, set up popes, and thrice at least the lords of Tusculum themselves assumed the tiara. 2 sons of Count Gregory, Theophylact and Romanus, the latter being senator of the Romans at the time of his elevation to the papal throne, and later their nephew, Theophylact, a child of 12, successively filled the Holy See under the names of Benedict VIII, 1012 to 1024, John the 19th, 1024 to 1032, and Benedict IX, 1032 to 1044. When the latter grew tired of exercising power, he sold it for cash down to his godfather, a priest named John Gracian, who took the name of Gregory VI. The prestige of the papacy could not fail to suffer grievously from these strange innovations, the more so as popes thus chosen to be set aside as soon as they ceased to give satisfaction had, for the most part, little to boast of in the matter of morals, and in any case, seldom inspired much confidence in point of religion. Stephen VI, 896 to 897, too passive a tool in the hands of Lambert of Spoleto and his mother, did not hesitate in order to recommend himself to them, to disinter the body of his predecessor Formosus, to arraign the corpse before a council, to have it condemned and stripped of the pontifical ornaments to which it had been beforehand arrayed, to order it to be thrown into the common grave, whence it was torn by the populace and cast into the Tiber. But what is to be said of the popes of the 10th century? Sergius III, 904 to 911, was well known to be the lover of Maurizia, one of the daughters of Theophylact, and had a son by her, whom later she made first a cardinal and then pope under the name of John XI, 931 to 936. The warlike pope, John X, 914 to 928, owed the tiara to Theophylact and Theodora, Mauritius's mother. In 955 came the turn of John Octavian, a grandson of Mauritia, a youth of 16, son of Alberic, senator of the Romans, and himself senator of the Romans since the death of his father in 954. He was raised to the chair of Peter under the name of John the 12th, 955 to 964, and completed the debasement of the papacy by his debauched life, and the orgies of which the Lateran palace soon became the scene. This personal degradation of the popes, which lasted for nearly a century and a half, had the most untoward results upon the ecclesiastical hierarchy. The progress made in breaking down the resistance of national priesthoods, or that of such a man as Hincbar, through the prestige enjoyed by Nicholas I, could not be maintained by his successors in their very different position. Suffice it to call here the violence which in 991 and 993 Arnulf, Bishop of Orleans, and later the prelates assembled in the Synod of Chalice, thought fit to use in repelling the interference of Pope John XV, to whom they denied all right of intervention in the matter of the deposition of the Archbishop of Rheims, and even any title to impugn the decisions arrived at by the provincial council. On the other hand, the bishops left to their own resources were no better able than the sovereign pontiff to maintain themselves in the dominant position which they had gradually acquired in the course of the 9th century. They fell anew into dependence upon the king or upon the feudal lords who were nearer at hand and even greater tyrants. In the 10th century and in the beginning of the 11th, the episcopate as a whole is in the hands of the feudal nobility, by whom bishoprics are hardly more than fiefs in which it is allowable to traffic, while many of the bishops themselves, though contrasted with such striking exceptions, are merely lords with whom everything gives way to temporal interests, and whose importance in certain countries, notably in Germany, is to be computed by the part they play as the rulers of principalities, or as the vassals and counselors of kings. The Church itself thus appears as the victim of the same anarchy in which lay society is weltering. All evil appetites reign unchecked, and more than ever, such of the clergy as still retain some concern for religion and for the salvation of the souls committed to their charge, mourn over the universal decadence and direct the eyes of the faithful towards the specter of the end of the world and of the last judgment. Let us, however, avoid laying too much stress upon these allusions to the final cataclysm predicted in the Apocalypse for the period when 1,000 years should be fulfilled, during which Satan was to remain bound. Historians have long believed that, as the year 1000 drew near, the populations numb with terror, and as it were paralyzed, awaited in painful anxiety, crowded together in the churches with their faces to the ground, the catastrophe in which they believed the world was about to founder. A few passages from contemporaries, wrongly interpreted, account for this erroneous impression. As the 1000th year approached, the people, small and great, priests and layfolk, continued the same way of life as in the past, without being alarmed by those apocalyptic threats in which, even after the 1000th year was past, certain gloomy spirits continued to indulge. Before as after the year 1000, as the facts brought together throughout the whole of this volume abundantly prove, feudal society, wholly given up to its warlike instincts and its passion for violence, still went on dreaming of smashing blows to be dealt and great conquests to be achieved. But out of the excess of evil, good was to spring, in proportion as the lay world allowed itself to be thus carried away, and as the bishops and their clergy suffered the feudal spirit and customs to encroach upon them more and more, the ascetic life came to present an ever stronger and deeper attraction for all truly devout minds. The 10th century, which saw the chair of Peter filled by a succession of the most unworthy of popes, saw also the foundation of the order of Cluny, and the great monastic reforms initiated and spread abroad by the monks of this order. We shall treat more at length in a later volume of this history of this fruitful new departure, which was one day to have a mighty influence on the reform of the church as a whole. It need only be said here that, by procuring for the modest hermitage which he planted in Burgundy in 910, complete enfranchisement from all temporal control, and by placing it under that of the Holy See only, the founder of Cluny, Duke William of Aquitaine, was laying the foundation for the future greatness of the abbey, firmly attached to the Benedictine rule in its primitive purity, strictly subjected to the absolute control of its abbot, Cluny, thanks to its independent position, rapidly became the refuge of faith and the model to be followed. Not only did benefactions flow in for the support of these patterned monks, whose prayers were doubtless held to be of greater efficacy than those of their fellows, but a whole series of monasteries, old and new, begged for the favor of placing themselves under its patronage and of being reckoned among the number of its priories, in order to share in its rule and in its exemption from secular domination. France was soon covered with convents affiliated to it from Burgundy to Aquitaine, and from Languedoc to Normandy. Italy, Lorraine, Spain, England, Germany, distant Hungary, and Poland were one for it. And at the very time when Cluny was going forth to its early conquests, quite independently and outside the walls of the Burgundian abbey, other fires of monastic revival were being kindled. It was at this moment, to cite only one illustrious instance, that Gerard, Lord of Rhodes, near Namur, suddenly won over by the attraction of monastic life, founded on his own estate a little monastery, where at first he merely thought to end his days in retirement, contemplation and prayer, 923. But before long, the fame of saintliness, acquired for him and his companions by their strict observance of the Benedictine rule, brought about the same miracles in Lorraine as the example of Cluny had worked in Gaul. Gerard gained followers throughout Lorraine and Flanders, the ancient monasteries of the land. The chapters already established reformed themselves under his direction. New abbeys arose on every side, reverting, after the example of Brogue, to the wise and holy precepts of Saint Benedict. Thus, in the shades of the cloister, a new religious society is growing up, preparing itself for the struggle, ready to aid in the general reform of the Church so soon as Pope shall arise, with enough energy and independence to resolve upon and inaugurate it. Meanwhile, in the busier world outside, society, even if led by bishops themselves worldly, was seeking a remedy against violence which brought anarchy and famine in its train. The peace of God was one such attempt, springing up in a world which knew its own disease. From 989 onwards, synods, beginning in Aquitaine and Burgundy where kingly rule was weakest, anathematized ravagers of churches and despoilers of the poor. The movement spread in sworn promises to keep from violence to non-combatants, and the like misdeeds were prescribed and even gladly taken. It is true that, like most medieval legislation, this was only partly effective and had to be renewed again and again. But it was a triumph of moral power over brute strength, and upon its solid success the reign of order was founded. Thus civil rulers inherited the Church's task. Feudalism became to some degree a regulator of its own disorder, and the supplementary Truce of God, circa 1040, tried to complete what the peace, circa 990, had begun. End of section 63.
Section 64 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Taylor Vowell. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Feudalism, Part 1, by Paul Vinogradoff. The feudal organization of state and society is the dominant fact of medieval history on its institutional side, quite as much as the city-state is the dominant fact of ancient history from the institutional point of view. Such dominant facts cannot be restricted chronologically to a definite period. They arise gradually and give way slowly to new conditions. But it may be said, in a general way, that the epoch when feudalism formed most characteristically the center of political and social arrangements comprised the 11th and 12th centuries. From the 13th century onwards, feudal law continued to be appealed to, and feudal principles were sometimes formulated even more sharply than before. But the modern state was beginning to assert itself in most European countries in an unmistakable manner, and its influence began to modify the fundamental conceptions of feudalism. In our survey of feudal society, we shall therefore look for illustrations mainly to the period between the years 1000 and 1200, though sometimes we may have to draw on the materials presented by the 13th century documents. The essential relations of feudalism are as unfamiliar to us as the conception of the city-state. In one sense, it may be defined as an arrangement of society on the basis of contract. Contracts play an important part in the business life of our time. But we do not think of the Commonwealth as based on leases. We do not consider a nation primarily as a number of lords and tenants. We do not take the status of every single person to be determined by obligations as to land. We do not assume that the notions of sovereignty and of citizenship depend on the stipulations of an express or implied contract. In the medieval period under consideration, on the other hand, it would be easy to deduce all forms of political organization and of social intercourse from feudal contract. The status of a person depends in every way on his position on the land, and on the other hand, land tenure determined political rights and duties. The public organization of England, for example, was derived from the fact that all the land in the country was held by a certain number of tenants-in-chief, including ecclesiastical incorporations and boroughs from the king, while all the rest of the population consisted either of under-tenants or of persons settled on the land of some tenant, and amenable to jurisdiction through the latter. In other West European countries, the distribution of the people was more intricate and confused because there had been no wholesale conquest capable of reducing conditions to uniformity. But the fundamental facts were the same. Every West European country was arranged on the basis of feudal land tenure. The acts constituting the feudal contract were called omijam and investitura. The tenant had to appear in person before the lord surrounded by his court, to kneel before him, and to put his folded hands into the hand of the lord, saying, "I swear to be faithful and attached to you as a man should be to his lord." He added sometimes, "I will do so as long as I am your man, and as I hold your land." Saxon Lienhart, Chapter 3. To this act of homage corresponded the investiture by the lord, who delivered his vassal a flag, a staff, a charter, or some other symbol of the property conceded. There were many variations according to localities, and of course, the ceremony differed in the case of a person of base status. Yet even a villain received his yardland or ox gang from the steward of a lord after swearing an oath of fealty, and in the form of an admittance by the staff, of which a record was kept in the rolls of the manorial court. Hence the copyhold tenure of English law. Tenure conditioned by service was called the feudum, fief, lane, but sometimes these terms were restricted to the better class of such estates, those held by military service, while the lands for which rents and labor services were rendered were described as sansivai, in England, sokagia. The holdings of villeins or rustics, bauern, rotiers, were deemed in law to be at the will of the lord, but in practice were protected by the local custom and generally subjected to quasi-legal rules of possession and inheritance. Although feudal tenure was certainly the most common mode of holding land, it was not the only one. In France and Germany, there were still many survivals of allodial right, that is, of complete ownership, not subject to any condition of service or payment. In fact, while in northern France, there obtained the rule of notaire sans seigneur, that is, the doctrine that all estates were held by feudal law under lords. In southern France, the territory of written law based on Roman books, the contrary was expressed in the words of non seigneur sans titre. No lordship was recognized unless proof of title were forthcoming. Many documents show the constant spread of feudal tenure at the expense of the allodial. The process of feudalization is, for example, forcibly illustrated by the inquest as to land tenures made in 1272 and 1273, by order of King Edward I in Aquitaine. It testified to all sorts of variations in the mode of holding land in these parts. Claims to allodial rights are often recorded. But the tendency of the inquest is to impose the burden of services as widely as possible. The circumstances in which the process of feudalization was going on may be illustrated by the following tale of a Flemish chronicle. Lambert de Ard, quoted by Lucaire, Manuel, 151. In the beginning of the 11th century, two brothers, Herod and Hacket, possessed considerable allodial estates in the Popperinge, but were persecuted by the Count of Guines and the Count of Boulogne, powerful neighbors, each of whom wanted to obtain feudal suzerainty over these lands. The elder, Herod, in order to put an end to these vexations, surrendered his estates to the Bishop of Terouanne, and received them back as a hereditary fief. Perpetuum et hereditariem recepit in feudum. While the junior brother effected a similar release of his part of the estates to the Count of Boulogne. The dangers of keeping outside the feudal nexus were self-evident. In a time of fierce struggles for bare existence, it was necessary for everyone to look about for support, and the protection of the central authority in the state was, even at its best, not sufficient to provide for the needs of individuals. Even in England, where the conquest had given rise to a royal power possessed of very real authority, and the king's peace was by no means a mere word. The maintenance afforded by powerful lords was an important factor in obtaining security. In any case, the feudal nexus originated by such conditions involved reciprocity. The vassal expected gifts and at least efficient protection, and sometimes the duty of the suzerain in this respect is insisted on in as many words. As the French jurist Beaumanoir has it, the lord is quite as much bound to be faithful to his man as the latter is bound in regard to the lord. Coutume de Beauvaisis, 58. If the tenant thought that he was not treated properly, feudal theory allowed him to sever the connection. He might leave the estate, déguerpissement, without any further claim on the part of the lord, but according to French notions, he might even do more, namely disavow the subjection to the lord while retaining the estate, désaveu. The Assizes of Jerusalem are careful to state the cases of denial of right, in which a vassal may rightly renounce his obligations in regard to his immediate lord, with the natural consequences that, henceforth, such duties are transferred to the overlord of the one at fault. Assise de Jerusalem, Gage Lefebvre. This implied a proof on his part that the lord had not fulfilled his part of the agreement, though as a matter of fact, such a désaveu led more often to war than to a judicial process. It was derived from juridical conception and expressed the view that the man, vassal, or tenant had definite rights as against his lord. Some of the famous assertions of feudal independence on the part of barons opposed to royal lords are based on this very doctrine of désaveu, for breach of agreement. Thus the barons of Aragon swore to their king that they would obey and serve him if he maintained the rights, customs, and laws of the kingdom, and if not, not. The peers of the kings of Jerusalem, according to the Assizes, might, in case of infringement of their rights, lawfully refuse allegiance and offer resistance. The clause of the Great Charter stipulating that a committee of 25 barons should watch King John's actions, and in case of his breaking his solemn pledges, should make war on him and call on all his subjects to do the same, proceeds from the same fundamental assumption. This view was readily extended from the notion of a breach of agreement between the lord and his tenants to a conception of infringement of laws in general. In this way, the feudal view could be made a starting point for the development of a constitutional doctrine. We may notice this in the case of Bracton. In his treatise on the laws of England, written at the time of Simon de Montfort's supremacy, the English judge, instead of urging with the Roman jurists and with his predecessor Glanville that the sovereign's will has the force of law, states that kings are not above the law, although they have no single human superior, and that they ought to be restrained by their peers from breaking the law. The other side of the medal is presented by the duties of vassals in regard to the lord. Close analysis shows that these duties proceed from different sources. There is to begin with a general obligation of fealty, faithful obedience, fidelitas, which is owed by all subjects of the lord without distinction of rank. The rustic subjects, villany, being especially concerned. This obligation evidently had its roots in the relation between sovereign and subject, and in so far represented rather the gradual decay of sovereign power than the purely contractual side of feudalism. But insomuch as fealty became a relation between private lords and their subjects, it was related to the feudal nexus and combined in various ways with the kindred notions of homage and investiture. Homage, again, which is distinctly contractual, arises essentially from a contract of service. It proceeds directly from the bond created by free agreement between a leader and a follower, the Lord Halphen and his man. But this contract of service gradually assumed a peculiar form. The personal duties of the servant retainer are asserted only occasionally. For example, at a coronation ceremony, when great feudatories are made to present dishes and cups, to lead horses, to superintend the arrangements of the bedroom. As a rule, the central duty of the vassal comes to be his military service, regulated according to a certain number of days, generally 40, or a scutage payment in redemption of the latter. Knight service of this kind shades off almost imperceptibly into so-called military sergeanties, that is, service of archers, of garrison soldiers, etc. These again are not easily divided from petty sergeanties, in which the menial services are still regarded as a characteristic of the bond. In the lists of sergeanties drawn up in the reign of Edward I, published in the volumes of Feudal Aids and in the Testa de Naville, we find mentions of cooks, falconers, foresters, etc. In German feudal custom, the ministeriales correspond to the servients of England and France. But there is a peculiar trait about their condition, namely, that they are distinctly unfree in origin. Some of the greatest warriors of German medieval history came from such unfree stock. Macarda van Weyler, for instance, who received the mark of Ancona as a fief from Emperor Frederick II, was a ministerialis, an unfree retainer of the emperor. As homage creates a relation between man and man, it is not intrinsically bound up with landholding, and a good many of the personal followers and servants of medieval magnates must certainly have lived in the castles of their lords, receiving equipment and arms from them. They saw in the good cheer of the court and in occasional gifts a reward for their personal attendance. But such personal relations tended naturally to strike root in land. If the retainer was at all useful and efficient, he expected to be remunerated by a permanent source of income. And such an outfit could only take the shape of a grant of land. On the other hand, when a small landowner sought protection from a magnate, he had generally to throw his tenement into the balance and reassume it as a fief. Thus, homage and investiture, although historically and institutionally distinct, grow, as it were, together, and form the normal foundation of feudal contract. Besides the political coloring of this contract, it assumes a peculiar aspect from the point of view of land law. It gives rise to a significant distinction of two elements in the notion of ownership, dominium. Roman property, dominium, was characterized during the best period by uncompromising unity. A person having dominium over a thing, including an estate and land, had it alone and excluded everyone else. Medieval lawyers, on the other hand, came to deal with plots of land which had normally two owners, a superior and an inferior, one having the direct ownership, dominium directum, dominium eminens, the other having the useful ownership, the right to exploit the land, dominium utile. In England, the splitting of the notion of dominium was avoided by opposing the tenure in domain to the tenure of service. Tenere in dominio, in servicio. See, for example, Notebook of Bracton, case 1436. But the necessity for reckoning with two kinds of right in respect of every holding contributed indirectly to weaken the notion of absolute property in land. Contentions as to land were made to turn principally on seisin, protected possession, while the proof of title, which had played an important part in later Anglo-Saxon times, receded, as it were, into the background. Instead of trying to ascertain who the person was who ought to exercise the absolute right of ownership, English courts came to concern themselves with the practical question, which of the two litigants had relatively the better right, ius merum, in regard to an estate or tenement. From the feudal point of view, an estate held as a fief could be freely parceled out to under-tenants, who would become the vassals of the man holding directly of the lord, provided the obligations of that intermediate tenant were not lessened by such a process. Indeed, it was not uncommon for tenants to pass on the onerous duties with which the tenement was charged to these under-tenants, who in such a case were called upon to defend the land in regard to the superior lord, in order that the medius, middle lord, should be able to enjoy his tenure in peace. Various complications arose from such subinfeudation in connection with customary requirements, and it was clear in the interest of the overlords to restrict such parceling of fees as much as possible. The English crown cut short the practice by the statute Quia Emptores, which provided that in the future the creation of any new fief would involve not subinfeudation, but the recognition by the new tenant of immediate dependence on the overlord. Thus, the guarantee of a new fief was placed on the same level as the guarantor, instead of being subordinated to him. The incidences rising out of the double claims to land were manifested in a striking manner in cases when the personnel of the contracting parties was changed, more especially when in consequence of the death of the tenant, a new representative of the dominium utile had to come in. While in the case of a throne fall, as the Germans said, that is, of the demise of the lord, homage and fealty had to be merely renewed. A landfall, the demise of the vassal, brought about the temporary resumption of the fief by the direct owner, that is, by the lord. As a rule, he was bound to regrant the fief to the right heir, but such a reinvestiture was accompanied by a relief, a more or less heavy payment. The struggle of English barons for reasonable reliefs called forth well-known stipulations of the charters of Henry I and of John. In the case of so-called base holdings, the relief had its analogy in the Harriet, the surrender to the lord of the best horse or the best ox, and there can be no doubt that this due, which had grown from the custom of surrendering the outfit provided by the lord to his dependent, was originally used quite as much in military fiefs as in villein or socage tenements. In feudal practice, however, the military Harriet was absorbed by the relief, while it kept its ground in regard to base tenure. The resumption of tenancies connected with ecclesiastical offices led, as is well known, to protracted struggles as to rights of investiture between the church and state. Even when reinvestiture was made dependent on canonical elections, the fiscal interests of the secular power had to be satisfied by the diversion of ecclesiastical revenues for a year, or a similar customary period for the benefit of the crown or of other secular patrons. There were other occasional rights connected with a breach of the continuity of possession, which would not arise out of vacancies in ecclesiastical institutions. Such were wardship and marriage, which accrued to the lords in cases when fiefs descended to minors or to unmarried females. These eventualities gave rise to very lucrative rights, and it is a matter of common knowledge to what extent such opportunities were liable to be misused. The English charters contained provisions against these abuses, but even in their mitigated form, these practices were likely to produce much hardship. Special classes of misdeeds arose in connection with them. We hear of judicial proceedings taken on account of ravishment, kidnapping of wards, and of ravishment of heiresses in order to get the profits, even when the corresponding right belonged to someone else or was contested. From such exactions, ecclesiastical tenements were free, and this alone would have sufficed to make the passage of landed property into the hands of the churches undesirable from the feudal point of view. No wonder powerful kings tried to restrict the passage of a state into the dead hand, manus mortua, of the Church. This was among other things the aim of Edward I's statute, De Religiosis. Although these reassertions of the dominium directum forcibly showed that the proprietary rights of the Lord were by no means a dead letter, the useful domain was protected from wanton interruption by clearly established customs. The beneficia, which preceded fiefs in historical evolution, were assumed to be granted for life, but when fiefs developed out of them, they nearly always became hereditary. The only exception of any importance is presented by the beneficia militaria of French Navarre. As political subjection was regarded as a matter of contract, the feudal nexus tended towards a disruption of sovereignty, and often led in practice to the formation of numerous political bodies within the boundaries of historical states. This was especially the case in France, Germany, and Italy. An authoritative jurist, like Beaumanoir, summarized the position in the saying, "Chaque baron est souverain dans sa baronnie," and the mottos chosen by some of the French magnates gave expression to an unmeasured feeling of self-sufficiency. The Rohans of Brittany boasted, "Prince Nadain, roi ne puis, Rohan je suis." The Seigneur of Coucy, a baron which gave great trouble to early Capetian kings, disguised his pride by mock humility. "Je ne suis ni comte, ni marquis, je le suis sire de Coucy." In Germany, the dismemberment of sovereignty was finally recognized by express law in Charles IV's Golden Bull of 1356, in favor of the 7 electors, but it had already been acknowledged in regard to princes in general by Frederick II, and had been acted upon more or less all through the 11th and 12th centuries, in the course of the protracted feuds between Frankish and Swabian emperors on the one hand, and their various vassals on the other. When Frederick Barbarossa went down on his knees, according to tradition, when imploring Henry the Lion of Saxony and Bavaria to stand by him against the rebel Italians, it would have been difficult to say that the emperor was the sovereign and the duke a mere subject. A most important consequence of this acknowledgment of sovereign rights on the part of vassals of the crown lay in the fact that the latter could resort to actual war when asserting claims or defending infringed interests. The endeavors which were made by the Church, by royal suzerains, and by the barons themselves to restrict and suppress private warfare are in themselves characteristic of what we should call the anarchy of the times. The end of the 10th century witnessed many attempts to put an end to private wars in France. In consequence of terrible epidemics and bad harvests, which were regarded as signs of divine wrath and incitements to repentance, the magnates of central and northern France met, agreed to renounce private war, and confirmed this resolve by solemn oaths. Gerard, Bishop of Cambrai, objected to this as political. He was much abused by the other members of the Congress for holding aloof, and yet, as the chronicler remarks, events proved that he was right. Vix enim potissimi crimen perjurii evaserunt. It soon became evident that it was impossible to suppress the pernicious custom entirely. The Truce of God, Trugade, made its appearance in completion of the Peace of God. The time from Thursday night to Monday morning was considered a time of truce on account of the memories of the Lord's suffering and resurrection. Churches and churchyards were naturally considered as hallowed and therefore neutral territory. In the south, olive trees were declared to be exempt from destruction by reason of their vital importance in the economy of the country. The movement for truce attained material results under the guidance of the Church in the 11th and 12th centuries, and it became even more effective in the 13th, when political potentates took it up. Still, even St. Louis did not insist on a complete abandonment of the practice of private war by his vassals. He only enforced from all those who resorted to the last argument of war submission to certain rules as to its declaration, the beginning of hostilities, their course, and so on. The Quarantaine Loi was a code as to usage in private war. To Germany, some order was brought by powerful leagues between princes and knights on the one hand, cities on the other. Such leagues were offensive and defensive alliances, and ultimately had recourse to force of arms in order to maintain their position. But as all extensive armaments are apt to do, they prevented the danger and disorder of petty collisions. It was only towards the end of the Middle Ages that something like a piece of the empire was recognized and to a certain extent secured by the reforms of Maximilian's age. In England, the franchise, or right of private war, was suppressed at a very early time. It did not tally with the social order inaugurated by the Norman conquest, and the King's Peace became one of the mainstays of early common law. The only period when the real disruption of sovereignty through private war seemed to prevail was the interregnum when Stephen of Boulogne and the Plantagenets struggled for the crown. But this lapse into anarchy was short, and from the time when Henry II restored order, private war ceased to be recognized as a legal outcome of disputes. Yet the conditions of military contract remained the foundation of government, and this made it possible for opposition to wrong and to take the form of armed resistance. The revolt against John, the Barons' War against Henry III, the risings of Mortimer and Bolingbroke, the Wars of the Roses, have as their necessary background a society ruled by groups of knights, who considered themselves not merely as subjects, but as peers of the king. End of section 64.
Section 65 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Feudalism, Part 2, by Paul Vinogradoff. One of the most important consequences of the disruption of sovereignty lay in the alienation of rights of jurisdiction by the central government. As early as the 9th and 10th centuries, we observe everywhere the growth of franchises and immunities which break up the ordinary subdivisions of countries in respect of the administration of justice. The English shires and hundreds, the continental counties and Grafschaften are riddled with districts in which the place of the ordinary judges of the land is taken by secular or ecclesiastical magnates or their representatives, among whom the secular judges of ecclesiastical corporations, the advocati, avoes, vogta, are the most conspicuous. The sac and soc grants of Anglo-Saxon kings, as well as the various privileges of immunity conferred by Carolingian, Franconian, and Saxon monarchs, present different steps in the process of political dismemberment. The central authorities merely strove to retain their hold on the most important varieties of jurisdiction, especially judgments as to great crimes, the Ungerichte, as they were termed in Germany, for which a man may lose his head and his hand, Haupt und Hand, while jurisdiction in minor cases, when a person would only be chastised in skin or hair, in Haut oder Haar, were left to local potentates. From similar considerations, early English kings tried as much as possible to retain in their hand the great forfeitures. This led eventually to a classification of feudal tribunals according to the amount of jurisdiction acquired by them, some claiming high and some low justice, haut or bas justice. The proceedings of Quo Warranto instituted by Edward I after his victory over the baronial opposition show a most exuberant growth of prescriptive rights in regard to the use of gallows, pillory, tumbrel, etc. by English noblemen and ecclesiastical magnates. The institution of the advocaria, avueri vocte, on the contrary, never attained to much importance in England, while it flourished greatly in Germany, France, and Flanders. It sprang from the delegation of public power within the territory of an ecclesiastical franchise to a layman, who thereby came to be a kind of police master as well as a judge. The ordinary judges, the counts, and their subordinates were forbidden to enter the enfranchised district. On the other hand, the bishop or abbot at the head of it abstained from the shedding of blood and did not meddle with criminal justice or deal with cases of public coercion. He appointed an advocate who had to arrest criminals, to conduct them before the proper courts, to execute those found guilty, to assist the ecclesiastical lord in cases when force had to be employed for the collection of rents or the taking of distress. These powers ripened in the course of the feudal age to an independent jurisdiction, which greatly hampered the freedom of action of the ecclesiastical lord and encroached on his interests. Besides, churches and monasteries often availed themselves of the advocaria in order to obtain protection from a powerful neighbor. The surrender of certain rights and sources of income was the price paid for support in those troubled times. No wonder that in the 11th and 12th centuries the advocates often became local tyrants at whose hands their clients had to suffer a great deal. This is how, for instance, the Cartulary of Saint Mihiel in Flanders describes the conduct of a certain Count Renaud, an advocate of the monastery in question. Count Renaud was the first to commit robberies in our estates under the customary term of talliate. He also put our men into prison and forced them to give up their own by means of torture. He bequeathed this tyranny to his son, the present Renaud. The latter exceeded the malice of his father to such an extent that our men cannot put up any longer with such oppression and leave our estates. They are either unable or do not care to acquit themselves of outstanding rents. He is the only person they are afraid of. The conflicts between ecclesiastical potentates and their secular advocates often led to regular treaties, the so-called Reglement d'Avueri. The vote of the Abbey of Prüm is forbidden to clip, tonder, clip the hair as for convicts, or to flay anyone except those who are guilty of murder, brigandage, or battery, nor has he any part in the vergelt of a man unless he has helped to capture and to judge him. In Echternach, the vote is excluded from participating in civil trials. In houses appertaining to the garden and the cellar, the laundry and the kitchen of the monks, he is forbidden to hold any pleas or to exact any services, except pro monomachia, trial by battle, et sanguinea percursura confer es blodvit, et scabinis constituendis, the appointment of popular assessors of the tribunals. The long-standing rivalry between ecclesiastical institutions and their advocates was ultimately composed by the intervention of the crown when the latter grew strong. If we turn to consider the relations between the lord and his vassals, we shall naturally find that they differ greatly from the relations established at the present time between the sovereign and his subjects. In the case of the privileged holders of fiefs, however small, the tie which united them with their suzerain being one not of general subordination, but of limited obligation, The view that the general will has to prevail over the particular and can impose rules of conduct upon it did not hold good. Noble vassals, ecclesiastics possessed of fiefs, and townsmen as members of municipal corporate bodies were, as regards their lords, bound to abstain from certain acts and to perform certain duties. A systematic treatment of this kind of contractual relation may be found in a letter of Bishop Fulbert of Chartres to the Duke of Aquitaine, 11th century. The duties which he enumerates are derived more especially from the oath of fealty, which accompanied the homage ceremony and was distinct from the fealty of the base and non-privileged population to be mentioned later on. The negative duties of the faithful vassal are indicated by the following terms: incolum, tutum, honestum, util, facile, possible. The Benedictine editors of Fulbert's work have explained these expressions to mean that the vassal undertakes not to assail his lord, not to reveal his secret, not to endanger the safety of his castles, not to wrong him in his judicial power, honors, and possessions, or to put obstacles in his way which would render what he undertakes difficult or impossible. On the positive side, the vassal is bound to give his lord advice and aid, concilium, auxilium. From the positive obligations of concilium and auxilium, various concrete duties are derived. The principal form of advice, concilium, tendered to the lord by his men consists in their obligation to attend his court. Every lord had a court of his own, but not every court of this kind was competent to judge all cases. A feudal distinction has to be drawn in this respect between cases arising from the feudal nexus and cases of delegated public jurisdiction. These latter comprise chiefly criminal cases classified, as already pointed out, under the heads of high and low justice. The privilege of giving sentence in them and of exercising the fiscal exactions connected with them accrued only to those among the feudal lords who had obtained the corresponding franchises through express grant or by force. They were called seigneurs justiciers in France. The more numerous class of ordinary lords held courts if they had tenants of fiefs, and vassals and villeins subjects under them. These feudal courts took cognizance of all processes as to land distributed by the lord to his dependents, but also to a great extent as to pleas concerning the persons of the vassals. The first group of pleas stands out so clearly that there is no special necessity to dwell on its range. It need only be noticed that the proceedings concerning unfree tenures were substantially of the same kind as those affecting free or noble tenancies. A dispute as to the possession of a villenagium followed on the same lines as a trial in which a free tenement was the object in dispute, although the latter was naturally much more complex. From the technical point of view, in the first case the trial took place before the peers of the contending parties, who as suitors of the court were its judges, while in the second case the lord or his steward was the only judge, and such assessors as were called up had only advisory powers. But as a matter of fact, the verdicts of the case were regarded as the expression of legal custom in the second case, and the reservation that the lord might override the customary rules was due to his exceptional position, and not to the ordinary working of manorial courts. A body of legal tradition and of conceptions of equity grew up in the lower social stratum as well as in the upper. This is especially noticeable in the case of English manorial courts, in the composition of which free and unfree elements are generally intermixed in such a way that it is difficult to distinguish between verdicts laid down by the free tenants and those contributed by the villeins. The one really important difference lay in the fact that the villeins had to look for justice to the manorial court in all cases, not only tenurial, but also personal, such as cases of battery, defamation, adultery, and the like, while freemen, and especially men of noble birth, were either directly amenable to justice by the medium of the royal tribunals or could, if they appeared before a feudal court, insist on a very strict maintenance of their privileges in view of the supervision of royal courts. In a sense, the circle of tenants constituting the peers' court was a most complete expression of the principle of equality as between allied sovereigns. The decision was formulated strictly by the peers of the contending parties, and this led, in regard to criminal accusations, to the famous doctrine of the Great Charter, nullus liber homo capiutur vel imprisonatur nisi per judicium parium svorum vel per legum terrae, section 39. The decision of a court of peers was final. An appeal was impossible from the feudal point of view because it would have meant a revision of the judgment by higher authority, and feudal litigants submitted not to higher authority but to a convention in which they had taken part. There were, however, two cases in which a vassal might seek redress from a source of law superior to the court of peers presided over by his suzerain. If justice was denied to him by this tribunal, he could ask the overlord, that is, the suzerain of his immediate lord, to see that justice should be done. This was, however, no appeal as to law or facts, but only an attempt to set the machinery of feudal jurisdiction in motion. The second eventuality occurred when one of the parties to a suit actually contested the justice of a particular decision or sentence. He could, in French feudal law, attaint or falsify the verdict by pronouncing the formula, Je vous appelle de faux jugements. This meant that he challenged the fairness and honor of the judges, and the result was single combat between the protesting party and one or several of the judges, not a satisfactory solution of the difficulties from our point of view, nor probably from that of many judges concerned. There were devices which rendered such attaint hazardous in some cases. The members of the tribunal could pronounce the decision in corpore, and in this case the option for the dissatisfied party was to fight them all. In any case, this mode of appeal was directed towards the revision of the judgment by God rather than by man, and at bottom did not subvert the principle that a man ought to be judged by his peers and by his peers only. It is hardly necessary to add that the falsifying of judgments has been described here in conformity to strict rules of feudal theory. In practice, all sorts of compromises took place. In England, for example, the revision of judgments by higher courts was brought about at a very early stage by the intervention of the King's Court, though not without opposition from the barons. An instructive case occurred, for example, in the reign of William the Conqueror. In a trial as to land between Bishop Gundulf of Rochester and Picot, the sheriff of Cambridgeshire, the county pronounced in favor of the latter, but through the intervention of Odo of Bayeux, 12 representatives of the shire were called up to confirm the verdict by oath in the king's court, and ultimately, after a declaration by a monk who had been steward of the estate in question, the unlucky doomsmen were driven either to go through the ordeal of red-hot iron or to recant. The indirect way in which the prejudiced intervention of the higher powers took effect in this case is characteristic of the traditional difficulties which stood in the way of downright revision. As on many other occasions, there are threads connecting feudal theory with recent or actual practice, and we may not unreasonably see in the doctrine as to the finality of jury verdicts a modernized offshoot of the older doctrine of the judgment by peers. Of course, the differentiation between questions of fact and questions of law has made it possible to concede to juries the highly privileged position which they generally enjoy. But the germ of the corresponding rules is historically connected with the immunity from outside influence which formed one of the most characteristic traits of the feudal judgment by peers. Similar phenomena meet our eye when we come to consider the processes of legislation obtaining in the feudal world. It is evident in theory that a baron, being a sovereign, could not be subjected to any will but his own, and that therefore such common arrangements as had to be made in medieval society had to be effected on the same lines as modern international conventions. And indeed, we find this idea at the root of the feudal doctrine of legislation. In the custom of Touraine-Anjou, it was expressed in the following way. The baron has all manner of justice in his territory, and the king cannot proclaim his command in the land of the baron without the latter's consent, nor can the baron proclaim his command in the land of his tenant without the consent of the tenant. In consequence of this general principle, all feudal legislation ranging outside the immediate domain of the single baron takes the shape of a stabilimentum, établissement, or of an assize enacted in the court of a superior lord with the express or implied consent of his vassals. An ordinance of the Viscount of Thouars, A.D. 1099, for example, instituting a certain annual charge to be paid by the tenants, refers at the close to the authority and will of the barons of my land, quoted by Loucher, Manuel des Institutions Françaises, page 253. The same notion reappears in ordinances made by much greater potentates, such as the Dukes of Normandy, e.g. by William the Conqueror in 1064 on public peace, by Counts of Flanders, Baldwin of Constantinople in 1199 on usury, by Dukes of Brittany in 1185 on succession to fiefs, even by Kings of France and Kings of England. Henry II's Assize of the Forest, for instance, begins in the following manner. This is the assize of the Lord King Henry, the son of Maud, in England, about forest and hunting, by the advice and consent, per concilium et assensum, of the archbishops, bishops, and barons, earls, comitum, and noblemen of England, at Woodstock. Stubbs, Select, Chapter 157. Theoretically, the individual consent of each member of the gathering to any decision was needed if it were to bind him, but historically, the legislative assemblies were not merely the outcome of feudal meetings, they were also survivals of more ancient popular assemblies, while, as a matter of practice, the authority of the superior lord and the influence of leading magnates asserted themselves in a much greater degree than would have been allowed from a purely individual point of view. It thus depended very much on circumstances whether centripetal or centrifugal tendencies got the upper hand. The majority principle had not been evolved either, at least during the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries. As the French historian Loucher has expressed it, voices were rather weighed than counted. But the idea of a convention made itself felt in a very definite manner, and this point must be noticed as very important in view of subsequent development. The early doctrine of medieval estates is clearly connected with these feudal views on the side both of legislation and taxation. The view that the nation is not bound to pay a tax to the imposition of which it has not consented through its representatives, the constitutional rule on which the development of Parliament depended later on, certainly has its roots in the feudal maxim that no baron was bound by ordinances in the establishment of which he had not taken a part. It is also not alien to our purpose to notice that the distinction between greater and smaller barons, suggested by the far-reaching differences in regard to the appropriation of public power, afforded a germ for the subsequent rise of aristocratic second chambers. The House of Lords, as a court, is a house of peers, and it is not only in England that the prominence of the magnates secured for them a special personal standing and legislative organization. A curious parallel, all the more instructive because it is supplied by a microscopic state, is presented by the history of Béarn in the Pyrenees. In that Vicomte, an aristocratic council of 12 hereditary jurati, drawn from the most powerful houses of local nobility, appears as the cour major and acts as a standing committee of the full court, cour plénière. It had to settle disputes between the viscounts and their vassals, and in general to control the current administration of law. End of section 65. Section 66 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Feudalism, Part 3, by Paul Vinogradoff. A survey of medieval society from the one point of view of contractual relations would, however, be incomplete, one-sided, and artificial. In order to be correct, it ought to be matched by an examination of the constituent elements combining to form the feudal organization. Such an examination would have to take each feudal unit singly and to describe the rule of the lord over his subjects as well as the work of these subjects. The most characteristic type of such a feudal unit is certainly the English manor, and I should like to turn now to a study of it, which will afford a key to the understanding of similar phenomena in other countries of Western Europe. The manor is a necessary outcome of so-called natural husbandry, providing for the requirements of life by work carried out on the spot, without much exchanging and buying. It is the connecting link in the social life of classes, some of which are primarily occupied with the rough work of feeding, clothing, and housing society, while others specialize in defending it and providing for its secular and spiritual government. It presents the lowest and most efficient unit of medieval organization, and local justice, administration, and police are all more or less dependent on its arrangements. Let us look at the different elements of which this historical group is composed. First of all, there is the economic element. The manor afforded the most convenient and even the necessary arrangements of work and profit in those times. It would be quite wrong to assume that the interests and rights of the many were simply sacrificed to the interests and rights of a few rulers, that the manor was nothing but an estate, cultivated and exploited for the sake of the Lord, and managed at discretion by his will and the will of his servants. On the contrary, one of the best established facts in the economic life of the manor was its double mechanism, if one may say so. It consisted, as a rule, of a village community with wide, though peculiar, self-government, and of a manorial administration superimposed on it, influencing and modifying the life of the community, but not creating it. This double aim and double mechanism of the manor must be noticed at the outset as a very characteristic feature. It places the manor in a sharp contrast both to the plantations of slaves of the ancient world and to the commercial husbandry of a modern estate struggling for profit as best it may. Manorial husbandry was all along striving towards two intimately connected aims, providing the villagers with means of existence and providing the lord with profits. Hence, a dual machinery to attain these aims, both a village community and the lord's domain. The village community lay at the basis of the whole. It gave rise to a very peculiar system of holding and using land, not to be confused either with the case of the tribal community in which rights are graduated according to the pedigree of a person, or with that of the communalism of the Russian Mir or of some Hindu settlements in which land is allotted and redivided according to the requirements and the economic strength of the settlers. The peculiar bent of the English rural community would perhaps be best indicated by the expression shareholding arrangement or community of shareholders. Each of the households settled in the village had a fixed and constant share, or maybe half a share, or a quarter, or the eighth part of a share assigned to it. It stood in scot and in lot, with the village as a hide or two vergates, or one vergate or a bovate, according to the size of the share. By the standard of this hereditary share, all rights and duties were apportioned. By the side of the shareholders, there generally lived in the village smaller tenants, cottagers, crofters, but they were merely an adjunct to the main body of the tenantry, and may be left out of reckoning in our general survey. The system of communal shareholding was very strikingly illustrated by the treatment of waste and pasture in the medieval village. It was not divided among the tenants, and though later in legal theory it belonged to the lord, it was everywhere considered by custom as a common for the use of the villagers. In most cases, it had to be stinted to some extent. Rules were formulated as to the species and number of beasts to be sent to pasture, as to seasons, and as to precautions against abuses, and these rules can generally be traced to the main principle that every household has to use the common according to the size of its share, so that, for instance, a vergator had the right to send 2 cows and 8 sheep to the pasture, while the owner of a bovate could only send 1 cow and 4 sheep, and so on. The use of wood for building purposes, of hedges for fuel, of turf, and other profits drawn from the common and undivided fund of the village were regulated by rules or by laws of the same kind. In regard to meadows, which were scarce and highly valued, the communalism of the village found a suitable expression in the division of these meadows into a certain number of strips according to the number of households taking part in the community. These strips were then allotted to one after the other of the households in a customary order or by casting lots. The arable did not change hands in the same way. As a rule, the strips of the arable were owned by each household in hereditary succession, each generation entering into the rights of the preceding generation in this respect. But even in the case of the arable, there were many facts to show that it was considered dependent on the community, though held to a certain extent in severalty by the households. To begin with, the holding in severalty existed on the land only for one part of the year. The tenant had a particular right to it while it was under crop, that is, when it had been plowed up and sown, and while the harvest had not yet removed the proceeds of the individual labor and care which the tiller had bestowed upon it. As most fields were cultivated in medieval England on the 3-field or on the 2-field system, the households of share owners obtained private rights over their arable strips while winter corn or spring corn grew on the soil, and these separate rights were marked off by narrow lines of turf between the strips, called balks, while the whole of the sown field was protected from the inroads of cattle by a temporary hedge. But after harvest had been gathered, the hedges fell, and the whole field returned to the condition of waste to be used for pasture as a common, a condition which took up the whole of every 3rd year in a 3-field and the whole of every 2nd year in a 2-field husbandry, besides a considerable part of the years when the field received seed. Private occupation of the strips emerged in this way from time to time from the open common field, an arrangement which not only kept up the principle that the arable was, after all, the property of the village as a whole, but had direct practical consequences in hampering private industry and the use of private capital in cultivation. It rendered, for instance, manuring a very complicated and rather exceptional process. Nor is this all. The householder did not only cease to cultivate his plot as soon as harvest was over, but he had, even before then, to conform in the plan and methods of cultivation to the customs and arrangements of his neighbors. The arable of his holding was generally composed of a certain number of strips in proportion to the importance of his share, and these strips lay intermixed with the strips of other villagers, so that everyone came to own patches of land, acres and half-acres, in all the shots and furlongs of the village, as the fields were called, and had to wander about in all directions to look after his own. Such an arrangement would be the height of absurdity in any state of society where individual ownership prevails, and this point by itself would be sufficient to show that what was meant was not a division of claims according to the simple rules of private ownership so familiar to us, but a communal cultivation in which the arable was divided between the shareholders with as much proportionate fairness as possible. In keeping with this principle, the plan of cultivation, the reclaiming of land, the sequence of seasons for its use for wheat, barley, oats, peas, the time of its lying fallow, for setting up of hedges and their removal, the rules as to sending cattle onto the stubble, and the like, were worked out and put in practice, not by the industry of every single householder, but by the decision of the village as a whole. We may even discover traces of redivisions by which the shares of the householders were partitioned anew according to the standard of proportionate importance, though such instances are very exceptional and mostly connected with cases where some confusion had occurred to break up the proper relations of the holdings. If we look at the open field system as a whole, we must insist upon the fact that the key to its arrangement lies in the principle of shareholding, every household being admitted to a certain proportion of rights according to its share in the community, and being held to corresponding duties. The village community has, as a rule, a domain farm superimposed on it, and the connection between the two is very close and intimate. To begin with, the Lord's domain farm draws rents in money and in kind from the plots of the tenants, and it serves as a counting house for the discharge of these rents. By the side of the counting house stand barns and stores, where the multifarious proceeds of natural husbandry are gathered as they come in from the holdings. In some manners, the dues are arranged to form a complete outfit for the consumption of the Lord's household, a farm of one night, of a week, of a fortnight, as the case may be. The manors of the Abbey of Ramsey were bound to render as a fortnight's farm 12 quarters of flour, 2,000 loaves of bread, 24 gallons of beer, 48 gallons of malt, 2 cesters of honey, 10 flitches of bacon, 10 rounds of cheese, 10 very best sucking pigs, 14 lambs, 14 geese, 120 chickens, 2,000 eggs, 2 tubs of butter, 24 gallons of audit ale. In Lent, the bacon and the cheese were struck off and money paid in their stead. By the help of these accumulated stores and of funds drawn from money rents and of small leases, the Lord keeps a number of servants and hires some laborers for the cultivation of the home farm, of the orchard, and the arable set apart for it, as well as for looking after the buildings, the implements, etc. But the peculiar feature of the manorial arrangement consists in the fact that the domain farm does not live independently of the village community adjoined to it, does not merely draw profits from it in the way of rents, but actually gets its labor from this village community and thereby builds up its husbandry. The most important of these services is the week work performed by the peasantry. Every vergator or holder of a bovate has to send a laborer to do work on the Lord's farm for about half the number of days in the week. 3 days is indeed the most common standard for service of this kind, though 4 or even 5 occur sometimes, as well as 2. It must be borne in mind in the case of heavy charges, such as 4 or 5 days' week work, that only one laborer from the whole holding is meant, while generally there were several men living on every holding. Otherwise, the service of 5 days would be impossible to perform. In the course of these 3 days, or whatever the number was, many requirements of the domain had to be met. The principal of these was plowing the fields belonging to the Lord, and for such plowing the peasant had not only to appear personally as a laborer, but to bring his oxen and plow, or rather to join with his oxen and plow in the work imposed on the village. The heavy plow, with a team of 8 oxen, had usually to be made up by several peasants contributing their beasts and implements towards its composition. In the same way, the villagers had to go through the work of harrowing with their harrows and of carrying the harvest in their wains and carts. Carrying duties in carts and on horseback were also apportioned according to the time they took as a part of the week work. Then came innumerable varieties of manual work for the erection and keeping up of hedges, the preservation of dikes, canals, and ditches, the threshing and garnering of corn, the tending and shearing of sheep, and so forth. All this handwork was reckoned according to customary standards as day work and week work. But alongside of all these services into which the regular week work of the peasantry was distributed, stood some additional duties. The plowing for the Lord, for instance, was not only imposed in the shape of a certain number of days in the week, but also took the shape of a certain number of acres which the village had to plow and to sow for the Lord, irrespective of the amount of time it took to do so. This was sometimes termed gofol earth. Then again, exceedingly burdensome services were required in the seasons when farming processes are, as it were, at their height, at times of mowing and reaping, when every day is of special value and the working power of the farm hands is strained to the utmost. At that time, it was the custom to call up the whole able-bodied population of the manor, with the exception of the housewives, for 2, 3, or more days of mowing and reaping on the Lord's fields. To these boon works, the peasantry was asked or invited by special summons, and their value was so far appreciated that the villagers were usually treated to meals in cases where they were again and again called off from their own farms to the domain. The liberality of the Lord actually went so far in exceptionally hard straits as to serve some ale to the laborers to keep them in good humor. In this way, the domain farm throve as a kind of huge parasitical growth by drawing on the strength of the tenantry. Let us now turn to the second constitutive element of the manor, to what we have called its social aspect, in distinction to the economic and to the political aspects. From the social point of view, the manor is a combination of classes, and the three main classes are to be found on its soil. The villeins, or as they are sometimes called, the customary tenants, the freeholders or free tenants, and the officials and servants of the Lord. The villeins are in the majority. They come from people whose position was by no means uniform. Some of them are the offspring of slaves, some of freemen who have lapsed into serfdom through crime or inability to provide the means of existence. Some claim to descend from the ceorls of Saxon times, a class of free peasants who were gradually crushed down to rural servitude. Be that as it may, the distinctive features of villenage are derived from all its original sources and are blended to form a condition which is neither slavery nor self-incurred serfdom, nor the subjection of free peasants to their rulers. Three main traits seem especially characteristic of manorial villenage: the performance of rural services, the inability to claim and defend civil rights against the Lord, and the recognition of villeins as free men in all matters concerning the political and criminal law of the realm. Each of these traits deserves some special notice. The villain is primarily a man obliged to perform rural work for his lord. Every person in the medieval social scheme is bound to perform some kind of work. Everyone holds by some kind of service or appears as a follower of one who holds by some service. The church holds some of her lands in return for her obligation to pray and to minister to spiritual needs. The knights and sergeants hold theirs by military service of different kinds. The burgesses and socagers hold in the main by paying rents, by rent service. The villain has to perform agricultural services to his lord. Some such agricultural services may be linked to the tenure of other classes, to the tenure of socagers, burgesses, and even military tenants, but the characteristic week work was primarily imposed on the villains, and though they sometimes succeeded in getting rid of it by commuting it for money payments, these modifications of their status were considered as secondary and exceptional, and generally some traces of the original obligations of agricultural service were left. Even privileged villains had to serve their lord as reeves or rural stewards, had to send their sheep to the lord's fold, had to appear at the bidding of manorial officers to perform one or the other kind of work in the field. The villain was emphatically a man who held by the fork and the flail. In the early days of feudalism, agricultural service must have decided the fate of many people who had good claims to rank as free. In a rough way, the really important distinction was this. On one side stood people who were bound to feed the rest and were therefore bound to the glebe. On the other, those who were free to go wherever they pleased, provided they performed their military or ecclesiastical duties and paid their rents. But when once the main social cleavage had taken place, the lawyers had to face a vast number of personal claims and disputes, and they gradually worked out a principle which itself became a basis for social distinctions, namely that the villein, the peasant holding by rural work, had no civil claims against his lord. It was convenient to assume that everything a villein possessed was derived from a grant of his lord and liable to be resumed by him, and though this may by no means be true in point of historical fact, it became as good as true because the king's courts declined to examine and decide civil suits of villains against their lord. Villains were left unprotected, and this lack of protection gave birth to a series of customary exactions quite apart from the many instances when a lord simply ill-treated the peasants. A villain had to pay a fine on the marriage of his daughter because she was considered the property of the lord, and this fine was materially increased when she married out of the lordship, as the lord lost his bondwoman and her offspring by such a marriage. On the death of a villain, his heir could not enter his inheritance without surrendering a valuable horse or ox in recognition of the claims of the lord to the agricultural outfit of the holding. As a matter of fact, the civil disability of villains did not amount to a general insecurity of their rights of possession. On the contrary, the custom of the manor was elaborately constant and provided for most contingencies of rural life with as much accuracy and nicety of distinction as the law administered in the rural courts. But all these provisions were merely customary rules drawn from facts. They were not binding on the lord, and in one very important respect, the amount in kind of work to be exacted from the peasant, changes and increases occasionally occurred. There was one class of the English peasantry which enjoyed a much better condition, namely the villains on the so-called ancient domain of the crown. In manors which had belonged to the kings before the conquest and had been granted to subjects after the conquest, the lords had no right to oust the villagers from their holdings and to increase their services at pleasure, but were bound to follow the customs which held good at the time of the transfer of the estates from the crown. In such manners, a recourse to the rural courts was admitted, and the peasants were treated as free people in regard to their tenements and services. Their tenure became a species of lease or contract, though burdened with base services. This valuable privilege only emphasized with greater sharpness the rightless condition of the rest of the peasantry. This rightlessness was, however, restricted to the relations of the villains with their lord. In regard to all third persons and in regard to the requirements of the state, they were considered to be free. This is the third marked feature of their condition. Let us remember that the slave of Roman and Saxon times was a thing, an animal at best, that he was supposed to act merely on behalf of his master, that if he committed a theft or slew somebody, his master was held responsible for his crime, and that he was not admitted as a warrior to the host and did not pay any taxes to grasping fiscal authorities, though he was estimated at his worth and more than his worth when his master had to pay. All these traits of slavery gradually disappeared when slaves and serfs were blended in the mold of villainage. The villain was recognized as having a soul and a will of his own, not only in the eyes of the Christian church, but in those of the feudal state. He could enter into agreements and acquire property in spite of the fact that some authoritative lawyers maintained that he could acquire nothing for himself and that all he had belonged to his lord. He was set in the stocks or hanged for crimes, and the lord had to be content with the loss of his man, as he had not to pay for his felonies. Villains were grouped in frithborgs, or tithings of frank pledge, in order that the peace of the realm and its police might be better enforced. They were not merely taxed by their lords and through their lords, but also had to pay hidage and geld from their own land, and 15ths and 20ths from their own chattels. Altogether, the government looked upon them as its direct subjects and did not fail to impose duties on them, though it declined to protect their customary rights against the Lord. The celebrated enactments of Magna Charta as to personal security and rights of property applied primarily to free men and to free tenements, and of such there were a good many in the manor. Indeed, a manor was deemed incomplete without them. Besides the knights and squires or sergeants who held of the Lord by military service, there were numerous tenants who stood to him in a relation of definite agreement, paying certain fixed rents or performing certain specified services which, however burdensome, did not amount to the general obligation of rural labor incumbent on the villeins. Many were the tenants who, without appealing to a charter or a specified agreement to prove their contractual relation to the Lord, held their tenements from father to son as if there were a specific agreement between them and the Lord, performing certain services and paying certain rents. And this class was the most important of all. These were the freeholders, properly so termed, or, as they were called in many ancient manners, the sokemen. Without going into the question of their origin and history, we must emphatically lay down the principle of their tenure in feudal society. It was tenure by contract and therefore free. Such was its essence, although in many, perhaps in most cases, the formation of the contract was hidden by lapse of time unto which memory does not run, and indeed hardly amounted to more than a legal presumption. The clear distinction drawn by the courts between tenants in a relation of contract with their lord and tenants in a relation of customary subjection divided sharply the classes of freeholders and villeins and molded all the details of their personal position. It was not always easy to make out in particular cases to which of the two great subdivisions a person and a holding belonged, and as a matter of history, the process of pressing the people into the hard and fast lines of this classification was achieved by disregarding previous and more organic arrangements, but undoubtedly this distinction created a mold which not only worked powerfully to bring some order into feudal society, but set a definite aim before the very class which was depressed by it. To obtain freedom, the villains must aspire to contractual relations with their lords. End of section 66. Section 67 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Feudalism, Part 4, by Paul Vinogradoff. We are now concerned with a period when these aspirations were only more or less indefinite ferments of social progress, and the legal distinction still acted as a firm rule. The freeholders sought and obtained protection for their rights in the royal courts, and thereby not only acquired a privileged position in regard to holdings, dues, and services, but in a sense obtained an entirely different footing from the villain and were able to step out of the manorial arrangement to seek their law outside it. This was undoubtedly the case, and the countless records of lawsuits between lords and tenants tell us of all the possibilities which such a position opened to the freeholders. But it is necessary to realize the other side of the matter, which we may be apt to disregard if we lay too much stress on the legal standing of freeholders in the king's courts. In all that touched the life and arrangements of the village community underlying the manor, the freeholders were in scot and in lot with the township and therefore on an equal footing with the villeins. In speaking of the management of open field and waste, of the distribution of arable and meadows, of the practices of enclosure and pasture, etc., we did not make any difference between villeins and freeholders. Indeed, we have not even mentioned the terms. We have spoken of tenants, of members of the community, of shareholders, and now that we have learnt to fathom the deep legal chasm between the two sections of the tenantry, we still must insist on the fact that both sections were at one in regard to all the rights and duties derived from their agrarian association, appertaining to them as tillers of the soil and as husbands of their homes. Both sections joined to frame the bylaws and to declare the customs which ruled the life of the village and its intricate economic practices. And the freeholders had not only to take part in the management of the community, but, of course, to conform to its decisions. They were not free in the sense of being able to use their plots as they liked, to manage their arable and pasture in severalty, to keep up a separate and independent husbandry. If they transgressed against the rules laid down by the community, they were liable to pay fines, to get their cattle impounded, to have their property distrained upon. Of course, the processes of customary law were greatly hampered and even modified by the fact that the freeholders had access to the royal courts, and so could challenge the verdicts of the manorial jurisdiction and the decisions of the township in the royal courts. And undoubtedly the firm footing obtained by freeholders in this respect enabled them on many occasions to thwart the petty jurisdiction of their neighbors and to set up claims which were not in keeping with the subjection to bylaws made by the manorial community. But this clashing of definitions and attributes, though unavoidable in view of the ambiguous position of freeholders, must not prevent us from recognizing the second principle of their condition as well as the first. They were not merely tenants by contract, but also members of a village community and subjected to its bylaws. After what has been said of the position of the tenants, we need not dwell very long on the standing of the Lord and of his immediate helpers. The Lord was a monarch in the manner, but a monarch fettered by a customary constitution and by contractual rights. He was often strong enough to break through these customs and agreements, to act in an arbitrary way, to indulge in cruelty and violence. But in the great majority of cases, feelings and caprice gave way to reasonable considerations. A reasonable lord could not afford to disregard the standards of fairness and justice which were set up by immemorial custom, and a knowledge of the actual conditions of life. A mean line had to be struck between the claims of the rulers and the interests of the subjects, and along this mean line bylaws were framed and customs grew up which protected the tenantry even though it was forsaken by the king's judges. This unwritten constitution was safeguarded not only by the apprehension that its infringement might scatter the rustic population on whose labor the well-being of the Lord and his retainers after all depended, but also by the necessity of keeping within bounds the power of the manorial staff of which the Lord had to avail himself. This staff comprised the stewards and seneschals, who had to act as overseers of the whole, to preside in the manorial courts, to keep accounts, to represent the Lord on all occasions. The reeves, who, though chosen by the villagers, acted as a kind of middlemen between them and the Lord and had to take the lead in the organization of all the rural services. The beadles and radnites, or radmen, who had to serve summonses and to carry orders. The various warders, such as the hayward, who had to superintend hedges, the woodward for pastures and wood, the sower and the thresher, the graves of moors and dykes who had to look after canals, ditches, and drainage, the plowmen and herdsmen employed for the use of the domainal plow teams and herds. All these ministry had to be kept in check by a well-advised landlord, and one of the most efficient checks on them was provided by the formation of manorial custom. It was in the interest of the Lord himself to strengthen the customary order which prevented grasping stewards and sergeants from ruining the peasantry by extortions and arbitrary rule. This led to the great enrollments of custom as to holdings and services, of which many have come down to us from the 12th, 13th, and 14th centuries. They were a safeguard for the interests both of the tenants and of the lord. The complex machinery of the manor as the center of economic affairs and of social relations demanded by itself a suitable organization. But besides this, the manor was the local center for purposes of police and justice. It had to enforce the king's commands and the law of the realm in its locality. It would be more correct to say that the manor and the village, community, or township underlying it were regarded as local centers of justice and police, because in these political matters, the double aspect of the manor, the fact of its being composed of an upper and a lower half, came quite as plainly to the fore as in its economic working. Indeed, for purposes of justice, taxation, supervision of vagabonds, catching and watching thieves, keeping in order roads, and the like, the government did not recognize as the direct local unit the manor, but the ville, the village, community, or town, as the old English term went. The ville had to look after the formation of frank pledge, to keep ward, to watch over prisoners and to conduct them to jail, to make presentments to justices and to appear at the sheriff's turn. This fact is a momentous piece of historical evidence as to the growth of manorial jurisdiction, but apart from that, it has to be noticed as a feature of the actual administration of justice and police during the feudal period. It may be said that when the central power appealed directly to the population, either for help or for responsibility, it did so through the medium not of the manors, but of the ancient towns or townships merged in them. But there were many affairs delegated to the care of the manor, in which the central power intervened only indirectly. There was the whole domain of petty jurisdiction over villains as subjects of the lord. There were the numberless cases arising from agrarian transgressions and disputes. There were disputes between tenants of the same lord in regard to land held from him. There were the franchises, that is, the powers surrendered by special grants of the government or by immemorial encroachment of the lords in regard to tolls, market rights, the assize of bread and ale, and other matters of commercial police, to the trying of thieves, poachers, and the like. In all these respects, the manorial lord was called upon to act according to his standing and warranted privileges, but in no case could he act alone and by himself. He acted in his court and through his court. Originally this court, the Halimote, the hall meeting, as we may translate the term, dealt with all sorts of affairs. It tried the cases where villains were concerned, transacted the conveyancing business, enforced the jurisdiction of the franchises. Its suitors were freeholders and villains alike, and if they did not always act jointly, we have at least no means of distinguishing between the different parts they played. Gradually, however, a differentiation took place, and three main types of courts came into being: the customary court, the court baron, and the court leet. But we need not here concern ourselves with the technical distinctions involved by this differentiation of courts. All these details have a simple and reasonable meaning when we consider them from the point of view of an all-round arrangement of each locality for the settlement of all its affairs, administrative, fiscal, jurisdictional, as well as economic and civil. This confusing variety has to be explained by the fact that, notwithstanding all strivings to make the manor complete and self-sufficient in this petty local sphere, it could not cut itself off from the general fabric of the kingdom. Through the channels which connected it with the central authorities came disturbing elements: the privileges of free tenants, the control over the use of franchises, the interference of royal courts and royal officers. All these factors rendered manorial arrangements more complex and less compact than they might otherwise have been. But of course, these very elements ensured its further development towards more perfect forms of organization and prevented it from degenerating into despotism or into caste. The manor is peculiarly an English institution, although it may serve to illustrate Western European society in general. Feudalism, natural husbandry, the sway of the military class, the crystallization of powers and rights in local centers are phenomena which took place all over Western Europe and which led in France, in Germany, in Italy, and Spain to similar, though not identical, results. It is interesting to watch how in these bygone times and far-off customs, some of the historical traits which even now divide England from its neighbors are forming themselves at the very time when the close relationship between the European countries is clearly visible. The disruption of the nation into local organisms is more complete in France and in Germany than in England, which, through the fact of the Norman conquest and the early rise of Norman royalty and Norman aristocracy, was welded into a national whole at a period when its southern neighbors were nearly oblivious of national union. Even so, the English manor was more systematically arranged and more powerfully united than the French seigneurie or the German Grundherrschaft. The French baron ruled in an arbitrary manner over his serfs and was almost powerless in regard to his free vassaux, while the German Grundherr had a most confusing complex of social groups to deal with, a complex more akin to the classes of England which existed on the day when King Edward the Confessor was alive and dead, than to the England of Henry II and Edward I. The social distinction between the military class and the rural laboring class, the natural husbandry, which dispensed to a great extent with commercial intercourse and money dealings, produced in all Western countries the subjection of villains and the superimposition of a lord's domain on the holdings of the working class. But instead of assuming the form of a union between the lord's domain and a firmly organized village community, the central economy of the lord had to deal in France with loose clusters of separate settlements, while in Germany the communal element combined with the domainal in all sorts of chance ways which, though very advantageous in some cases, did not develop without difficulty into a firmly established and generally recognized body of rural custom. In England, things were different. There can be hardly any doubt that through the strong constitution, rooted in custom, of its manor England in its social development, got quite as much start of its neighbors as it obtained precedence over them politically through the early growth of parliamentary institutions. End of section 67.
Section 68 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Learning and Literature Till the Death of Bede, Part 1 by Montague, Rhodes, James. Boethius, according to the famous phrase, is the last of the Romans. Between him and the writers who mark the highest point of the Carolingian Renaissance, one may take Lienhart as a sample. 3 centuries intervene. It is the first part of my task to trace the paths along which the torch of learning was carried from the one height to the other. With what equipment was the journey begun? A reader of the Saturnalia of Macrobius cannot fail to be impressed with the abundance and variety of the ancient literature, which the literary man at the beginning of the 5th century had at his disposal. Sacral, antiquarian, critical, reaching back to the days of Ennius. It may fairly be said that down to the time of Alaric's invasion, the Latin literature was intact, and that long after that date, at many educational centers in Italy, Gaul, Spain, Africa, large stores of works now lost to us were preserved and used. Still, the existence of a not inconsiderable part of the literature was bound up with that of Rome, particularly that part which was specifically pagan. Of treatises like those of Irenaeus on the pontifices, or Trebatius' Testa de Religionibus, There were probably few, if any, copies outside the public libraries of the city. No Christian would be at the pains of transcribing them. A single conflagration put an end to them for good and all. What perished during the 5th century we shall never know, but we may be sure that between the days of Macrobius and Boethius there must have been extensive losses. The works of Boethius are not of a kind to throw much light upon the preservation of Latin literature in his time. Some are versions of adaptations of Greek sources, which for the most part still exist. The greatest, the Don Carceliosium, Philosophy, in external form resembling the work of an African writer of the previous century, Martianus Capella, witness indeed to the nobility of the man who wrote it, but the conditions under which it was produced, and for that matter its whole scope, forbid us to expect from it that wealth of quotation and reference which might have characterized it, had it emanated from the home of Boethius and not from his prison. Footnote: this statement is not meant to exclude the possibility of the indebtedness of Boethius to earlier writers in the general lines, or even in the subject matter of his work. End of footnote. Among the contemporaries of Boethius there is one, Cassiodorus, of whose literary resources we can form a more precise estimate. It is Cassiodorus, moreover, whom we must regard as the greatest individual contributor to the preservation of learning in the West. His long life, circa 490 to 583, was enormously effective, both for his own time and for ours. What made it so effective was his conviction that there ought to be an educated clergy. We have seen, 570, that in 535-6, under Pope Agapetus, he attempted to found a Christian academy in Rome, avowedly in imitation of those which had existed at Alexandria and Antioch, and that which was still active at Nisibis. Failing in this project, he turned to another, which, more modest in its conception, was in reality destined to attain a success far wider, probably, than would have attended the other, the library, which he founded for his monks at Scolaci, Vivarium, the Calabrian monastery to which he retired about 540, and the handbooks which he compiled for them to serve as a key thereto, the Instionia, Divinarium Literarum, and De Artibus et Disciplinis Liberalium Literarum, served to organize the literary side of monastic life. Footnote: in this connection, the theory put forth in 1911 by the late Dr. Rudolf Beer, of surpassing interest, on the evidence of the lists of authors named or used by Cassiodorus, coupled with the old catalogues and extant remains of the library of Bobbio, founded in 612 by St. Columban. He makes it appear probable that there was a great transference of books from Vivarium to Bobbio, thus the famous palimpsest, of which may reveal the contents to an astonished world in the early years of the 19th century, are nothing less than the remnants of the treasure accumulated by Cassiodorus himself. End of footnote. But for the existence of such a sanction for literary culture, it is quite possible that, with the exception of Virgil, no Latin classic would have reached us in a complete form. Not that Cassiodorus specially commends to his monks the study of belles letters, or of antiquity for their own sake. Such matters are, and this is true of the whole period after Boethius, ancillary to the study of the Bible. The Bible therefore occupies the forefront. There must be, in the first place, examination and comparison of the older versions, both Greek and Latin, and the purest possible text of the standard version, that of Jerome, must be secured. Of the textual labors of Cassiodorus, the greatest remaining monument is the Codex Amiatinus. The story of its journey from England to Italy in the 7th century is a striking reminder of the wide range of influence which he obtained. Footnote: it is worth mention that quite recently a leaf of a second Cassiodorian Bible has been recovered in the north of England, and other leaves are in private possession. End of footnote. Further research is needed to place us in a position to gauge with certainty the extent to which his labors can be traced in the text of the Vulgate Gospels. Upon the fixing of the text of the sacred books follows the ascertaining of their meaning. A valuable companion to the books was provided by Cassiodorus in the shape of a Latin version of the Antiquities of Josephus, made at his instigation but not by his own hand. His personal contribution consisted of a voluminous commentary on the Psalms, and a more valuable though incomplete version of Clement of Alexandria's notes on the Catholic epistles. His library contained all the best Latin expositors of the 4th and 5th centuries. His anxiety for the faithful presentation of the biblical text finds expression in the stress he lays upon orthography, a term which includes a great deal of what we should call grammar. He recommends the use of a number of older writers on the subject, and his own latest work was devoted to it. Incidentally, he speaks of the utility of certain geographical books in connection with sacred text, and of the church histories of the 5th century Greek writers, Socrates, Sozomen, and Theodoret, which he had induced one Epiphanius to render into Latin. We know this translation as the Historia Tripartite. The end of the first division of the institutions deals with the practically useful art of agriculture, gardening, and medicine. The second part is a summary introduction to the 7 liberal arts. They are the same for Cassiodorus as for Martinius Capella. Grammar, rhetoric, dialectic, arithmetic, music, geometry, astronomy. The bibliography is here much scantier than in the first book, but even so, some works are named and used which we no longer have. We do not, as was said above, find our author definitely prescribing for his monks the study of the older poets and historians. What we do find is a recognition of the usefulness of secular as well as of sacred learning, an authorization of the enlargement of the field, an encouragement to make use of all that could be drawn from sources that might subsequently be opened, as well as from those that were at hand. Thus Cassiodorus did his best to provide tools and to indicate the method of using them. An older contemporary had prepared the workman and the field. There is no need to recapitulate here what has already been said. I 537 SQQ of St. Benedict and his rule. Only it is clear that, but for his work, that of Cassiodorus would not have outlasted more than a few generations. The rule was, it seems likely, in force if it varied itself. But whether this was so or not, and whether or not St. Benedict would have accorded a welcome to the scheme of study outlined by Cassiodorus, the fact remains that the ideas of the latter were taken up by the order and were propagated with more or less activity wherever the order settled. There was a third agent in this same century who was a factor of immense importance, though even more clearly than Benedict, an involuntary factor, is the preservation of ancient learning. This was St. Gregory the Great, 604. Gregory was not a learned writer. He knew, he says, no Greek. It is doubtful if his writings had been the means of handing down a single reference to an ancient author, even to a Christian author of the earliest period. His contempt for secular studies is more than once expressed. He is even credited by John of Salisbury in the 12th century with having burned the library of the Palatine Apollo. Yet, but for Gregory and his mission of Augustine, there would have been no Ad-time, no Benedict Biscop, no Bede, no Alcuin, no opening for the enormously important influence of Theodore of Tarsus and of Hadrian the Abbot. But this, great service apart, his voluminous works were, if not in themselves of great literary value, the progenitors of literature which is of the highest interest. Alfred translated his Pastoral Care. Alfred drew copiously from his homilies on the Gospels. His Moralia on Job gave occupation to calligraphers and acceptors in Spain and Ireland. Above all, his 4 books of dialogues formed a model for subsequent writers of the lives of saints, as well as a sanction for that mass of miracle and vision literature, in which so much of the imaginations and hopes of the medieval peoples is preserved for us. Thus, in the persons of Cassiodorus, Benedict, and Gregory, Italy, which had provided the world with a great literature, furnished also the means by which that literature was to be preserved. It was her last contribution to the cause of learning for many years. We must turn to the other great fields of Western learning, and first to Africa and Spain. The existence of a flourishing Latin literature in Africa is generally realized. The names of Tertullian, Apuleius, Cyprian, Augustine, Martianus Capella stand out as representatives in earlier centuries. Something too has been said, 322, of the less-known writers of the period of the Vandal Kingdom. Dracontius, almost the last of Christian poets to treat of mythological subjects, and of those, Luxurius and others, whose fugitive pieces have been preserved in the Latin anthology of the Codex Salmasianus. We come now to their successors. From Fecundus, Bishop of Runca, 552, we have an exposition of certain Old Testament canticles, which are commonly attached to the Psalter and used in the church services. In this work, Verecundus refers his reader to the natural history of Pliny the Elder, to Solinus, and to a form of the passage, Physiologus, that manual of allegorized natural history which in later times afforded a multiple of subjects to illuminators and sculptors. From this region and period also comes in all probability a poem on the resurrection of the dead and the Last Judgment, dedicated to Flavius Felix, an official to whom some poems in the Salmasian anthology are addressed. It has been handed down under the names of Tertullian and of Cyprian. Both attributions are out of the question. The author, whoever he was, had written other poems, notably one on the 4 seasons of the year, to which he alludes. In the resurrection poem, a singular point of interest is that it shews traces of obligation to the ancient apocalypse of Peter. The 2 epics of Flavius Chrysonius Corypsus, the Johannes, produced about 550, and the De Laudibus Justini Minoris of 16 years later, are from the purely literary point of view the most remarkable achievements of African culture in the 6th century. The first tells the story of the successful campaign of Johannes the Magister Militum against the Moors in 546-8. The other, essentially a court poem, describes the accession of Justin and the rejoicings and festivities which accompanied it. In both, but especially in the Johannes, Corypsus has modeled himself upon the antique with extraordinary fidelity and with undeniable success. One other production of small extent but appreciable importance needs to be noticed before we pass from Africa to Spain. This is a short continuation, extending to but 12 sections, of the catalogue of distinguished church writers, which, begun by Jerome, perhaps on a model furnished by Suetonius, was continued by Gennadius of Marseille. An African writer of about 550, it is thought, Pontianus, a bishop, furnished this small supplement. In the next century we shall find Isidore of Seville and his friend Braulio carrying on the work, and a generation later, Ildefonsus of Toledo, whose outlook is almost confined to his own country. The succession is then broken off, and it's not until the 12th century that similar compilations again come into fashion. The extinction of the Vandal Kingdom in Africa meant the transference of much literary activity to Spain. There must have been many like the monk Donatus, of whom Ildefonsus tells us that, seeing the imminence of the barbarian invasion, he took ship for Spain with about 70 monks and a large collection of books. Certain it is that towards the end of the 6th century, Africa becomes silent and Spain begins to speak. Perhaps the first writer in our period whose sphere of influence was Spanish, though it was so by adoption only, is Martin, called of Dumio and of Braga, the latter being the see of which he died archbishop in 580. Like the great Martin of Tours, he was a Pannonian by birth, but after a pilgrimage to Palestine he chose Galicia and the Arian kingdom of the Suevi as a field for missionary work. He was successful in bringing the Suevi to orthodoxy, and he seems to have been a man of both strong and attractive personality. There is a distinction about his not very voluminous works. 2 of them, at least, are excerpts from writings of Seneca, the De Offices and De Ira. The first treats of the 4 cardinal virtues and is addressed to King Nero under the title of Formula Honesti Vitae. It is by far the most widely diffused of Martin's books. The other, which incidentally helps to fill a lacuna in the text of Seneca, is of comparatively rare occurrence. Besides these, we have ethical tracts of more definitely Christian complexion, also dedicated to Nero, principally concerned with pride and humility, a collection of sayings of the hermits, and another of conciliar canons, testified to Martin's knowledge of Greek. A brief discourse on the Paschal question states a complicated problem in a strikingly clear form. But of all that we have from him, Martin's instruction for simple people, De Correctione Rusticorum, addressed to Polemius, Bishop of Astorica, has aroused the greatest interest in modern times. It is indeed a very notable example of the way in which the negative and positive sides of Christian teaching were put before the neophytes of the country districts. Martin begins by setting forth the view of his time as to the origin of the heathen gods. They are devils who fell with Lucifer. Therefore all observances which entail any show of reverence towards them are so many denials of the profession of faith made at baptism. He objects, vainly as time has shown, to the ordinary names of the days of the week, and to the celebration of the 1st of January as New Year's Day, and further to the observing of days of moths and mice, the object of which was to protect clothes and storerooms from their ravages, to the naming of Minerva over the web on the loom, the lighting of tapers by rocks and springs, and many like usages, which we meet with later in canons of councils and indiculi superstitionum. While over and over again the question is asked, is this consistent with your promise at the font to renounce the devil and all his works? Of the positive side of the teaching, more need not be said that it is admirably adapted to its purpose. It is interesting to find that nearly the whole of the matter recurs in a homily of Caesarius of Arles, 542, as well in the tract of the Irish missionary Perminius of Reichenau, 758, called Scaropsis, and in the sermon of St. Eligius of Noyon, which his biographer St. Odion has either preserved or excogitated. This suggests to question whether Caesarius or Martin is the original source, or whether both may be utilizing a form agreed upon perhaps by a synodical authority. Let it be recorded lastly that Martin of Baccara held in reverence his namesake and fellow countryman, the Saint of Tours, and composed some interesting verses which were inscribed over the south door of the great basilica there. Before the death of Martin, the life of Isidore of Seville, circa 570 to 636, had begun. He was beyond question the leading transmitter of knowledge in his century. In the 20 books of his etymology, he brought together a collection of facts and fictions, which served as the encyclopedia of the whole medieval period. It was long in his hands. His friend Braulio of Saragossa could only extract a copy of it, and that in an uncorrected form, by repeated pleadings extending over more than 7 years. He seems to be at work on it up to his death, and it is obviously unfinished. There is neither preface nor peroration. Some sections are unwritten, many references not filled in. To us, its great merit is that it has preserved a number of fragments of early Latin writers, but to many, a generation after Isidore, its practical utility was immense. It was by far the handiest, and in most cases the only accessible book in which information about natural history, geography, antiquities, the origins of arts and sciences could be found, whereas the outlines of the 7 liberal arts, which occupy the first 3 books, the synopsis of history, the elements of religious knowledge, the legal and medical sections, useful as they were, could usually be studied in less compendious form. In the compilation of the Etymologia, a library of very considerable extent was laid under contribution. Much is derived, no doubt, from handbooks. It is not to be supposed that Isidore possessed the works of an Ennius, a Cinna, a Livius Andronicus, all of whom he cites. These passages lay ready to his hand in the form of excerpts in various grammatical and critical books, especially in the commentary of Servius on the Aeneid. But when due allowance has been made for the use of compilations, it is apparent that the range of authors with whom he had a first-hand acquaintance is not despicable. Lucretius, often cited in the later books, though of course seldom in comparison with Lucan and Virgil, was known to him. The histories of Sallust and the Praetum, and some minor works of Suetonius, are probably the most important of the lost secular works, excluding manuals of rhetoric and grammar, which he can be shown to have used. From the De Republica of Cicero, he makes but one short citation. It is not apparent that he possessed any specimen of the earliest Christian literature, which we do not possess. In his continuation of the literary biographies of Jerome and Gennadius, he tells us of many theological writers in his own time who are no more than names to us. His knowledge of Greek has been doubted, and, I think, with reason. The evidence for it is almost confined to citations of Greek words to furnish etymologies. It cannot be shown that he either owned Greek books or translated from Greek authors for the purpose of his work. Had he lived long enough to provide the Etymologia with his prologue, it is likely enough that after the manner of the elder Pliny, he would have given us the list of the authors on whom he had drawn. As it is, we have to base our estimate of the extent of his library upon a document which leaves a good deal to the imagination. We have the verses which were painted, probably, on the cornices or doors of his book presses. Each of these cupboards, in accordance with the fashion attested by a good deal of archaeological evidence, seems to have been ornamented with a medallion portrait of a famous author, whose worth was celebrated in one or more elegiac couplets. The number of sections of tituli warrants us in reckoning that Isidore owned at least 14 or perhaps 16 presses, and we shall be safe in assuming that at this date the contents were in book form, codices, and not rolls, volumina. Taking the number of books in each press at 30, not an unreasonable estimate, we reach the very respectable total of 420 or 480 for the whole collection. As to the contents, the tituli suggests that theology predominated. The secular writers named a few, jurists and physicians, and there is nothing to suggest the presence of works now lost. That is no more than natural. The effigy on the bookcase represents but a fraction of its contents. Among the remaining writings of Isidore, the books De Naturis Rerum and the Histories merit special mention. The first is a survey of cosmical phenomena in which, besides extant sources, the Praetum of Suetonius is employed, as in the Etymologia. The popular name of the treatise, Liber Rotarum, is derived from the many circular diagrams with which it was illustrated. In some connection with it stands an interesting little poem by the Visigoth king Sisebut, 612 to 620, who had asked Isidore to write the treatise and address the poem, chiefly dealing with eclipses, to him, very likely upon receiving the complete book. It is possible that the poem as we have it is but a fragment of a larger work. Sisebut was, we see, a patron of letters, and we may have been a copious writer, but all that we have from him besides the poem is a life of Saint Desiderius of Vienne and a few epistles. Of Isidore's two historical works, the first is a chronicle of the world, divided, in a fashion subsequently adopted and popularized by Bede, into 6 ages. A brief summary of it is inserted into the 5th book of the Etymologia. For the more recent portions of it, the chronicles of Edadius, of Victor of Tunisia in Africa, and of John of Eclarum, the last a Spanish contemporary of Isidore himself, have been utilized. The other is a sketch of the history of the Visigoths, Vandals, and Suevi, his commentaries and religious works, with the possible exception of the Synonyma, the idea of which he says was suggested to him by a treatise of Cicero, are not important to our present subject. Isidore's principal friend, Braulio of Saragossa, has left us little besides letters and a few short biographies in the book De Viris Illustribus. He had, however, among his clergy one who ranks as the one considerable Spanish Latin poet of the century. This was Eugenius, who in 647, in spite of Braulio's fervent protests, was removed by King Chindewith to preside over the see of Toledo. Chindewith, like Sisebut, evidently had some feelings for literature. We find him ordering Eugenius to produce a readable and orthodox edition of the poems of the Arian Dracontius, which were then only current in Spain in a mutilated form. The edition was made and attained a wide celebrity. Of the works which it comprised, the Laudes Dei were turned into a hexameron and somewhat shortened. The Satisfactio was abridged and provided with prefaces and prose and verse, and a conclusion. Instead of Guthramond, Theodosius the Younger was made to figure as the recipient. We have, besides this, an original work of Eugenius, which is the metrical portion of a collection of his miscellaneous short writings. The prose half is lost. The poems in many meters are the most part brief. They deal with all manner of subjects, religious and secular. Intrinsically, they perhaps hardly deserve mention, but there is a notable fact about them, that they travel far beyond Spain at an early date. Halphen uses them in the collection of riddles which he embodied in a grammatical tract addressed to Acercius, Alfred of Northumbria, before the end of the 7th century. Eugenius died in 657. A pupil of his who ultimately succeeded to his see, 680 to 690, Julian of Toledo, left works upon theology, history, and grammar. In the first category, the book called Prognosticatio Futuri Seculi was by far the most celebrated, the 3 divisions of which it consists, on death, on the intermediate state of souls, and on the final judgment, are made up to a very large extent of testimonies from scriptures and from standard writers. Cyprian and Origen are the earliest of these, and Gregory the latest. Augustine is naturally the principal source. Jerome, Cassian, and Julianus Pomerius complete the list. It was to be expected that in a country in which Priscillianism had had great currency and roused great opposition to the apocryphal literature, Julian should shun all reference to these writings. As his interesting prefatory letter tells us, his main object was to present in a collected form the opinions of Catholic doctors upon the subject he was treating. The 3 books, De Comparationis Sexti Etitus, directed against his own countrymen. He was of Jewish extraction, are interesting as proving his acquaintance with Greek patristic literature. He translates passages from the Demonstratio Evangelica of Eusebius and from the tract of Epiphanius on weights and measures, and besides these he makes considerable quotations from Tertullian. The 2 books of Anticomena, a noteworthy title, consist of attempts to reconcile contradictory texts of Scripture. They contain no very remarkable citations. Of more direct interest to us is his history of the rebellion of Duke Paul against King Wamba, 673, written in a less conventional style at no great length of time after the events it records. The fashion of writing in rhymed or assonant clauses, which is conspicuous in the later chronicles, e.g., that called of Isidorus Pachensis, appears here possibly for the first time to a marked extent. The fame of this book was naturally confined to Spain, not so that of the Ars Grammatica. Both in form and in contents it is remarkable. The form is that of a dialogue between master and pupil, but, as in many later grammars, it is the pupil who puts the questions, the master who answers them. Traub's explanation of this fashion is interesting. He attributes it to a misapprehension. The dialogue form was borrowed from the Greeks, and with the initials M and delta, which stood for Mathin's End, Vivasculus. The accident that the Latin words magister and discipulus have the same initials rendered the inversion of questioner and answer an easy one. In respect of its contents, the Ars Juliani transmits much matter from older grammarians, Victorinus and Audux, for example. The illustrative quotations are drawn from secular and Christian poets. Even authorities contemporary with the writer, as Eugenius of Toledo, are cited. If it be the fact that the grammar was extensively used by Altamira within a very short time after its composition, it may be during the life of Julian. We have a striking tribute to the reputation it enjoyed, and a yet more striking evidence of a literary commerce between Spain and Britain, a commerce of which the traces, liturgical and other, have yet to be collected and appreciated. In liturgy, lastly, important reforms of the Toltecan use are attributed to Julian by his biographer Felix, but details are wanting in the range of his activity, but not in the permanence of his achievement. Julian surpasses Isidore. End of section 68.